Good morning, everybody. Bill, Mr. Wow Bill 47, first one here, getting the gold medal followed up by second, Sister T coming number two, Miss Bo coming in number three. Here, four. It's chilly today. $27. Oh, well, it was like 45 here, but still, that's see, y'all's house is made for that type of weather. My house, I could see outside my doors through the cracks around them. So you can imagine how good the rest of the insulation is here. All the heat, it just goes right back outside. So, and the cold comes right up in here. It's 15 degrees Celsius every morning when I come in here because I keep her door shut. And that's like in the 50s. I think. Having the door shut, she gets kind of chilly in here at night, but that's not too bad. I mean, I used to live in Colorado, so I lived in Chicago a little while too. For the winter, November, I left at the end of November, so it was starting to get pretty cold, windy. So yeah, I've dealt with definitely. I've felt multiple winters in Colorado, blizzards and stuff. We had an ice storm in Tennessee, like in the mid '90s too, that was really bad. Where when I was like 14 or 15, I remember I had to take cold showers in the dead of winter while we had an ice storm outside because we had no power, no heat, no anything, no heat or hot water. That was something. That was a spiritual experience. Eddie Haskell, hey, we got to leave the beaver up in here. Oh, bird. Dude, that's the second time in the past couple of days we had a bird come down there. You notice that? It was just, what, 2 days ago we had a bird come down. And that's the first birds I've even seen do that. Did I have a. Dude, no. For a second I was like, should I have a bird feeder there? No. Probably not a good idea. That'd be fucked up. What? No. I was like, well, maybe I could put one up in the backyard, but then, like, yeah, the cats would probably get to it regardless. It had to be up pretty high, wouldn't it? I'd have to, like, build this whole thing, probably, where squirrels couldn't get to it and everything, and have it up high, and it'd be a whole thing I'd have to put together. I couldn't just put it up there because they would get eaten by cats. Well, I like watching the birds. What happened to the dude? Did I turn my camera off? What happened? When did I do that? Oh, I turned the camera off instead of muting the mic? That's hilarious. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, they do claim that. I don't, dude, I've never seen one of these cats with a bird in its mouth. I've seen Tux chasing after him in the tree out here, but I've never actually seen him. No, actually, he was chasing after a rat that day. He might have tried to go after birds too, but I don't think they're very good at getting birds. I've never even seen a dead bird since I've lived here. On the like, there's no way they eat them whole. So like, I've never seen half of a bird or a whole dead bird here in the area that I can think of. I can't think of one. There might have been one that I'm forgetting, but all right. I got the food ready. I got the water ready. I got their water bowl cleaned. It's back there. The trash is ready to take out. Simon's litter box is in it. Well, his poop is in it. Her poop is in it. And pee. That's been done. About to go take all that out. Put it outside. That stank out of here. Rid of that bowl. Looks like that bowl has not been dipped into by the raccoons. If you don't see dirt in it in the morning, that means the raccoons haven't hit the water bowl to rinse off their grubs. So that's good. That's good that the cats had drinking water all night. Sometimes there will be a dead slug in the water also. I don't know if that's from the slugs being parched and going to the water for a source of like hydration, or that's yeah, it's probably what it is actually, because there's never any dirt when when that happens. There's never any dirt now that I think about it. So that's not a meal that got lost by the raccoon. It's actually a thirsty skunk. So I mean a thirsty slug. Or skunks under the house too, though. That I'm thinking about. So I probably do need to water my succulents again. I haven't done it in weeks, and we are having a drought apparently. So now that Tux isn't living here anymore, I'll get on that maybe today. When he was here, it was kind of a pain in the ass to water, and it was a pain in the ass just to go in the backyard. Actually, as much as I miss him, he kind of complicated my life a little bit because I couldn't go in the backyard without him being all over my ankles. So we water that today, and get the plants looking a little better. My scab finally came off like 2 days ago, so I can wash my car now. Might do that later. Wait on that to fall off, and then after that, I can do my oil. I didn't want to do my oil until I wash the car because I don't want to bump up against it and scratch it with the dust and shit that's on it. We got stuff in the pipeline going on. This is day number 7, no alcohol, I think. Wait, yesterday was day number 6, wasn't it? 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. I went 7, this is the 8th day. All right. Going out now. I mean, you can't go with me. Oh, my mama, mama mia. Fucking. God damn it, why didn't y'all tell me she got out? When did that happen? Ate all this food. Great. Oh, oh. Damn it, dude. Great morning. Great morning so far. When did she do it? You noticed? Was it? Nobody noticed. The way I was standing right here. Right there. She did it. Back on it. There were 8 people in here? Wait, on. It was Saturday morning at 7:50. I was sleeping. On. I'm gonna see if I can find where she did it. Oh wait, the camera was off. It might have been when the no wait, was it? She was in here, right? When I first got the cameras on, the camera's off. I think she was already out there by the time I turned them on. How could yeah, that's what happened. Why they? I don't know why the hell the cameras were off for so long. I must have, dude, bruh. Got nobody but myself to blame for that one. Sneaky little asshole. I didn't know how much she ate of his food, and I don't know. I just gave him another half a can. I let Simon eat as much as he wants, which is the problem because sometimes he'll have a lot of food in his bowl, and she'll do that, and she'll just literally down an entire can. I hope she needs it, dude, because I mean, really too fat, but she's not. She looks like Mama at this point. I don't know. I'm just hungry. Aw, I might have just gotten a an alert or something. I gotta go check it. Sometimes that happens on that phone and not my other phone. Oh, Simon. Simon knows that she's not supposed to go out, so he gets all like, when she's in the way, he gets all like, ah, what's she doing? Hey, Bravada. Welcome. Too much to do. All right, 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 all right. Start doing that playing little playtime with her where I get her to jump up there over and 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 over. You as well, Mike. You better day, hopefully. Better. Dude, she's really messing this chair up. Her favorite part to scratch is right here at the top of it. I'm scared to get a nice chair now. Like, a fucking heater, dude, just burned me. Oh, the back of my cap, I bumped into it. Time is purged. I'm not able to do it anymore, and it saddens me. He doesn't even like being up there anymore because he can't get down very well. Mama's going in. It's dangerous. It's very dangerous for cats to get wet in freezing temperature, as it significantly increases their risk of hyperthermia due to the rapid heat loss from their fur being wet in cold weather. This can be life-threatening, especially if they are exposed to the cold for an extended period of time. Just so you know. I don't know why they're doing it, but they could actually kill themselves doing it, and they don't know it. Because they're cats. So there's that. I wouldn't trust it. They're not as smart as those little monkeys that do it, dude. They're simply not as smart as those monkeys. If you look at those monkeys, it doesn't say whether it's for their entire body or half their body, dude. Why would that matter? Once... Tell them that. No, I'm just telling Brody that because he's trying to convince you to fucking turn it into a fucking hot tub for him. We already had this conversation. He wanted you to tell me that there were multiple cats doing it so that I'd be like, oh, well, it's okay now. I still don't think it's okay, dude. Like, I get that he can't get them to stop doing it, but I wouldn't incentivize it by making a big ass one for all of them to do it. Like you were saying, maybe have a hot tub for them so they could be like the monkeys. They're not as smart as those monkeys, dude. Cats will put themselves in extremely dangerous situations. Monkeys probably will too, but they're smarter and they'll do it less often. That's why the whole curiosity killed the cat is a thing. Because cats kill themselves with their own inquisitiveness. There's not curiosity killed the monkey. Fuck you, Brody. Canadians, you like to start shit, you know? You're never gonna win because America. Fucking America, baby. America! Fuck yeah! Y'all gonna be the 51st state soon, just wait. Yeah, it's another thing. They lose their heat through their paws just like we do, right? Oh my motherfucking god, Nightbot. What now? What? Dude, I turned that shit off, dude. What do you... Don't stop fucking spamming, Miss... But why are you the only one, literally, that's fucking getting timed out by Nightbot anyway? What the fuck is that? Like, twice in a row. Miss Bubble, just stop doing that. How about that? I don't know why the fuck Nightbot's still timing people out. Fucking bot. Told it last night, specifically, no more doing that for anything, and it still did it. That one was turned off last night, and now it's turned back on. Well, now I refreshed the page after turning it off, and it's completely turned off. What the fuck, man? There's 6 of them. There's blacklist words and phrases, excessive caps, excessive emotes, links, excessive symbols, and repetitions. I had to turn all those off, or otherwise Nightbot's a fucking Nazi. Stupid, man. Only reason why I turned Nightbot off is because I can get chat recorded. I can get a log of the chat. I didn't want any of that other shit. Oh. Damn, god damn it, Bravado, what are you still doing here? Holy shit. How many times we gotta say bye? I'm not doing it again. No, it doesn't log like Twitch does. YouTube doesn't log like Twitch. Later, Mike, man, later, dude. I'm just pissed off about the damn bot deleting all of her comments. That's one of the most aggravating things about this when that happens. If that ever happens, like I had a mod that would pocket ban people all the time. He did it twice before I unmodded him. The first time I let it slide. The second time I was like, "Fuck you, you gotta go." Maz, the dude didn't wash his socks. He always just threw them away and bought new ones. Put his phone in his pocket while the stream was going. He'd accidentally time out people and shit, and all their words would get deleted. Oh my god. That's a lot of words. Like, why do they do that, man? It's the stupidest shit that the platforms do. Why can't you time people out? Why? That should be a button. Like, deleting everyone's comments like that should be an extra button that you gotta put a passcode in for. I'm a firm believer in this shit. It hurts me when people's words get deleted because it screws the VOD up. It completely screws the VOD up. Someone can't in the day because someone can't go through and look at the conversation and see and like comment on what someone was talking about earlier. It really fucks everything up, dude. Fuck you, YouTube, for that shit. I'm really maddest at YouTube for that not being a thing, having a passcode to delete everyone's message. Why the fuck? Okay, if I want to hide someone because I don't want to hear what they got to say anymore, or if I want to time somebody out, why do they automatically assume that I want to vaporize everything they've said for the entire day? And here's another thing. It used to be worse. It used to be to where if you hit somebody, their words would get deleted in every chat in all the streams that they had talked in previously. Can you fucking imagine, dude? It was super serious back then when you hit somebody. That was when I first started streaming. That's changed over time, though. Now it's just the current stream that it deletes everything for. But still, why is that a thing? I should have to put in a passcode for that to happen. Or the mod should have to know the passcode because it's that serious. It screws up the continuity of the stream. It screws up the whole stream when that happens. Especially if it's somebody who talked a lot. Common sense. I know I go through sometimes and see what people are talking about when it's like, look at how much I got deleted. That sucks. And you were the third person here. So at least it popped up on the screen though. Not completely gone. Stupid bot. So yeah, now I have a log of everything that's said in the chat that goes back for 7 days. I didn't have that unless I had Nightbot on. Stream elements might also do that. I'm not sure. I don't think so though. I think I have to have Nightbot for the chat log. That's why the other day I wanted to see if Bill actually said that thing about the plane and the drone. I couldn't do it without having the Nightbot log turned on. And when I turned this on, it turned all that stupid modding shit on that timed Miss Fungal out twice now. But it's off now. I thought I turned it off yesterday, but it's off now for sure. Who would want that on in their chat to where your like Nightbot automatically bans people for stuff like that? That's crazy. Why is that even a thing? That it would ban some or delete everyone's or someone's comments for doing 3 flags in a row. Oh. I mean, do these bots not want us to succeed as streamers? Because I feel like a lot of streamers don't like they'll get into this fresh, not knowing much about it, and they'll get this bot, they'll have it turned on, and they'll think, yeah, that's how we're supposed to have it. How it had the default set. I got the default settings. That's probably right. They want me to succeed at this thing. Default's probably going to help me out for the beginning. But it's the absolute worst settings you would want as a beginning streamer. To delete someone for typing excessive caps, excessive emotes, links, excessive symbols, or repetitions. Deleting anybody for anything as a new streamer is stupid. So they're setting people up to fail at streaming by having those as the default. Raul! Alright, don't get near you. Yeah, I will be alright down here. Thanks though. I think I'll be alright down here. Yeah, I got a little bag. I got some MREs just in case too. Yeah, baby. Got some MREs. I got a little water. I got a little water supply right now. Because all I do is drink water. Well, mostly. I got plenty of fluids, plenty of food. Good to go. Rowdy? I thought that said Rowdy Raoul. You should change your name to Rowdy Raoul Duke. Got a good ring to it. I'm not saying you should, but I mean you could. It's like a cowboy or something. Rowdy Raoul Duke. Like a as Raoul. I mean that could be a Filipino name. Couldn't it? Raoul? Are you Asian? Oh, that's even better. Yeah, well, Nacho Libre. You sound dope, dude. Nacho Libre for sure. Got the mask. The coming out with like chaps on, and the mask, and then right like that's your signature move. Right before you like starting to wrestle, you rip the chaps off. How do you ride? thought about it? I damn. It's already taken. Gotcha. That's unfortunate. Rowdy Raoul or Raoul Duke? Is Rowdy Raoul already taken though? Because that sounds like a strip name for sure. You can get up there and get the ladies all excited. Ladies, next up we got Rowdy Raoul. But you got to put a rolling R on it. Rowdy Raoul. Which you strip the drum and bass. You're extra rowdy. Mexican drum and bass. First trying his pregnant butt at. I was hoping to see Trident second since she needs the most calories, but whatever. Fluffy needs to get fatter first, I guess. Bro, Duke, wait. That was the roommate's name? I saw that in the movie theater back in the day in the 90s. It was new. I think I was high and it like really high too, and it was hard to comprehend it. I didn't know who Hunter S. Thompson was at that age. It was just a really weird movie for me at the time, I think. What the hell was that? Oh, come here. Come here, come on up. Come on up, buddy. Come on. Oh no, Puffy. I don't think that they're comfortable enough to come up underneath the house though. Like Mama. I've never really seen, I don't think I've seen Fluffy go or Trident. Hopefully they won't be doing any of that having baby stuff underneath there. Because of the skunks, probably. Skunks eat kittens. There's at least one skunk living under there. Oh, for sure, he was a great writer. Yeah. Since then, I've looked a lot into him and watched a bunch of his older stuff. It's crazy. Like, how long did he live? What age did he live? And he died by suicide, though. Crazy, he lived to be 67. Dude, she is looking kind of pregnant too. I'm not liking that, dude. Bro, really? Don't even look at that hole. You know? I gotta put another one out in case Trident comes by. Right as Simon just got in my lap and got super comfortable. Alright. Yeah, dude, what if that happens? We're gonna have cats all over the fucking place if that happens. And, hope somebody's gonna have them and help them. Not here. Please not here. Okay, I'll be. Hey, thanks. Yeah, Kevin, welcome. Now, oh, look at this. There are ashes now outside too on my Oh, my trash cans, they're ashes that have come all the way from up north. Oh, but he nothing to see out there, Simon. Chill out. Come here. So apparently this fire is still going. Alberto, I didn't see you. Welcome. Garfield. I don't know where the Garfield is. Or Ted. Oh really, the cold weather is when these cats start getting pregnant. Out here. Oh, Miss Buggy, stop drinking coffee. It'd be that's how simple it is. You don't have to worry about coffee pod prices. You don't have to worry about coffee pod prices if you simply quit drinking coffee. A sweet's a year old and like she was born in April, right? Supposedly. I got her in May, right? It's baller to throw your socks away. You can see comments but not log of them, right? Yeah, yeah. Well, as they're happening, well, yeah. iBot's the only one I know of that gives like a log for 7 days back, to where if I want to, I can go back at least a little bit. The thing is with Twitch, though, Twitch goes back indefinitely. Everything that you say on Twitch is logged, and I can go back and look at it. I can just type your name in and look at your chat logs from, and it'll tell me everything you've ever said in chat. Pretty neat. how many times you've been timed out for, what they were for, like you've ever been banned, all that. None of that's on YouTube. Like Twitch even tells me, there she is. Hey, man, how times have changed that now that Tux is gone. I really hope he's all right. That just it shows me the most that he was my cat for a while, and they all saw it like that. Like he was this territory's cat. He would always play in the tree in the front yard. He hung out in the backyard. Really hope he's all right, man. I was his human, it seems. I don't know if he was abandoned or not. Hopefully, I was just sharing him with somebody, and they took him. They took him to the next place, but they weren't taking very good care of him. He didn't look very good when he first started coming. Because I was looking back on pictures of him before, and he was kind of small in comparison. I don't know if he was just young and growing, but he got some weight on him. Face definitely looked better after a while. Fires are still burning. Oh, they're giving a hold up. They're giving an update. I'll play it. They had evacuations near Brentwood, actually, last night, I believe. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world. See, dude. There was an argument going on a thread, a community post on YouTube, and they were like, it was about how the Navy now or the military now is going to let gay people fast track into getting an honorable discharge so they can get benefits and whatnot. People were like, yeah, it's about time. Gays should be in the military. Da 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 da. I'm like, actually, no. You know, because they're like, they shouldn't be worried about who they love anyway. And I was like, no, it's more about who they want to fuck. You know what I mean? You don't want homie all Twitter pated over Sarge while they're on the battlefield, thinking, "Ooh, he's looking sexy out here." Oh, Swanee. You don't want that shit. Let's be real. Do you want that? Why the fuck would we want that in the military? Let's be fucking real with it, you stupid fucking leftists. I'm sorry. That's not a good thing to have. Just like having females on board submarines is ridiculous. What the fuck are you doing? You don't think these dudes are going to get horny? You don't think these females are going to get horny? You don't think that's going to be a problem down there when shit's hitting the fan? They got relationships going on and shit. They're thinking about, oh my god, what's going on with my girl back there? Hope she's all right. Or I sure would like to have one last fuck before, you know what I mean? We go to World War III. Because it's not just subs, it's surface ships too. All that. It's just, what, dude, she didn't eat very well. Hell, she was in and out with a quickness. A damn mess. What the fuck, cat? Walking out front right now. Underneath the car. Back on the grass. Out to go right back across the street. Goes. You hear me? As he's back across the street. She just came over here to swoop a quick meal and take back off.
This is right now. Now, people have been talking about the fire getting close to the 405. You know, I've gotten a lot of texts from friends and family saying,
I need a fucking break, cats. Why are they coming and going so fast today?
We're going to the press conference here in downtown. The latest on the LA on the
Tux Bath.
Emergency Management, Kevin McGowan.
Cats can't be too damn busy now.
For the introduction. I'd like to share some important announcements about the county's emergency alert system and the progress that we've made with our partners in addressing the alerts that have been going out in the
I'm gonna go do it.
Late yesterday afternoon, we distributed
Crossback
a press
hasn't been
release
here,
that
and
details some of
that's
the
the most
immediate
important
improvements
one.
that are now taking place. Copies of this press release are available at the front of the room. First, we have made an initial determination that the erroneous alert that went out the first time on Thursday from the Emergency Operations Center was indeed correctly targeted to the right recipients. We believe that the problem occurred in the software system that accidentally blasted this alert countywide rather than to the targeted recipients who needed to get the information to safely prepare to evacuate. As we drill down with our vendor to establish the root cause and apply corrective measures, we are taking the immediate step of changing our alert and notification system to partner with the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services and the State Alert and Warning Center. The county's Emergency Operations Center is already tied in with the state's Operations Center and can actively issue emergency notifications in coordination with the state utilizing the state system. Second, on the issue of the echo alerts that continued to go out countywide yesterday after the first erroneous alert was corrected, we've been working tirelessly with FEMA, the FCC, the state, and our region's telecommunications providers, and we've made the preliminary determination that the echo alerts happened as cell towers came back online after they were knocked offline due to this disaster. The outdated alerts were cached in the system, and as they came back online, started being released to the public. We are very grateful to our federal and state partners who are working with the cell phone providers to make sure that all of these outdated alerts are flushed from the cell phone towers so that this ceases. We believe this process is largely complete, and we are working with our federal partners and the providers to ensure that there is not a reoccurrence of the alerts going out in error. This has been frustrating, unacceptable, and the public is in the most need of accurate information, and we are moving forward rapidly to reestablish that. Finally, the press release spells out some of the immediate improvements that we are concurrently making to establish a more robust multi-layered notification system. We're enhancing 211 call network to respond to the public's urgent need for information. Technology, it can be great. These emergency alerts helped us evacuate hundreds of thousands of people in immediate life safety measures. We've undoubtedly saved lives. But the last couple of days have also reminded us that technology is vulnerable to the impacts of a disaster, especially unprecedented ones. So I will close by reminding everyone in the public, please, for your safety, the safety of your family and friends, to receive emergency alerts, you can sign up for our local program, which will be utilized by the state by going to Alert LA County. These are customized alerts. They are different than the wireless emergency alert. When you sign up, you can put landlines, your cell phone, you could receive text and email messages. Go to lacounty.gov/emergency to sign up for Alert LA County. With that, I thank you, and I'll introduce Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. I will be providing an Eaton Fire update. The fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment, with over 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed. We have 2,832 personnel assigned to the incident, and it is at this time. Elevated to critical fire weather conditions are predicted to continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County, and today, tomorrow, and then again on Monday through Wednesday. LA County Fire will be prepared. These winds, combined with dry air and dry vegetation, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high. I would like to take this moment to express my gratitude to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger, along with Supervisor Horvath, but also to all of the boards of supervisors for their support of my personnel on my department and me as a department head and fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires from the air and ground, we recognize and commend their tireless dedication in protecting residents and properties. And finally, to our residents, please rest assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for the repopulation, the recovery, and the rebuilding. I would now like to invite up Todd Hopkins, Unified IC, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team for the Palisades incident.
This is about 26 minutes behind, so this is way.
Good morning. The Palisades
like 26
incident
minutes ago.
is now at 21,596 acres and 11% contained. It is being in unified command with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 coordinating the efforts. Ground crews and aerial assets worked through the night in the Mandeville Canyon area, creating containment lines and protecting structures, continuing a full suppression effort. Approximately 100 engines were surged into that area for direct suppression efforts and for structure defense. 6 night flying helicopters were utilized all night, and additional night flying resources were also ordered. It was an approximate 1,000 acres in growth last night in the Mandeville Canyon area. Early estimates from an aerial reconnaissance indicate approximately 5,316 structures have been destroyed. And please, what I want you to remember is that structures does not mean homes. Structures can be homes, outbuildings, RVs, automobiles, or other types of things like sheds or outbuildings.
Automobile.
Damage inspection teams have been in the field surveying properties. As of this morning, it's confirmed 426 homes have been destroyed. We still have over 105,000 citizens that have been evacuated. There is a fire weather watch being issued for the next 72 hours. And tonight, there will be a community meeting at Calvary Westlake Church at 6:30 p.m. tonight. The address for the meeting is 5495 Via Rocas in Westlake Village. And next, I would like to introduce LA County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, and good morning. So this morning, our staff at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has increased to approximately 700. We continuously bring people in. We've shifted to 12 on, 12 off shifts in patrol, and we will continue to reevaluate that as the needs come up, not just in our area of responsibility, but the entire county of Los Angeles and our partner law enforcement agencies' needs. Just to reiterate, our missions include hard road closures, traffic control points, roving security, welfare checks, evacuations as needed at the request of our partners at Fire. And from what I'm told currently, we are not performing any evacuations, but that can change at a minute's notice.
Smoke is a different
and we're
color.
doing escorts
What's
for
happening over
essential
here?
service needs, like animal recoveries, medications, and things of that nature. Now, I want to take a couple of minutes to explain this so that hopefully everybody understands. An evacuation order versus warning. And I want to put this out to our community, some of them who have been significantly impacted. And we're trying to have as much empathy as we possibly can, but safety does come
How many of these are being
first.
started? Like,
I would like to reemphasize that an evacuation order is a mandatory directive for residents to leave the area immediately due to imminent danger.
Attacked by somebody?
Wildfire, floods, anything of that nature. Failure to heed our warnings can put individuals at risk and potentially interfere with emergency response efforts. You've heard me say it the last couple of days. Every miraculous story of a rescue or tragedies that we're encountering, the majority are people who did not heed the warning to leave or the order to leave. Failure to heed these warnings, I already talked about that. Evacuation warnings are precautionary alerts informing residents that they should be prepared to evacuate as the situation may worsen, so you got to be ready to go. A lot of people are coming back saying, hey, I need my medicine. Please try and remember, and I know it's chaotic, it's stressful, it's not easy. Important paperwork, your medication, your pets, maybe supplies for your pets, those kind of things, have those ready to go. While it's not mandatory, it's strongly advised to prepare to leave the area to make other arrangements. Please understand, the decisions to evacuate or issue warnings are not made lightly.
What's wild?
I have been at command posts
wild about all
other
this
venues
is
where they're talked about
these
very
people
seriously.
live in
We do not
some
want
of
to
the
inconvenience
most
people
sought
that we don't
after.
have to.
They live in some of the most sought after real estate in all of California.
Many orders have been downgraded or lifted related to
Days before this, they were like, yeah, I love my life. I love my life so much. I love my life. I love my house. I love everything. And then, pop! What'd you say? What did you say? And a lot of America doesn't give a shit. They're almost like, it's about fucking time. North Carolina, for sure, is like, what do you mean you're fucking building their shit back better instantly? Because they're rich? This might help cause a civil war, dude. I don't know, it's kind of crazy. Biden and bending over backwards for California because they're a Democrat state.
Regarding evacuation warnings, approximately 166,000 or a little over 166,000 residents are under evacuation warnings.
Shit hasn't even started to hit the fan yet. Trump's not in office.
A curfew order was established for the Palisades and Eaton Fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. That will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. That is something else we continuously will be evaluating. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any crime, specifically burglary or looting, in areas where residents have been evacuated. Many times when we're trying to evacuate people, their number one concern is somebody going to break into my house? They shouldn't have to worry about that because they're worried about so many other things.
It's so crazy, dude, that people are doing that shit. That's so fucked.
That all individuals comply with the curfew and stay
clear
of
the
goes
to show even people here don't give a shit about these people. They see them as just the haves,
up
and they're the
trying to
have-nots.
get in just to look. Stay away. Anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under the county code,
Sorry.
and conviction may result in a fine of $1,000 or jail. We understand that this is extremely stressful and absolutely challenging, but we appreciate our public's cooperation, our community's cooperation as we work together to get through this crisis, and we will do it together. National Guard deployment. We have roughly 400 National Guard members deployed around the region that are assisting. Not only us, but our partners at the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa Police Department, Arcadia and Sierra Madre Police Departments. They're assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure missions. I want to switch now to arrest and criminal activity. These numbers fluctuate and they do change. In total, we have made 22 arrests between the Eaton Palisades fire, 19 arrests in the Eaton area, and 3 in the Palisades area. All these individuals were in areas they were not supposed to be there, meaning they had no business being there.
Were they black?
Of the 4
I want to
arrested last night, 2 were arrested
They're not going to tell
for
us
unauthorized
their race.
entry of emergency areas. Basically,
they don't want to piss
we had
us off.
2 arrests for curfew violations.
They don't want to piss the white people
you heard
off.
me say it yesterday. We've directed our deputies that under these circumstances,
That piss black people
if you
off
get
too. They
arrested
think,
for
no,
a
why are they
curfew
letting them know
violation,
we're
you are not
black?
going to be
Why are they
cited
letting
and
them know?
released. Those
That's
2
racist.
individuals were actually
What are you talking
booked
about?
at stations.
Let us know.
So I'm just letting you know, you go out there and you violate this curfew.
We should know,
you
damn
are
it,
spend
what
time
race
in
people
jail.
are that does
You're not going
shit.
to get cited and released.
And if this were Memphis, they would let us know, I bet.
Most of the arrests were made for burglary, looting, including trespassing, possession of narcotics, identity theft, and 1 suspect was on active parole and charged with the possession of a concealed
I want a
firearm.
reason to have a
These are the kind of
stereotype,
folks
you know?
that our deputies are encountering,
Usual suspects.
stopping, investigating. Some of them need to arrest, some of them don't. These did.
Were there any white people? Just tell me
Switching
that.
gears on you again. Something
like to know.
that we're starting to do this
Anybody
morning.
else like to know?
Search and Rescue Task Force. Through Unified Command, the department has committed 40 members of its specialized search and rescue teams to work jointly with our partners at Los Angeles County Fire, Urban Search and Rescue Team, the Coroner's Office for LA County, FEMA, the Office of Emergency Services, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families. They will conduct systematic grid searches that will commence this morning. To locate missing persons and reunite families. Due to safety concerns, we are unable to safely search the impacted areas during the hours of darkness. So this will only be taking place while there's light. We will be staffing a joint family assistance center at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. People will be greeted by deputies along with providing them with additional resources that they may need. If our residents need to take a missing report, our deputies will do that at that point. I encourage you, if you believe somebody's missing, go there, talk to the deputies. We will assist you in any which way that we can. Regarding deaths at this point, and again, this information continues to change. Be patient with us. We have confirmed 11 deaths in our jurisdiction. Again, that does not include LAPD and Pasadena. This is just LA County Sheriff's area of responsibility. 8 in the Eaton Fire and 3 in the Palisades County area. We also have reports for 13 missing individuals. Are those related or not? Maybe, maybe not. We hope to find everybody safe. We want to bring closure to the families. Family assistance centers are open to provide information to people looking for missing and family and friends, and they will be comprised of the Office of Emergency Management, Sheriff's Personnel, Los Angeles Police Department, Red Cross, Medical Examiner, and the Department of Mental Health for the County of Los Angeles. These centers will provide information to families and victims regarding this mass casualty event. A couple of other things, and I'll wrap up here. It's a lot of information, but there's a lot going on, and we're really, really busy. Donations. We talk about arrest. We talk about the sad things going on. But I got to tell you, I have been getting a ton of phone calls and inquiries from good people who want to help. They want to donate. So they want to help the people impacted in the disaster. If you are in a position to be able to lend support to countless people who have been left with little or nothing, please contact the Emergency Network of Los Angeles by visiting www.enla.org.
What is she doing with her paw right
the
now?
last two things more. One, if you haven't heard, we were scheduled to have an NFL playoff game here Monday night at SoFi Stadium, the Rams versus the Vikings. The decision was made to move that game. It is now going to be taking place in Glendale, Arizona. I'd really like to thank the NFL and Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Rams, who looked at the situation and understood that that would be a draw on more resources, both from the LA County Sheriff's Department, the Inglewood Police Department, LA County Fire, and other law enforcement partners. We're in the crisis. Those resources need to go elsewhere. Last thing I will mention is if you need more updates on evacuations or road closures, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I will now be introducing Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna. Yesterday morning, the federal government declared a federal public health emergency. And in alignment with the federal government, Los Angeles County Public Health has done the same. Among other things, this emergency will assist with staffing ratios at our medical facilities, both residential and at our hospitals, and ensure displaced residents have access to the necessary medications and prescriptions. In addition, there will be a focus on the health and safety of our first responders to ensure that they remain healthy while they are protecting our communities. All of the emergency proclamations I have signed as the chair of the board, along with our local public health emergency declaration, will be ratified on Tuesday in our motion that I've co-authored with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. We have received an overwhelming amount of support and outpouring of assistance from all corners of the county, state, and quite frankly, the nation. It is paramount that we appropriately harness and utilize these resources to maximize the benefit to the impacted residents to address their most immediate needs. And let me go off script for a minute. Last night when I got home, one of my dear friends lost everything. And I went on the GoFundMe page that was set up by his family. And I was shocked to find out that to give $500, they were going to charge me $95. So I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to find out if at the very least they can cut the cost in order to ensure that the money goes directly to the family. I think it's important for us to recognize.
You just said that to give $5, they were going to charge her $95?
That I know it's a company and they deserve to be able to pay for their overhead, but at the same time, we are in a crisis. These families are suffering. So again, I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe.
She must have clicked on something wrong.
Slash the amount of money it's costing to give to people in need. To that end, with the fact that we are looking at how to best harness and utilize these resources, a motion which is going to be co-authored with Supervisor Horvath is going to include a directive to our Chief Executive Officer to immediately work on the development, oversight, and draft parameters of a fund to be managed by a third-party fiscal sponsor to provide flexible spending that supports the most impacted individuals in the communities that have been devastated by these fires. On that note, I also want to take a moment to emphasize to our constituents that we will be here during the recovery process every step of the way. I talk to people that want to know when they can begin to rebuild. I'm directing our county departments to set up local assistance centers for residents who've lost their homes. These will be one-stop shops for resources on the ground and in the community. We are here for you, and we'll be here for you throughout the entire time it takes to restore our neighborhoods impacted by the fires. We are going to rebuild LA, and we're going to rebuild it in a timely fashion. Lastly, I want to mention an important resource for those who've been displaced and in need to begin the claims process. All our LA County libraries and their staff are available for displaced residents to use computers and internet access to complete the FEMA and assessor claim forms. We have also engaged the assessor to provide a warm line for the library to get questions quickly answered and resolved for residents. I continue to work with FEMA to address the problem that has occurred when people apply and they check the box that says they have insurance. Their claim is automatically denied. FEMA is aware of this glitch and is working to correct it. As soon as we get an update, I promise you we will provide that information. But I encourage everyone to go to any one of our libraries or go online.
That's kind of a big glitch, isn't it?
FEMA. And if you have any issues, be patient. We are working day and night to make sure that we get you the answers. With that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
That's been going on since the beginning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your strong, clear, and resolute leadership in this time of crisis. I know that people are concerned, and the united partnership of everyone standing here this morning is essential to ensuring that everyone remains safe and that we are able to move forward towards recovery in a united fashion. LA County had another night of unimaginable terror and heartbreak, and even more Angelenos evacuated due to the northeast expansion of the Palisades fire. I want to thank all of you who have and are swiftly evacuating. Your cooperation is essential to keeping you, your loved ones, and our first responders safe. The evacuation order from last night includes Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Reservoir, from the 405 freeway west to Mandeville Canyon. The evacuation warning area is the south border is Sunset Boulevard east, Bellagio Road, Roscamari Road, north Mulholland Drive, and west 405 freeway. On the south, Mulholland Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard, east 405, north Ventura Boulevard, and west Louise Avenue. And this area includes the Encino Reservoir. New evacuation shelters are now open in Van Nuys and Canoga Park to provide immediate support for those who've been displaced, including our veteran community from the North VA campus. Overnight, the American Red Cross and field teams from every city, county, state, and federal district were mobilizing on the ground to help move safely our evacuated residents into safety. It was simply astonishing seeing people come together in these wee hours to protect our residents. I want to thank those who are on the front lines who work tirelessly to respond to fires that threaten our Topanga community. The past 2 days, including aerial support and boots on the ground, your swift actions have made incredible difference for our residents, and this focus has been necessary, critical, and impactful. I specifically want to thank Chief Maroney, Captain Drew Smith, and Captain Jen Situ for your partnership in making Topanga a top priority in firefighting efforts. In response to the ongoing fire, we've declared a local health emergency, as the chair shared, and this is effective county-wide. This also includes prohibiting the use of power air blowers, which can spread harmful ash and smoke particles. And the motions that Supervisor Barger indicated communicated also include a funding program for those impacted. We know that while we are fighting on the immediate term, we also know longer term we have to start getting those systems in place. We are hearing the concern from our residents that we won't be able to move swiftly, so we are working in a coordinated fashion to ensure the systems that need to deliver for our residents are working together and that we are securing the resources to swiftly get them to our residents. We're also urging residents to avoid ocean waters from Surfrider Beach to Dockweiler State Beach due to contamination caused by the fires. Please prioritize your health and follow these guidelines. Also, as Chair Barger mentioned, we introduced a local proclamation of emergency to be ratified at the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday. This will also cut through red tape so county departments can respond more effectively, give Cal OES the ability to provide recovery assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act, and unlock critical state and federal resources. At my request yesterday, Senator Schiff reached out to Secretary Mayorkas and FEMA to investigate the emergency alert issue that Director McGowan spoke about. And I want to thank the Senator, the Secretary, FEMA, and the White House who communicated directly their immediate partnership with us to diagnose and address the telecommunication errors. We know this issue is serious, it is frustrating, it has added chaos to an already catastrophic crisis. Some mobile carriers have confirmed that the issue is cleared on their systems. We are waiting for that confirmation from additional mobile carriers, and we will continue to fix this issue. I know these are incredibly challenging and devastating times for our community, but I want to remind everyone, we are here for you. You see partnership in every shelter, incident command post, and across our resilient and beautiful county. Together, we will rebuild and recover. Remember, all mandatory evacuation orders and warnings, in addition to all emergency information, can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov. And some of the statistics that you've heard on arrests and acreage and others are focused on the statistics that LA County provides. We also know that our local partners in the city of Los Angeles, city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and others have their additional statistics as it relates to arrests and the work that they are doing on the ground. We are working in a unified command situation, and we want to make sure that the information we are providing you is accurate. We appreciate our partners who are working with us collaboratively to ensure the safety of all. Please continue to check and follow all evacuation orders for the safety of you and your loved ones. Thank you. Thank you. We also want to recognize a few individuals that have joined us at today's press conference. We have with us State Board of Equalization Chair Antonio Vasquez and also Senator Ben Allen. And we're also joined this morning by U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore-Merrill. Thank you for being here. We will now transition to question and answer with the press. Does anyone have a question?
I'm sorry, this is for the sheriff. Can I just take this so it's on camera? Okay, thank you. Some communities that have been closed off, such as Altadena, are letting residents back in to collect important items from what remains of their homes. They were told that they'd need to present important paperwork to get back in, but some residents we've spoken to say that they lost those documents in the fire. What should those residents do to get back to their homes?
Well, number one, I feel for anybody who was impacted by this event. So I would recommend that they go to the Family Assistance Center that we've set up. I can give more information at the end about the location. I think I gave the address sooner, but please go there, engage our employees, and I can assure you we will do everything we can to assist them with their critical needs. But I do want to repeat something. I know people are frustrated. Any of us would be frustrated if you want to get back to your own home. When we say you can't do this, it is based on their safety and the safety of others trying to get in and out. So be patient with us. As soon as we can get people safely back in, it will be a top priority for us. Thank you for the question.
Right here in the middle. And please, when you're asking your question, if you can state your name and which media outlet you're with.
Simon Dewey, CBS Network News. A couple of questions. In the days in advance of the catastrophe on Tuesday, the event was described as a potentially life-threatening event with catastrophic potential outcomes. I'm curious to know if there were any efforts taken on behalf of county officials, especially considering what's happened to Altadena, in advance of the event, to request assistance from other municipalities throughout the state or other states in general to send fire apparatus to us. And was that done? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So yes, I've communicated at the previous press conferences the actions that the LA County Fire Department took in advance and during this fire siege. We did communicate with state agencies. We did communicate with our region partners. We communicated with the LA County Fire Departments. We did upstaff the department. We did pre-position resources. As a matter of fact, on Tuesday morning the 7th, prior to 7 a.m., I gave permission to hold over the off-going shift of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Every day we staff 900 firefighters throughout our communities out of 176 fire stations. And at 7 a.m. or thereabouts, we held over the off-going shift, and we've now had a firefighting force of 1,800 firefighters. We staffed all available reserve apparatus prior to the start of the Palisades fire. I did everything in my power to make sure that we had enough personnel and resources before the first fire started. I alerted my board via memo regarding the situation prior.
It was the water, though.
And on Wednesday,
that was the
I
problem.
recalled all LA County firefighters back to work. Not only 2 shifts, all 3 shifts. I was the one that made the call to the State Office of Emergency Services. I requested 250 additional engine companies consisting of 1,000 personnel. The state OES
they were filling up
went to
trucks
outside
with
states,
water hoses
for
people's
additional
houses.
resources to be brought into California, to be brought into LA County.
Like a third world country.
National and international firefighters. Mexico, Canada, all of our surrounding states are here right now fighting this fire. So it wasn't for a lack of preparation and decision making
that resulted in this catastrophe. It was a natural disaster.
Thank you. We have Sheriff Luna.
How the fuck do we need Mexico to come help? That's
I just want to add
embarrassing.
from the law enforcement side and really from the county family side, and I'm going to start off by really talking about Kevin McGowan, who's back here, because he's our Director of Office of Emergency
We
Management.
ever helped
and he
them
had
put
all
out
county
fires?
departments on a phone call as we were getting the weather updates. And as we were getting them, they were getting worse. So obviously we did everything we could to plan for the worst. I don't think any of us anticipated it was going to be this bad. And as you see, we're making history here, and not all for the right reasons, right? From a weather perspective, climate perspective, and all those things. But from the law enforcement perspective, we made sure that we had our resources in place. I was on the phone with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state. We were in communication with the California Highway Patrol. We were already putting things in place along with our other partner law enforcement agencies in LA County, which includes my multi-daily conversations with Chief Jim McDonald from the Los Angeles Police Department. So there were a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts. But remember this, for anybody who's watching, we weren't dealing with one fire. We weren't dealing with two fires. We were dealing with multiple incidences all around our county. And I got to tell you, from a first responder perspective, we're still answering 911 calls. We are still responding to people who are asking for help throughout the entire county of Los Angeles. So I just like to throw this out. And you're going to ask tough questions. We need to answer those tough questions. But, man, I'm telling you, I am so proud. And I could speak from the policing side of it, our deputy sheriffs, because most of them haven't had a day off.
Patting themselves on the back.
Haven't seen their families. But they're out there. I've run across many of my employees who have tears in their eyes because they're seeing the devastation. And it's impacting them. It's impacting their families. Not to mention, I've spoken to at least 4 of my employees who have lost their houses, total losses. And I'm getting more of that every day. So I just want to throw that out as we're talking about our preparedness and what we're doing and next steps. This event is unprecedented, and I'm really proud to be part of this county family and the partnerships that we have in the region and the state. I believe our mutual aid systems are second to none in the entire United States.
And can I just add one thing on that? And Chief Maroney, you touched on it. I was at the Rose Bowl yesterday, and that is the command center where all the different agencies are positioned. And I had the opportunity to talk to firefighters throughout the state from CAL FIRE, but also from Kern County, from Santa Clara, and they were talking about the fact that this is a year-round situation.
I think New York would have handled
at a
this
moment's
better.
notice to drop everything, and they commit to what I was told 14 days at any incident. So this is an example of mutual aid, but this is going on constantly, and we are always prepared. And to Chief Maroney's point, even before this fire broke out, they were preparing, knowing they
all have DEI mayors.
So we were prepared.
All of us.
For what we believe to be a very dire situation. And so I also want to thank you, Chief Maroney, because you did alert us, and you had an all-hands-on-deck working with the sheriff. So I just want to make that point clear.
Thank you, Supervisor. Follow-up? Did
New
you have a follow-up
York's
question?
DI mayor.
Did you follow-up question? Did you have one? Okay, over here in the back.
Hi, I'm Morgan Minster with ABC News. My question is for Sheriff Luna. Can you provide an update on the ongoing investigations into the fires, into the cause of the fires, and also are you able to share what potential ignition sources investigators are looking into right now?
Yes. As I stand here right now, from the last update I have, it is still absolutely an extremely active and fluid investigation. And what I mean by that is not only do I have assigned detectives working on the multiple fires, but we are working in collaboration with LA County Fire, LA City Fire, the Los Angeles Police Department, the FBI, and the ATF. And they are meeting as we speak. And I can tell you this, that we don't want any gaps in information. Any and every clue is important. And it does give me an opportunity at this point to say this to all of you.
They've caught multiple people
has any information
trying to start fires,
anything
by the way.
suspicious, maybe there's a conversation, maybe there's a social media post, something that you think just doesn't sound right, get it to us. We are not going to leave any rock unturned if this is a criminal act. If. I'm not saying it's going to be. If it is, we need to hold
had a blowtorch in a neighborhood and trying to start fires.
But we're not there yet. This could have been caused by other causes. But everything is absolutely on the table.
Thank you. One last question here in front.
Oh, I didn't upvote it.
Hi, Kirsten with KCAL News. Clarification on the alert system. Is it required for residents to go online and sign up, but there's no automatic alert? I mean, some people don't have power or access to the internet to do that process. Will they be automatically notified at all if they are in that zone?
Yes, the system that we're partnering with the California Office of Emergency Services still has the ability to issue wireless emergency alerts through their process. That is the push notification that goes to cell phones. If people have right now, the best way, if you don't have access to sign up directly with through the internet onto the alert system, would be to call 211 and get assistance through that source.
Thank you. That's the end of our press conference.
To be clear, if I may, I just want to be clear. You don't have to sign up. You'll get the alerts automatically. Anything that you want in addition, I think what Director McGowan is saying is any clarification that people need, you can go online. If you can't go online, you can call 211, but the alerts are automatically being sent. And you also can't unsubscribe, which is, I know, been frustrating for people too. They want to shut the alerts off as they've been disturbing through that repetitive process.
I mean, nobody should want that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for joining us today. It's the end of our press conference. See you tomorrow at 0800.
Yeah, just thinking, get yourself in a position where you do not want to shut off the alert system. At this point, we should all know that that's really important. I just want to recap a couple of things from that press conference we just had there for you. The Palisades fire is still sitting at 21,596 acres burned. It is 11% contained. Been working for days to battle that.
Right. Some other interesting points that they brought up here during the press conference. The Eaton fire, for anyone that is concerned about that, they use the word static in terms of the forward progress, so that is good news as they try to contain that fire. It's static, so that means the fire is not moving. They brought up the emergency alert system, which had been a problem, as we know, with those what they call erroneous or false alerts that we've been all getting throughout not just Los Angeles County, but throughout our region. They said that that alert system has now been corrected, and we should not be receiving any more false alerts.
And I also just want to talk quickly about the evacuation warnings.
Biatch, biatch. Who was that rapper that always would do that? Biatch. Too short. I can't do it that high pitch though. Well, the reason why I couldn't find it is because they didn't title it very well. It's just titled "Wow." So this is supposedly it's some dude trying to start a neighborhood on fire recently, like throughout this whole thing. Get it on a different screen.
Starting a fire. We need to get that from it. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down right now. Put it down. Fucking ground. Fucking ground right now. What are you doing?
He started the West Hills fire because that was started at a parking lot. He's going to come over here and light up this area.
Oh my gosh. No, this is crazy. I can't even believe it because I'm like
a 30-year-old guy,
crazy because I'm like, how does a fire jump literal cities?
I know. I can understand there, but all the way over
exactly.
to West Hills,
that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
All right.
Thanks for letting me know, guys.
Yeah.
That didn't make the news. It's from a day ago too. So I don't know. What do they say about it? No one says anything about it being fake or some old video or anything. Okay, the guy was arrested on violating probation even though he was carrying the fire starter gear. After interviewing the suspect, investigators determined there was not enough probable cause to charge the man with arson or suspicion of arson, and he was instead arrested on felony probation violation, Assistant Los Angeles Police Chief Dominic Chow said. Wow. The witnesses say they saw him set stuff on fire using a propane torch. Assuming it's not his neighborhood. Yeah, like, why? Weird. Wonder why they couldn't get him on something fire related.
Maria. Yeah, let's talk about those winds, which are relatively light. You see from that live.
Oh, no, not the worst part of the show. Gotta go. Oh my god, there's a cat in the water bowl. There's a cat in the frozen water bowl, dude. Live. I mean, it's not frozen water, it's hot water in the water bowl, or warm water. I don't even know how warm it is. It's just not freezing. Does he not have a warm... That's my question then. Like, I get that you can't keep the cats from going in there, but do they have a warm shelter that's heated? They need it with this type of temperature, dude. I didn't get one for Tux because it's not snowing. But these cats need a heated shelter, not just a shelter that the snow can't get to them, because they obviously are cold as shit and they want warmth. They want warmth. Do you know Brody, or Brody done left? Because I went off on him about trying to get them to have a hot tub. If he doesn't have something like that there, then that's the issue, man. And now that cat's going to get extremely cold. And it could be life-threatening cold. Just because it survives it doesn't mean its life wasn't threatened. They don't seem to have a warm place to go unless there's a heating pad that it's sitting on. Is that what's happening? Is it going in there and sitting on a heating pad? Maybe. If it's going straight from that to a heating pad, then I could see that being what's saving its life. Actually, I can't tell. It looks like there might be a pad underneath it. Oh, he said they go under the house? They don't have... They need a pad out there. If I had these cats, I would definitely have a heating pad out there, a waterproof one. Because I was already thinking about getting one for Tugs. It doesn't even get nearly this cold. If it got this cold here, dude, Tux would have had his own little condominium back there. For sure, no doubt. Oh my gosh, is that the one that was wet? It was something with its mouth now, like it's licking a bunch for no reason. It has to be so cold out there after being wet. Is that one gonna get in it now? No, it's drinking its paw water. It needs a smaller water thing to inhibit that cat from being able to get in it like that, I think. That way the water doesn't get all filthy. And a heating pad for it to sit on, because it would much rather do that than water, probably. I feel bad for these cats out there. Well, that's the wet one, isn't it? I can't tell anymore which one's wet. Oh, there's 101 subs. We broke 100 subs.
What's happening?
Thanks for the 101 subs. It just happened out of nowhere. I didn't even know. When did that happen? It didn't pop up on the screen or anything. It's official. Thank you all for generosity. Cats are gone.
For both areas of the fire. First, the Palisades
Bravado
fire
Mike,
and
Bravado
the
Mike
Eaton
on
fire
YouTube.
as well.
You can check
And
out
as I
that
watch
cam.
the models, we do have wind picking up to the north of both fires, but not really in the area of those wildfires till we get to around 6 o'clock tonight. And those winds will be coming out of the north and northeast. That's a dry wind. It can be gusty, and it will push the northern half of the fire flanks down into the area. So let me step in here and show you the models. We do have, again, your wind gust future cast right now showing
These are some of the most, if not
at 6
the
o'clock
most
tonight.
expensive
That's when I
areas
expect
of
some of those
LA
winds to pick up
that are
anywhere
being
between 10 and 20
evacuated.
miles per hour. So that's not a moderate wind. It's considered a light to moderate wind, so on the lower end. But like we mentioned, any wind coming in, it's going to be dry. It's going to push those embers and create the spread of fire possible in those two areas. So really
Most of
critical
LA
time
doesn't
there
feel sorry
as
for
we
these
head to the
people,
overnight
I
hours
think.
as well. I think the overnight
They're
hours
just like,
are really going to be where
I
we
get to
see
do
the strongest
something
gusts through
different
about
today.
7 a.m.
Well,
tomorrow. So we still have
I mean,
some time
the house
before
is
they
being
pick
burned.
up.
That's a bummer,
Stronger winds
but
north of both fires. We're going to see anywhere
they're
between
living
30 to
better
40
than
mile per
probably
hour wind gusts. So although these
75%
are
of
pretty
LA
moderate, they're not as
up in that
strong as what
area.
we saw last Tuesday, where we had 60, 70, 80
People in the
mile per
city
hour
are living
wind
kind of
gusts. And
grimy.
with those types of winds, you really can't do much of anything. Hard to fight the fire, hard
There's
to
not
battle
nearly
them.
as much
Now, as
crime
we
up where
get
they
to
live.
Sunday morning, we'll start to see those winds subside, and then we get a lull in the wind again, another break for firefighters to take advantage of some quieter conditions, onshore flow as well, before the next round of wind, which doesn't happen until we get to about Monday. And it looks like Monday evening into Wednesday is the next time frame where those winds possibly will be a little stronger. Now, what we're looking at right now is a wildfire smoke advisory. See how the map extends all the way to the Inland Empire, Orange County, LA County, and into Ventura County, parts of Ventura County. Reason for that is a lot of the wildfire smoke is getting pushed inland.
I took some pictures of the ash.
Overnight, we get those smoke particles to sit close to the surface. So that's when you have to really pay attention and keep those windows and doors closed. This is a health emergency. You don't want to be breathing in any of these fumes, the chemicals in the air. It's toxic and can have long-term and short-term effects to your health. So please be safe out there, and you have to step outside. Make sure you're wearing the proper mask, N95 or P100 mask. If you have to head out, please limit your time outdoors all around. Looking at some tips for you, as well as keeping those windows and doors closed. I saw something online where if you want to seal some of those windows, you can use some tape to do that, to seal any of the gaps that might be there. So that's something that you could do to keep the smoke out. AC air purifiers, keep those running. That will keep your air clean inside your home and protect your lungs from this type of smoke that we're seeing area-wide. And again, if you need to, I just keep saying, I know if you can't see or smell the smoke right now, it doesn't mean it's not in your area.
I got an air
so you still want
purifier
to wear
right
that
there.
mask just as a proper precaution to keep your lungs safe. We've got those fire weather watches in effect, as well as a red flag warning for the Inland Empire and Orange County. These will all begin tonight at 6 o'clock and last through tomorrow at 6 o'clock because we've got those winds back in the forecast. So our critical fire weather continues here. Even if we don't have much wind like we don't have right now, and what we saw last night, that break from the wind, we still saw fire growth. There's a lot of dry fuel on the ground. That previous wind dried everything out. So anything a fire or flame touches is going to allow that to rapidly spread. And we have a lot of topography up there that is upslope. It grows and it moves fast uphill. So that is something for a concern for us here with that poor air quality moving through. So you see those smoky conditions out there. You can see these smoke plumes from the San Fernando Valley. Looks closer than it really is because all those smoke plumes are so high in the sky. That means right now that we are seeing very calm winds.
Probably
because if we
did
did have
attract
some motion in
animals,
the wind, I
so-
think we'd see it lay a little bit more flat. But as I'm looking at it right now, a lot of those smoke plumes are headed straight up. So you'll be able to see that today.
an
And
argument
as I
there.
mentioned, with the wind picking up later
Like
on,
that
it'll
raccoon
kind of
guy
flatten
on
out.
YouTube
It
that
will
has, like-
spread over the Inland Empire, Orange County.
Bitch, I always fucking lose viewers when the goddamn weather bitch is talking. Every fucking time. Nobody likes to listen to the weather, ever. Every time. I dropped 4 viewers while weather bitch was on.
Leaders,
up through Santa Clarita.
Oh, and they had weather bitch on too.
The Inland Empire
Shut up.
affected by these fires. Try to morning long. You can
No one likes weather bitch. Ever. I don't like her either.
Fire from the flames here. From the moment early the also,
let's get the latest from Mayor Karen Bass.
Are we all ready? Yep. Everybody in place? Good morning, everyone. Let me thank you all this morning. I want to especially thank our first responders, community members, leaders, everybody, as we continue to go through this crisis, this emergency. Here with us today, Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, Police Chief Jim McDonnell, FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, District Director Julie Klaus of the Small Business Administration, and for all Angelenos, we are hurting, grief, still in shock and angry, and I am too, the devastation that our city has faced. But in spite of the grief, in spite of the anger, in spite of the shock, we have got to stay focused until this time passes, until the fires are out. Now, we need to stay focused, but I will say that when the fires are out, make no mistake, we will have a full accounting of what worked and especially what did not. And I know that this is a top priority of the people that are here behind me and the firefighters and the first responders that are on the front line. There is nothing that I will not do for the city where I was born and raised. And I know that goes for all of us. So let me be clear about something. The fire chief and I are focused on fighting these fires and saving lives.
You don't care more about, like, you LA, I don't see people really caring more about LA because you're born and raised here. LA's a shithole, dude. And what is there to care about? It's ever evolving. It wasn't the same as it was when you were a kid. You know, like, unlike Memphis hadn't changed very much since I was a kid. I go back there and it's just as black.
Any differences that we might have will be worked out in private.
Or black,
but right now, our first and most important
more babies
to Angelenos is to get through this crisis. When the fire
it was
is
always
out,
a little Africa.
There will be time for us to evaluate, but at the same time, we also must begin the recovery effort, and there'll be more to come from that in the next few days. So you saw last night that the fires intensified. The Palisades fire expanded, leading to additional evacuations in Encino and parts of Brentwood. But despite the flare-up, relentless air and ground assaults has led to increased containment of the fire. Emergency shelter is open at the Lanark Regional Recreational Center in Canoga Park.
Oh, they're so important. Better protect those houses.
Gov with information about assistance and up-to-date evacuations. The Hearst fire is now 76% contained, and the Sunset fire is almost 100%
the ones
contained.
at the top
FEMA
are like
teams are on the ground providing in-person support, helping Angelenos apply for disaster relief at the Westwood Recreation Center and Richie Valens Park. The Small Business Administration is now offering home disaster loans, business disaster loans, and economic injury disaster loans, which can be applied for at lending SBA.gov.
lending SBA. Whatever fucking will be the highest in loan recipients, I bet.
Helping relieve our
that's the blackest community that's been hit.
The perimeter of our evacuation
I'd like to see the numbers on that.
Aiding our Los Angeles police officers in having zero tolerance for crime. And let me just say that again, zero tolerance for crime. And so that means if you are bold enough that you are going to go into a fire area and attempt to break in homes or do looting of any type, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. in the grief, in the anger, in the pain that we are going through. The idea that there would be predators out there that would try to take advantage of this situation will not be tolerated. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that your emergency departments are working as hard and as fast as they can for you. We are a city, Los Angeles. We have been through tragedies before. I remember 1992, the civil unrest, when we had to rebuild the city. I remember 1994, the big earthquake. This tragic event will bring us together. We will stay together. We will get through the fires, and then we will rebuild our city, and we will rebuild our city even better. With that, let me introduce our fire chief, Kristen Crowley.
Altadena, that's the one. Altadena.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I got it.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. As Mayor Bass has stated, she and I met yesterday to discuss our shared priorities. Number one, first and foremost, we are both focused on our urgent needs to mitigate these devastating wildfires. Our top priority remains saving lives and protecting property. Second, we are committed to working together.
Why is she always smiling? Does she think it's a good look to constantly be smiling about shit? Like, I don't give a fuck who you see in the audience and you're saying good morning to. It's not a time to have a fucking ear-to-ear grin on your face. Ever. And she does it repeatedly. Every news conference they have, she's smiling constantly, dude. Do some smiling. Everything's fucking happy. Stupid.
On community recovery and rebuilding efforts. 3, we are focused on building an LAFD that reflects
smile is stuck on her face because she's a stupid-ass Democrat.
And which will prepare
us
for
the
many challenges that are ahead of all of us.
Just be happy, everybody. Just be happy.
I will now provide an update on the current fires.
Alberto!
Palisades fire. Yesterday, on the northeastern boundary of the fire, threatening Mandeville and Sullivan Canyon areas. We immediately redeployed resources from the San Fernando Valley to begin evacuation and extinguishment efforts with a relentless air attack utilizing all available aircraft in the area. I can now report that we have increased the fire's containment from 8% to 11%
it's spot
with
fired.
3,712 personnel that are assigned to this incident.
This is live now.
The fire is now at 22,660 acres with all evacuation orders and warnings. They all remain in place. The Hearst fire, 799 acres, 76% contained. 2 structures were damaged. 305 personnel are assigned to that incident.
Does this structure include a car, though?
Halted and stopped at 42 acres, 100%.
Earlier, these numbskulls said that structures also include outhouses, RVs, and vehicles. Who the fuck considers a vehicle a structure? Now I don't even know what the hell what they're saying anymore. When she says 2 structures, you talking about 2 vehicles? Because that's just stupid. Right.
Contained due to the due diligence of our first responders that are out there doing their work. Currently in mop-up and patrol status and no active threat to the public. Now looking forward, over the next few days and into the next week, we'll be facing another critical weather event. I want to assure the residents within our incredible city of Los Angeles that Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, and I are in lockstep together, and that we will utilize every single resource at our disposal to ensure public safety and that we holistically protect Angelenos. Thank you, everyone. And next, I have the honor to introduce Police Chief McDonald.
Thank you very much. As we navigate this challenging time, our primary focus remains the safety and security of our community. We're committed to protecting lives, safeguarding property, and maintaining order in the areas affected by the fires. Determining the cause of these fires is critical, and to that end, Mayor Bass, Chief Crowley, and I are announcing, in conjunction with our partner agencies, the creation of the Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force. This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them. The task force will be made up of, or is made up of, investigators from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, CAL FIRE, the Los Angeles Fire Department Arson Counterterrorism Section, Los Angeles County Fire Department Arson, Los Angeles Police Department Major Crimes Division, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Arson and Explosives. Just announced this morning, or decided this morning, that the ATF will take over as the agency on that. They have tremendous resources and expertise and can bring in resources from across the country to do their investigation. So we're very thankful for them and their resources. The LAPD remains on tactical alert, and we have dedicated resources to ensure the safety of our law enforcement and city, state, and federal public safety partners. LAPD officers are actively patrolling these areas around the clock. These efforts include enhanced visibility in evacuation zones and neighborhoods where homes and businesses are vacant. We're deploying marked and unmarked vehicles as well as foot patrols to ensure a strong presence and swift response to any issues that arise. LAPD currently has over 600 officers deployed to these areas with support from Port Police, who provided personnel, and the National Guard, who've provided 40 personnel at various posts throughout the Palisades, and we're truly grateful for their support also. We've continued to respond to radio calls with reports of looting, although I'm happy to share that so far none have been substantiated in that fashion. Let me be clear on this, and the mayor just talked about it. We do have a zero tolerance policy for anybody attempting to exploit this crisis. Looting and other illegal activities will not be tolerated, and we've taken significant steps to prevent such behavior. Additional patrols are actively monitoring evacuated areas, and we've implemented a system of surveillance and rapid response. LAPD is enforcing a curfew in Los Angeles city areas where mandatory evacuations are still in place. The curfew will run from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Last night we arrested a total of 5 people for crimes involving curfew violation in the Palisades burn area. I want to remind everybody that unless you are public safety personnel or another type of disaster worker, you have no reason to be at these locations. And if we see you in those areas, you will be subject to arrest. Any person who refuses or willfully neglects to obey the curfew order in effect in any evacuation order zone or evacuation warning zone within the city of Los Angeles will be physically booked for a violation of California Government Code Section 8665. A violation of curfew order is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine and potentially imprisonment for up to 6 months, or both. The countywide curfew order is enforceable in the city of Los Angeles. A curfew order is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine and potentially imprisonment for up to 6 months, or both. The countywide curfew order is enforceable in the city of Los Angeles by LAPD officers. Enforcing a curfew is an important tool that will help keep the burn areas and evacuated property secure, keeping looters out. This effort also helps protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness and in very difficult circumstances. I want to reassure everybody that your safety and security
I thought we were watching that live.
Remains our top priority. We understand the stress and uncertainty you are feeling, and we're doing everything in our power to protect what matters to you.
Here we are.
I urge you to continue following safety guidelines issued by our emergency management partners and abide by any security checks and screenings. These measures are in place to protect lives and to allow first responders to do their jobs more effectively. In closing, I want to thank our officers who continue to work extended hours in a challenging environment.
This is the only thing I would want to do if I was
our partners, particularly our fire partners, for their tireless efforts in responding to this crisis.
I didn't know this was a thing.
I also want to express my gratitude to our community for your resilience and your cooperation. We will continue to provide updates as the situation develops and remain steadfast in our mission to protect and serve. Thank you, and please stay safe.
This would be the only way to have fun in one of these things.
Now my honor to introduce FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton.
Adrenaline rush.
Yep. Thanks. Well, let me start out by saying our hearts go out to everyone affected by the wildfires. And as our administrator yesterday said, we're committed to be here to help the community recover as long as it takes. One of the things that's important to us is having a strong relationship with not only the mayor, all communities in the state, and delivering assistance to those communities that have been affected, and we'll continue to make sure that we're here to do that. In addition to providing support on the response side, one of the areas that we're focusing now on our priority is to help those that have been affected by this event. And one of the ways we do that is through our individual assistance program. I want to start off with how to apply to that program. So the easiest way is to go to the website to disasterassistance.gov and apply there. You can also download the FEMA app and use that to apply, or you can phone our 1-800-621-3362 number to apply for assistance. We've already had over 16,000 applications as of this morning, and we'll continue to take registrations into our system, and we'll be probably reaching out to many of those individuals. Those who have that are insured, I urge you to go ahead and call your insurance company first, as you'll need that information through the registration process with FEMA as you go through that application process. One of the positive things that have happened in some of the changes in our legislation is we can help those that are underinsured, which I suspect will be a significant need here in from these fires.
DEI.
FEMA is starting to expedite serious needs assistance. It's a one-time payment that that helps survivors with costs associated to disaster-related needs, such as whether it's water, food, infant formula, things you had to purchase as you evacuated, and that's a one-time payment. Other forms of assistance include displacement assistance to help with hotel costs, minimal repairs to your house, other needs assistance, costs for if you have medical bills from this event, the unfortunate funeral costs that will come for some. If you lost your car in this event, you could go ahead and put that in for assistance from FEMA.
Shit, it gets all over the plane. Wait, was it orange like that
before?
We've seen
the great devastation and loss of housing, temporary housing, whether it be through our rental assistance programs or other forms of temporary housing, that we'll work with the city, the county on how to provide those in the best way that meets the needs of the community here.
Does that stuff
so
kill
I'm working closely
animals?
with the state and county and the city to ensure that we bring not only the full weight of the federal government, but working with community partners to make sure that we bring the resources that are needed to help recover. We are sending staff out to the field to help individuals register for our program. We'll start with going to the shelters and some of the other places, and we'll expand out and help individuals that need help registering. However, I urge you to go to the 3 locations I gave you, register online or register through the 1-800 number, as it's better to register before coming in and asking for extra technical assistance. Ultimately, we'll work with the county and the city to set up local assistance centers where we'll have in-processing centers to help with your application. Lastly, I just want to continue to reiterate, we are here for the long term. We're here to financially support the response costs and to help individuals recover from the fire, and have the full weight of the federal government behind me to support any needs that the state or the county or the city have in response to these fires. Thank you.
It can be harmful to animals and aquatic life.
Next is SBA District Director Julie Quellis.
Generally considered safe for most animals.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Thank you to all of our government officials, FEMA, and especially our first responders. Thank you so much for everything you are doing for the community.
Oh, wait, what is this? It says a U.S. Forest Service study predicted that mixtures of ingredients in some products, including Phosgene G75-W, could present an additive risk to some animals. Don't leave Phosgene in puddles or pools where pets or wildlife might drink it. Avoid dropping it near water or sensitive areas. Fire retardant is toxic to fish and frogs. So concentrated doses can kill fish immediately. Also, that's why if they drop it near water, then it can really be bad for the fish nearby. And the nitrogen and phosphorus in retardants can lead to algae blooms that kill fish over time. It says that they meet requirements for mammalian toxicity and environmental safety. The chemicals in fire retardants are usually harmless to humans and most animals, although some may experience minor temporary symptoms. Some studies have shown that fire retardant can harm other species, including steelhead trout and Chinook salmon. One study found that the highest concentration of phosgene was lethal to tadpoles. So it's kind of a bummer that they're having to pour this shit all over the forest. It's going to drain off eventually into water.
Those that are affected by these fires, my heart is with you. My team and I live here. We know what the challenges are ahead, and we're here to help you through that recovery process.
Instead of the
SBA's,
they could have had planned maintenance. Piss poor maintenance equals blah 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 blah. You know, I mean, this is what's happening right now. They could have cleared all this dry shit out, and possibly, I don't know, depending on what they find out about these arsonists, dude. They didn't have enough on that dude to get him for some reason. And the other person I think they let go too from the one 2 days ago, that supposedly was an arsonist that was getting citizens arrested or some shit. Like, I think it's a combination of both. The arsonist saw the opportunity Joe Rogan was just talking about it in July. I saw this little clip about him talking about how we got all this dried shit up in the mountains that they're not clearing out. And Trump was talking about it years ago with Newsom, telling him, yeah, I don't think we're going to have this problem again. We're going to definitely, now we know better. We got to clear these forests out. We got to keep them clean. And boom, they let it happen again, man.
Disaster loan programs are open. They've been fully activated and they are open and people can apply today. The applications are available for homeowners, for renters, for businesses of all sizes, and for private nonprofits here in LA County. A quick overview of the programs for you. The Disaster Home Loan Program is loans to renters or homeowners to repair or replace disaster damaged real estate and personal property, and this includes automobiles. Loan maximums are $500,000 for real estate and $100,000 for personal property, and this is for uninsured or otherwise non-compensated losses. Business physical disaster loans are also available for businesses of all sizes to repair or replace their disaster damaged property, including the real estate, inventory, supplies, machinery, and equipment. Businesses of all sizes and nonprofit organizations are eligible to apply, and loan maximums are $2 million. Economic injury disaster loans are available to small businesses and nonprofits as a way to provide working capital to help them meet their ordinary and necessary obligations that otherwise could have been met but for this fire. Loan maximums for this program are $2 million. Interest rates are extremely low, under 4%, and in some cases 2.56% for homeowners and renters. We have a 12-month deferment on interest and payments, and we are in the process of setting up some centers, but everyone is absolutely eligible to apply online today. SBA.gov/disaster will take you right to the info page and application. Also SBA.gov. We have banners on our homepage to direct you right to these resources as well. And you may also reach out to our customer assistance line at email box, at disaster.
Who's making the money off these percentages, though? Yeah, sure, they're low, but who's making that percentage? Is it the state? Is this some kind of state loan? For the state, it's like a tax. They're taxing these people for getting into a fire and needing to take out a loan to rebuild their house.
Customer service at SBA.gov. Again, disaster customer service at SBA.gov. And we also have our cadre of business advisors through small business development centers, women business centers, veteran business outreach centers, and SCORE, who are all over the county with free business assistance ready to support any business concerns you may have, from recovery and rebuilding to applying for any of the assistance we talked about today. Thank you.
Who was that? Oh, there you are. Yes.
Hopefully there's no fraud with that.
Well, you know what? I think that the people in Palisades and in most of the areas have been doing everything they can. They've been responding to the evacuation orders. I think that is critical that they do that. And we know that those people who stay behind might not be able to get out. And I think that it's important that people pay attention to that. The good news is that the fires have been slowly being contained. I know that the Palisades area is one of the ones that is the most vulnerable for the winds to continue to spike up. And it's anticipated that the winds will kick up again at the beginning of the week. So having National Guard there, having law enforcement there is going to be very critical, because not only do we have to protect ourselves from the fires, but we also have to make sure that no one goes up there and attempts to loot, attempts to do anything that is inappropriate in the areas. Well, they need to pay attention to what the orders are. You know, in some of the areas they've been told to evacuate. I know that west of the 405, people are supposed to evacuate. I know east of the 405, it's a warning. So I think people need to pay careful attention to what the instructions are. And please, please, please not try to wait out the fires.
Oh, look at how it does it. It goes from like one to the next to the next. There's three sections. Those don't have hardly any in them.
Let me just say that, as you see here, the chief and I are lockstep in our number one mission. And that mission is to get us past this emergency right now. We want to make sure that we save lives, we save housing, we save businesses. And if there are differences that we have, we will continue to deal with those in private. Thank you. No.
Dude, DEI'd out of her mind.
First of all, I have no idea as to what he means when he says he's getting different answers from different people. But I have to tell you, I have a lot of concerns about every step of what has happened over the last week. Again, we have to stay focused on the number one mission, which is getting through this crisis, keeping people safe. Examining what happened, I want a full investigation of every level. So I'll follow up with the governor to find out exactly what he means, but I do not know. Come stand. Thank you. Yes.
I can't hear the questions either, man.
And you've been listening to an update from LA city officials, including LA Mayor Karen Bass and LAFD Chief Kristen Crowley. Sheba, let's go over some of the main points that...
Great. Why do they do this? Why do they always do this when they're taking questions? Why the fuck? They get their question out of the way, and they're like, fuck all the other questions. We don't even care. It's our turn to talk. Turn, buddy. Going back. I can't go back with this one. Damn it.
Communication, and we will continue.
Now my honor to introduce FEMA Regional Administrator.
SBA for this
winds to continue to spike up, and it's anticipated that the winds will kick up again.
Probably already heard this.
So having National Guard there, having law enforcement there is going to be very critical, because not only do we have to protect ourselves from the fires, but we also have to make sure that no one goes up there and attempts to loot, attempts to do anything that is inappropriate in the area.
And those other pockets, Brentwood, Encino, that are now...
Well, they need to pay attention to what the orders are. You know, in some of the areas they've been told to evacuate. I know that west of the 405, people are supposed to evacuate. I know east of the 405, it's a warning. So I think people need to pay careful attention to what the instructions...
Next question.
Are you planning to fire her? Were you angry with her?
We can hear the questions now, though.
Oh my goodness.
CNN and Fox, and do you agree with her that the fire department is very underfunded and understaffed?
Let me just say that, as you see here, the chief and I are lockstep in our #1 mission. And that mission is to get us past this emergency right now. We want to make sure that we save lives, we save housing, we will
Thank you.
those in private.
But were
Thank
you
you.
planning to fire her?
No.
Thank you.
Next question, Julia.
Governor Newsom said in an interview yesterday that he wasn't getting straight answers from local leaders, and that he was, quote, I was getting different answers, and I'm not getting the actual story. And that said that in reference to the investigation he's bringing on LADWP. What do you make of that?
First of all, I have no idea as to what he means when he says he's getting different answers from different people. But I have to tell you, I have a lot of concerns about every step of what has happened over the last week. Again, we have to stay focused on the #1 mission, which is getting through this crisis, keeping people safe. Examining what happened, I want a full investigation of every level. So I'll follow up with the governor to find out exactly what he means, but I do not know.
Next question, Simon, and then Tom.
I'm going to defer to my colleague to ask this question. I'm not sure. Yeah, this question is directed at both you, Madam Mayor, and Fire Chief Crowley. You know, the dynamic between you two today appears very different than 24 hours ago. You say that you're in lockstep.
Yes.
How can Angelenos be sure that you two are on the same page when everyone is facing this historic and unprecedented crisis?
Well, I think, first of all, you have heard it directly from me. I'll give her an opportunity to repeat it again, that we have one mission, and that is going to be our sole focus. Now, prior to this, the chief and I have always been in regular communication, and we will continue to do that. Chief.
Thank you for that. I stand by my comments this morning, especially in this time of crisis. That #1 priority, with actually Chief McDonnell, Madam Mayor, and myself, are all on the same page. And I don't know how to overstate that at this point. That's why we're all here today, is to make sure that the community, the people that we serve, understand exactly where the three of us are. And I think I know we've clearly articulated that this morning. So thank you for the question.
Trump's going to be amazing, Raul, and you're going to love it. You know what you're not going to love? All the leftists are going to hit the streets protesting all the dumb shit just because they're mad because they're not winning. Yeah, fuck them though. They're the minority, and you are too if you're with them. All right.
Just one follow-up quickly. Are there enough resources for the city to answer
popular vote
of this
popular
vote,
baby?
Let me just say that not only are there the resources and unlimited resources that the fire department, the police department need right now. We're not going to sit around and look at what we're going to spend
you ain't with us, you're with them.
Or not. If Chief McDonnell calls me and tells me this is what he needs, if Chief Crowley calls me and tells me this is what we need, then that's what we'll do. But let me just also say that it's beyond Los Angeles. So the mutual aid component, I'm getting phone calls from all over the country, from people I served with in Congress who have now moved on to be governors. We have a number of different states, even Canada called. But that is what happens in natural disasters.
Who called?
I know the chief and I think it was just
Trudeau
a couple of months ago, we had a number of firefighters go around the country. Firefighters go around the country all the time to assist in natural disasters, and that's exactly what is happening. Now, let me add on to that to say that President Biden, Vice President Harris, the state leaders, and obviously the governor, but also the head of the state Senate, the head of the state assembly, they have all been calling us off the hook. I did a press conference yesterday, a Zoom press conference,
see your
the governor and I
panties.
did, with the president and the vice president, for the president to reiterate over and over again. The fact that we're getting 100% reimbursement from FEMA is not something that is usual, but it is something that the president agreed to. So I feel confident that whatever support is needed, we will have.
Have you heard at all from the incoming administration?
I have not heard from the incoming administration. However, I have reached out to some of my Republican colleagues. It is helpful that I served with many people who now will be going through confirmation, so I'm in touch with my colleagues.
But you know what? There's a reason why you weren't even in the running for vice president alongside with Harris, because you're a fucking idiot, and they knew it. That's actually a thing, because she was in Congress. I didn't know that till just recently. She could have been Kamala Harris for 4 years. She could have had that, but she didn't. And she got this. Somehow she got this fucking DEI bullshit. Look at her there smiling again. She smiles way too much during a time of travesty. You can't even deal with stress without smiling.
You mentioned Canada, but you also have resources coming in from around the world. We heard a group of firefighters coming in from Mexico.
He's smiling right now.
Great. I received
like a fucking joker.
message from the mayor of Paris, who I got to know, obviously, last summer, extending her concern
Still
and
smiling.
condolences. So yes, Mexico, Canada, all of North America coming together to
He's a
deal
joke,
with
dude.
a natural disaster in this area that we have never seen before.
Tom and then Dave. Sorry.
Madam Mayor, in the days leading up to Tuesday's
so funny.
it was being described as potentially catastrophic.
What is smiling but her?
Our history actually tells us that there are certain parts of the city that are more susceptible to the ravages of fire than others, the Palisades being one of them. We learned that by midday Wednesday, the 3 1-million-gallon tanks that store water in the Palisades area have been overwhelmed by the massive size of this fire it was rain. My question is looking at preemption, were there any efforts made to bring in water tankers to stage them around the Palisades and other areas that have lots of foliage that have historically been fire hotspots? And piggybacking off of that, the mutual aid you're now getting from around the state and from around the nation, were there any efforts to preemptively bring in mutual aid for a worst case scenario, which is proven to be true? And if it hadn't, we all wish it hadn't happened. If it hadn't happened, say thank you and we'll help you out down the road and pay for it.
It's my understanding that that's not the way mutual aid works. But again, there is a long list of issues that need to be examined, dissected, investigated, evaluated. And if there are people who need to be held accountable, they will be. Thank you.
One quick follow-up.
You need to be held accountable, bitch.
Another question about preemption. Were there any efforts to mobilize the National Guard preemptively just as an apparatus to be able to do mass evacuations?
Again, it's my understanding that that is not the way it works. When I spoke to the governor on Wednesday, it was beginning that process. But because in an event like this, you don't exactly know what's going to happen, but you don't mobilize 1,000 National Guard or 200 National Guard just in case.
Can I respectfully ask why not? Is it better to have them somewhere staged in the military base, whatever, in case we need them, and have them come in 48 hours after?
Well, I can certainly share my experience at UCLA when we were having all the protests there. And, the idea that we would have 200 police officers that were waiting around to go to a protest in UCLA, that's just not the way you mobilize troops. People
at least on call, though.
Over the place. Well, you're talking 20, 30 years ago. I can't respond to that.
That's
Chief,
predictable.
would
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, I mean, this is an unpredictable event. You have predictable wind coming. You don't know how the extent of that wind.
Chief.
You can't predict you're going to have a fire, and certainly nothing to this scale. Something like you call.
Here's the thing. In case you're new to politics, the chief of police, from what I understand, is normally put into a position by the mayor. So he's got to kiss her ass. If he doesn't kiss her ass, she'll pick somebody else to do his job. Or she can. She can say, no, I want a new one now. You're not good anymore. Isn't that how it works? He's her fucking bitch.
in the O.J. Simpson case, that's something that at that time, and I was there, it was predictable.
She's still smiling.
The verdict was going to come out date certain, and so you could set up to be able to address whatever the issues were. But with natural disasters, it's a whole different ballgame. Nobody can afford to send people to stand around for what may happen. We have to respond as quickly as we can.
They had to stand around. They should have been on call, though. They could have been, you know what I'm saying? There could have been President, we might need somebody, we might need some people. Just going to let you know preemptively. And that would have hastened everything rather than the way they did it. They could have known, maybe. They could have known a little something more than they knew. The news was saying it was going to be the worst we'd ever seen. They were like, oh my God, it's going to be crazy this weekend.
Said yesterday that the city failed her department. Do you feel that's a reflection on you, and do you agree with what she said?
You know, once again, I will say that I have one mission right now, and the two of us, and frankly, all of us here have one mission, and that's to save lives, to save homes, and to save businesses. That is going to be my focus. Any issues, opinions, differences, whatever I might have.
If that was her mission, why did they cut funds to the fire department? I've been hearing that in multiple sources. They spent billions on homelessness, and it did nothing but create more homelessness and more homeless crime. And they cut the firefighting budget by only like 15 million. They should have probably given them 30 million instead.
Will be dealt with in private. Thank you.
Mayor, and given that that is your mission, now that you know about this significant wind event that is coming up, how are you preparing?
Oh, another one.
Well, I mean, I think you have an example here. Everybody standing here. We are absolutely doing everything we can to prepare. Knowing what has happened over the last few days, we will be prepared. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody.
No, they won't. They won't, because they can't be. They can't be now. For one, all the fucking hotels are full. If it catches just one neighborhood on fire, they're fucked. And it's supposed to be worse than what we just had?
Anna Flo, we're seeing
she's in way over her head, dude.
The fire has not crossed Mandeville Canyon Road, so
she thought it was going to be easy. I bet. Being the mayor of LA
is that Mountain Gate community, so that's still definitely.
She's like, well, shit. I was in the running for vice president. I could do
right now. So I wanted to
LA.
For you guys, Mark.
I had no idea she was in the running for Harris's position. I heard that somewhere too recently. They're like they didn't allow her because she would have never fit. Like, Harris could actually hold it down somewhat, but she would have fucking fallen apart up there. Could you imagine that lady being our vice president for 4 years underneath Biden instead of Harris? Psh. It might have actually caused a civil war. Harris is much more whitewashed than that lady. You get my drift? Harris has a flowing hair. She's light-skinned. That woman sounds like she's just straight out of Compton. America's not ready for that. Shit, I don't even know if LA's ready for it. Straight out of Compton. Those are bloated retirement packages. Management and greed. Right. We'll give them more so that they can have better retirement. Give a shit. If they're gonna give billions to the homeless, the firefighters can fucking retire nicely. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. They need to fix their priorities.
So there's still another canyon.
Incentivizing people to come here from other states and countries.
Gate, though, right?
Now.
Okay, cool.
To be homeless and take advantage of the programs.
But then you got all that, yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
There's a reason Yakumba was all of a sudden the crossing. They had the most crossings of any Mexican border. Other states were shutting their borders down. We left ours open and gave tons of incentives to come here. But they could have been given money for firefighting and forest clearing.
Nice.
They could have had crews coming out from other states. Like my friend that's been on stream, that guy, he actually got his crew got called out here, but he has vacation time. He's going down to Cancun. He's going to kick it in Mexico. I had to talk with him about that too. Like, whoa, bro, for real? God dang, you're a little crazy. But
what?
Yeah, his fire engine or whatever. I didn't know he was on a fire engine. I thought he just worked out in the middle of the woods. But they got called out to come out here. Like his job is also he clears forests by doing controlled burns or by cutting down dry stuff. Like that should have been done out here, but they weren't asking the federal government to come out here and help them do that. Apparently. I guess they didn't want to pay however much it costs to have them do it. Maybe they probably isn't free to have the feds to come do it. I'm guessing. I'm surprised we don't have a bunch of our own feds here doing that. Federal forest firefighters clearing things. All he wanted to do was that job, dude. I know he's one of the best they got, man. He gave up so much partying time when I was going out and going to shows and stuff. He knew he could come with me, but he was like, "Nah, man, I gotta volunteer tomorrow for this and that." And he had to do so many volunteer hours, and he already had a bachelor's degree in botany, so he's already been through the college. 4 years of college and still had to go through all this training and testing and volunteering to be a federal forest firefighter. After that, man, you pretty much got a job for life, I guess.
Mint Mobile works great.
Some good benefits, vacation time. Get to take advantage of that right now. Cool, man.
Four bars up here.
I know he's one of the best though, because I saw how much he had to go through, and he likes doing it. Like he genuinely really wanted to. That's all he wanted to do. Pretty cool. He's the guy I got food poisoning with on stream for the oysters.
What is it in? Oat? What is it out of? Oat? Wilson now? Oh. No, I mean, just wondering if we have to turn or anything.
This is my job. What are you talking about, man? I'm here.
Hello.
I'm here for you guys. I'm here for the people and the cats. I do it's a freelance volunteer work. See, look, right now I'm feeding this injured cat that has a broken paw and tail. Is that not admirable, some guy? And I'm giving the news. I'm hanging out. Giving companionship. And I take care of 2 cats inside. Speaking of which, one of them needs his medicine pretty soon. If I had a full-time job where I had to leave the house, Simon would definitely die sooner because I wouldn't be able to give his medicine twice. He might start rejecting it with stomach problems if I was giving it to him only once. Both of them. A little harsher on the stomach. He's getting the absolute best care he could get. Most people wouldn't be able to do that. Grateful that I can do it.
It's got that brush.
Yeah, there's no real way for me to trap this one specifically. My neighbor said he can get it into a cage. He doesn't know what to do with it after that. I feel like, why can't he figure that out, man? Damn it, if I could know that I can get this one in something, I would probably try to figure out for myself how to help it. But he wants me to do that part of it. I don't know. Bro, I don't know where to go either. I don't want to, like, he could take it to the humane shelter. Like, that's common sense. Why doesn't he just do that if he can capture it? They'll probably put it to sleep though. My vet's not gonna, I don't know if my vet's gonna want to deal with it. I mean, the only thing they really do is amputate its paw.
Yep, he just dropped.
Surgery would cost thousands of dollars. Right, amputate part of its tail too. That would still be probably $1,000 for both of those procedures.
That's crazy.
If they don't just do it at the kindness of their heart. I never know when she's coming by either, so that's why
is it on?
It's hard for me to trap her. I have it
Is
trapped.
it at the end of Mandeville Canyon though?
I have a pressure trap. Yo, that person's house got hit with the fly retardant. The red roof. Is that why it's red? Holy shit. Oh man. I could tell they had red tiles.
Oh, yep. That's the one. So that's kind of the stand. That's the stand.
What's saddest is we knew this cat before it got injured. Like this just happened like a month and a half, 2 months ago. It's been like this for a while.
Why aren't they using the helispot there? They don't need to? Oh, okay. Why isn't these are all outside helicopters except for the helitanker. Okay. Okay. There was an LA County fire earlier. I saw Ventura, but sounds like LA County went back home. Well, they called everybody immediately. Yeah.
Okay, so it is getting close to some houses, and there aren't any fire trucks up in there.
True.
Oh, wow, she runs off the way she does, though. Not that hungry, but why does she come here?
I don't know what that is. Really?
Hasn't ran down here though.
Hey Lauren, what'd you say? Okay, copy.
I just ran across the street. Oh, no, it's coming back.
Where's that trailer from there?
No.
To the right?
Freaked out. Run past the bowl just now? Or no? I think it came back down the sidewalk. Maybe it didn't go all the way. The skittish of people.
A little bit. Where's the trailer from there? So it's kind of follow Mountain Gate.
Oh. Where she went.
Is that the next ridge?
She jumped the gate.
Is that west of
But I mean, it's still out there living its life. Does it really want to be put to sleep? Who am I to put it to sleep to make that happen?
Okay.
I don't know, dude. It doesn't like wander around yowling in pain or anything. If the best they can do is cut its tail off and cut its paw off, then who's gonna take care of it while it's healing from that and shit? And it's like,
I think so. That guy's gonna spot for him, and then he's yep.
It's living.
That was a skinny one. Copy that. He left? Is he turning around? I think they did. No, I don't know. Well, the resources going down Mandeville Canyon. Look at that. What's all that buildup on the north end of Brentwood?
Art. Just in time from Simon.
Yeah.
Great.
Ready. That's West Ridge. Yeah, Irene, we've been keeping an eye on this community here. This is the West Ridge area, kind of on the north end of Brentwood, and we are seeing that the fire appears to be established in the canyon directly to the west, and that is a concern. You're going to see a lot of flame and smoke activity from there, but right in front of that, the fire did extend on this side of the canyon, on the east side of the canyon, and fire crews were able to kind of work on that and hammer that end down, and it looks like things have calmed down on the east side of that canyon. But as we widen out the shot, you could see here still a lot of fire activity. We've seen a lot of fire resources head down Mandeville Canyon Road. This is the western slope of Mandeville Canyon, so you do see that fire starting to creep down, and if we zoom in there right in the center of your screen, you can see there one of those edges of the fire creeping down, and I think that appears to be a structure. That's the first structure that I've seen. We saw a trailer a little earlier that may have caught on fire, and this is the first structure I've seen. I'm not sure if this is a home exactly. We're going to try and get the details on that, but this appears to be a home. It looks like there's a pool in the back, so that is definitely an unfortunate sight. This is the first structure I've seen burn in the past day or so, because it seems like most of this fire has been kept to the back country, even though it's continuing to burn, continuing to put up smoke. This fire has now moved into populated communities again, now on the east side of the fire, and we have our first structure burning here. This appears to be on the west end of Mandeville Canyon. You could see there Mandeville Canyon Road at the bottom of your screen. That's the concern right now. That's where fire crews are going to put up a strong fight. They have all those resources in there. They're going to work on structure protection. The wind appears to be a slippery slope right now. Looking at the trees right in that canyon, I'm not seeing a lot of movement on some of those upsloping ridges that are maybe north facing. I do see a little bit of gusty conditions, but in Mandeville Canyon itself, it appears to be okay. Look at that flag there at the very top of the ridge, so you can tell there's gusty conditions in certain parts of this fire, and that's what happens in these areas with a lot of hills and valleys. The Santa Monica Mountain's a perfect example of that. So you have areas where there's gusty conditions and areas that aren't so gusty. Right now, fire crews are going to use the topography to their benefit, even though this is definitely an unfortunate sight here, a home burning on the west end of Mandeville Canyon, but fire crews are going to use the topography to their benefit in that the fire will be creeping down the slope of Mandeville Canyon, and we know that fire moves slower downhill, and it's on those uphill slopes that fire crews definitely have to worry about those racing fire spread conditions. That's where things can get out of control very quickly. But just a sad sight to see this home almost already a complete loss, and we didn't see this a few minutes ago. But that's definitely a concerning sight. You still have a lot of resources in the area, a lot of resources on the ground, multiple helicopters in the area. They've been picking up water from Stone Canyon Reservoir on the east end, on the other side of the 405, so that's a short trip away. They can get water and they can bring it to this area quick, but they seem to be doing everything that they can. They have a lot of helicopters from out of
these
town
people
right
are
now.
watching their house burn right now on TV, and they're like, well, shit.
Aerial crews a break, so all these out-of-town helicopters, some that we might not be used to seeing, some of these sky cranes and other unusual helicopters of that sort. So if you see that in the area, this is what they're doing. They're from out of town. They're from the IE, and they are bringing in all these outside resources, all these outside aerial resources to really.
Some people are probably stoked on it. If it's an Airbnb,
on this fire,
they have really good insurance, because if you have an Airbnb, you probably are going to have really good insurance.
I see a line of fire
so they're probably
as
just
Marcel
like,
widens out the
ching,
shot and brings us to the north. I see a
building
line of
back
fire
better, baby.
coming from the north.
I wanted that jacuzzi over there anyway.
The Tarzana line coming across that ridge there, that fire road where the Nike silo location is. That's kind of the area where fire crews are trying to hold this fire.
45,000 Airbnbs in LA County.
Because the fire
Bill
will
found
race
out yesterday,
up the
I
hill,
think.
and then it will very slowly creep down south. And now that those aerial tankers have been able to drop that line of Phos-Chek around the fire, that is going to be helpful, and that will allow fire crews to focus their efforts on the homes and the homes and properties in Mandeville Canyon and the Brentwood area, so they won't have to focus too much on the stuff going on the north and west side of this fire. Still a concern if you're in Encino. the Encino area, still a concern. Do not let your guard down. If you have an evacuation warning or an evacuation order,
I just remembered I got that oil from him last night.
Those orders and those warnings. I believe homes around the Mulholland Drive area are included in that evacuation, that mandatory evacuation area. If you're west of the 405, Mark and Irene, you could probably have the latest details on that. But from the air, what we're seeing here is a line of fire retardant around the north side of the fire, and the helicopters are working now to really try and help with the flames that are now burning downslope on the west side of Mandeville Canyon. And unfortunately, as we zoom back in, we do have our first home that appears to be a complete loss since this flare-up began late last night.
Within 90 days. Oh, glad I got the small one. It tells you to use it within 90 days on, like, before you even open it. So you see it. Not used by 5/1/2026 also is bad. Bottled in the USA base. This lot number, this is official stuff right here. Icelandic Pure Pet Products. Plastic-free bottle.
Simon Death Scare 7.
Salmon oil.
30 minutes on station, 3-0. Can you repeat your last?
Fine to refrigerate, but not necessary. Oh, then it has a breakdown of their omegas. Oh, baby. Soft, shiny coat, decreases shedding, relieves dry and itchy skin.
Is down. We can switch
heart
helicopters
health,
when we go back, though.
Immune system, reduces inflammation, cancer fighting, lubricates joints. Yeah. GMO free. Let's go.
Let me check. So that is there. Widen out for me, Marcel, a little bit. That's up the canyon.
Save this plug. Oh wow, it is in an aluminum bottle.
I think, no, that's not it.
Okay. Okay,
I got it.
Pop open the top.
3371 Mandeville Canyon Road. 3371.
Oh, I see. You want to look at it here?
Oh, that's sad.
No.
This is Mandeville Canyon.
Oh.
It's a home in Mandeville Canyon. So the first home in Mandeville Canyon is burning. It's the 3300 block of Mandeville Canyon Road.
Okay, so I'm supposed to pop open the pump before I insert it.
Oh my goodness. Yep, it's going up.
That's nice of them. If the pump
Marcel.
breaks during transit, don't hesitate to contact us. Silicone plug removal instruction. Howard. That was audio. Dude, why did that song pop in my head? I don't even know who it is. Well, it says a whole breakdown here.
Copy, thank you.
Of the ingredients.
I think it went. I got it.
Why is it giving me
I got a small HD up here.
So...
See, sometimes it doesn't work though.
Oh, but it has preservatives too. It's not just salmon. It also has mixed tocopherols.
With just your phone?
2 pumps daily. Try 1 pump daily at first. Oh. Measuring spoon recommended if better feeding accuracy is needed. Maybe it is. Because it says for 35 pounds and under it's 2 pumps per day. Maybe it's a little less than a whole pump.
It's a good ways.
Pharmaceutical grade it says. What does that even mean? I got the good stuff though, but it was still only 20 something bucks for the best salmon oil on the market apparently for your animal. Unscented.
I mean, once it gets on this side of Mandeville Canyon, if you get the wind, it could shoot down that way.
That's certain.
And then you get Getty down there. That's scary.
You said it needed to be in a can.
How long you on till
from
Tyler?
Iceland and unscented. That's the one.
Are they doing downlink, Marcel? Are they doing downlink? The other ship? Oh, okay.
I think it's popping. Thing broken.
Was there a reporter too?
Did I get a broken one? Seems to be broken because I can't do what it says I'm supposed to do.
Oh no.
Oh, there, I got it. There we go. There, I got it. That's be lubricated.
Wow.
What are you doing? Hey, you so cute. What are you doing so cute? You're not allowed to be this cute. Okay? I'm supposed to be manly.
We're still a good ways from the 405. It still has to get through Mountain Gate. It has to get through Mandeville Canyon, get up slope, which I think it can do, but then it has one more canyon to get through, and then it can come down towards the 405. So I think we're a number of hours away if they even let it get that far.
I don't want her to want to chew on paper all the time. I'm trying not to just chew on random paper. Let's move to some more chew-worthy things.
What do you think, Tyler? Like 20, 15 more minutes?
Oh, they're running out of fuel. Over.
2-0, 20 more minutes. Thank you.
Does anybody else give your dog or cat this type of stuff? The oils? Oil?
Are we
Animal
doing
use
a second,
only.
Marcel?
But what do you saw?
Oh. Copy that.
Like, I want some of that. I could give her like a really small, like 1/8 of a teaspoon or something in her food. Maybe that'd be good for her.
Standing by.
Who is that? I know I'm doing that pretty much spot on. That's good enough for somebody to know who that is. Oh, it's Sting, isn't it? I think it just came to me. Yeah, it's Sting.
Copy.
From U2. Right?
What was that?
What do you mean you were banned? Your account was deleted? And it got undeleted? What if the firefighters are kicking themselves like right now because they let one of the houses get caught on fire? It's trippy how it's not spreading past that house. The house got caught on fire and then it just stopped. It got what it wanted.
Yeah, Mark and Irene, this home that we've been focused on, that's the first home we've seen burning in Mandeville Canyon, and it is just an unfortunate sight after days and days of dealing with this firestorm, starting with the wind conditions Tuesday night. You know, we seem to have had a few days of calm.
That's how Dobot used to be for me.
We had this flare up, the Palisades fire, flaring up towards the north and towards the east, and we now have this fire encroaching down into Mandeville Canyon. That's where fire crews are trying to put up a stand, but unfortunately, there are homes a little bit up the canyon. This home's at the end of a driveway, still has an address of
I would use it for nefarious activity.
3300 block of Mandeville Canyon Road.
I would bot other people.
It's on the end of a little driveway, but it's still Mandeville Canyon
come
Road.
Into their chat with Dobot and be like, beep bop.
Now, fire crews are here on Mandeville Canyon. They have a lot of crews down in the canyon. They have structure protection in place for structures that they can protect. If your structure in Mandeville Canyon has defensible space, fire crews will be able to work work and have a good probability of saving your home. If your home does not have any defensible space, like this home in particular, fire crews are not going to be able to put to do much, to be quite frank with you. You can see a lot of those trees there.
Who is this Frank guy?
Into the, leaning on the roof, leaning onto the property. That whole wood balcony there, you could see it. There was a pool there that we could see not long ago. Now that entire balcony and the entire home really is completely going up in flames. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a collapse of the roof very shortly here. And when that happens, you see a lot of embers get shot up into the air.
Well, that's when it's ember time.
Because that could lead to little spots in and around the Mandible Canyon area, which is what we're trying to avoid. So definitely a sad sight to see here.
Yeah.
But fire crews have their aerial resources, their helicopters really. They're picking up water from Encino Reservoir. They're picking up water from Stone Canyon Reservoir.
Oh, I was calling it out too. I was restreaming the doctors that were talking about it.
On this particular home, I'm a little bit surprised
that was
to see
cool.
that because the home was pretty much going up in flames already.
They need to keep it from collapsing, dude. What are you talking about? You're surprised. You just got to talking about it.
Pull the fire down and to stop it from spreading a little bit further down the hill, down towards those homes that have.
Why would you be surprised? It's the only thing on fire up there. Of course, they're going to try to put that out.
On the west side of Mandible Canyon, inching down the slope, and you could see there's another water drop coming now. This appears to be one of the Firehawk helicopters, and they are going to make a targeted and precise.
Oh, that could have been a little better, but not bad.
You can see it's putting most of those flames out, even though the house, at this point, it's going to be a total loss. But they're trying to prevent it.
I feel like it should have been more on the shit that's on fire
right
still,
at the bottom
though.
of your screen, and prevent further spread here. And those helicopters and air tankers, they're working on these fingers of the fire, if you will, that are inching their way down the western slope of Mandible Canyon. And this is the perfect time to do so because the winds, we have a little bit of gusty conditions at the top of the hillsides right now, but the winds aren't that intense in the valleys quite yet. And on the western slope where the fire has to move downhill, the fire will move slower. So this gives fire crews and those helicopters time to put a lot of water drops down and hopefully prevent it from crossing Mandible Canyon, or at least hitting any more homes
talking against COVID-19.
As we saw a little bit a few seconds ago, one of those C-130 Hercules.
I got nervous about people even talking against it that I was restreaming.
Probably not on the home like
we
saw
back then,
those helicopters do, but they are working
YouTube's still not much better though.
A line around this fire.
You can't say the word Hamas in chat. None of you can. H-A-M-A-S. I made a short about it a year ago. Over a year ago. You haven't been able to say the word Hamas in any live chat.
The big focus right
now,
you
H-A-M-A-S. It won't be on screen because it's not coming through. You'll think you're saying it. You'll think that we can see it. You can't.
Thankful sight to see.
There are other words like that on here. I don't have that word banned. It's banned universally.
Area, and you have a
American
lot of assets
YouTube
from
at least.
all over the place, all over Southern California, coming in to the area to help with the fire efforts, and they are giving our local fire crews from LA County Fire and LA City Fire, they're giving them a little bit of a break right now so they can recover, they can do maintenance on their helicopters, and they can rest their crews. So all of these crews from different parts of Southern California and different parts of the southwestern United States are now in the area here helping with this fire.
People talking about the terrorists.
The fire creeps slowly down Mandible Canyon into Mandible Canyon, and we unfortunately do have our first home lost in Mandible Canyon, a little bit upslope, so not in the bottom of the canyon where all the rest of the homes are.
Even if you say YouTube is awesome.
Unfortunately, that is our first home lost there in the center of your
screen. I know y'all tried.
Near the address of 3300 Mandible Canyon Road. Mark and Irene.
I'm having my weed. I haven't broken my fast yet. I have 0 calories so far this morning, primarily because today is my bone medication day, and I don't want to have any minerals. Arrowhead water actually doesn't have any minerals added, so it's perfect for having on bone density medication. It's called Alendronate, once weekly, and it's good not to have any minerals in near it when I take it. if I don't have any food or mineral containing water, I have his mineral fee. I try to do that. I kind of try to stretch that out like 6 hours to make sure the medication, because I need it to work. I don't want my bones to be weak. Everybody's wondering, why is he just smoking?
Yeah, you can see the 405 freeway at the bottom of your screen. It is still a bit, you know, a good distance away from where the flames are. The flames would still have to cross Mandeville Canyon and go through the Mountain Gate community, which is definitely what fire crews are going to do everything in their power to prevent. We may see little fingers of this fire kind of get close to maybe this side of the Mountain Gate community, but I don't foresee an impact to the 405 freeway, at least in these early morning hours. Once the winds pick up a little bit later
they're going to pick up? Shit.
You can't really predict anything after that, so that's that will be a concern then. If you have to use the 405 right now, I think you should be fine. I don't even see any traffic down there that's too bad at this point. When we were on that wide shot, you could see this, you know, this giant plume of smoke that this fire's still putting up, as you see another air tanker prepared to make another fire retardant drop there through the center of your screen. But all of this smoke that the fire is putting up is moving to the south, the southwest. Unfortunately, it's moving over, you know, the Pacific Palisades community that's already been, you know, doesn't need anything else to worry about, let alone air quality issues. A little bit over Santa Monica as well. So if you're in the Santa Monica area, beautiful drop there, by the way, by that air tanker, pretty much putting a line of fire retardant right in between those flames and the homes in the Mandeville Canyon community. And that is what I was hoping to see here shortly. You have the helicopters making individual water drops, but these long lines of fire retardant, that is what is going to hopefully help slow down this fire and hopefully prevent it, as it's creeping down the hill, which is what it will do in these circumstances as it's going downhill, and hopefully that, you know, because of the slower rate of spread that the fire is moving at right now,
still going.
hopefully that gives fire crews enough time to bring in more water drops, more fire retardant drops, and really put a line of defense on the upper slopes of Mandeville Canyon, even though unfortunately we do have that one home lost so far at 3,300.
Looks like some of the flame got passed right there.
3,300 Mandeville Canyon Road.
Like
I don't want to give an exact street number because I can't confirm that, to be honest, from this altitude. We're still at about 7,000 feet, so we're above this layer of smoke right now. What this layer of smoke can tell us is that there isn't a lot of wind, but there is a push. We're beginning to see that push from the north to the south, and we're seeing that smoke be pushed to the south and to the southwest offshore. So that's where that's the overall trend of wind right now. So, you know, not good news for the folks in Brentwood. Even though fire crews are in those areas, they have structure protection in those areas.
I didn't even know Brentwood had this type of mountainous area.
To prevent
I've only been to the Brentwood near West LA, VA.
Defensible space that are able to be defended. Unfortunately, that home there
seems like
on the right side of your screen, it didn't appear to have any defensible space, really.
That's getting really close, dude.
That is why that's why I believe we saw fire crews, you know, once they saw it go up, they knew that there was nothing else they could really do except for prevent further spread from the home to the brush. You know, and we're seeing a little bit of these flare-ups as the fire continues to creep down the hill towards Mandeville Canyon. But again, the good news is it has to go down.
Is that a trailer home? I thought that was that house we were looking at earlier.
There isn't a wind
component
right now that is pushing the fire down slope towards Mandeville Canyon. It's just a lot of fire.
That was the original one, right?
Of fire. The fire line right now runs from the top of the Santa Monica Mountain slope, pretty much right on Old Mulholland Drive, the dirt road. That's the far north end of the fire that has active flames right now, and this is running all the way down to the kind of about halfway down Mandeville Canyon Road. I know Josh Haskell was on earlier talking about how Mandeville Canyon is the longest dead-end road in the city of LA, I believe was the stat that he mentioned, and the fire line runs about halfway down Mandeville Canyon. That just paints a picture of just how much of an active fire line fire crews are working on right now. And
Santa Monica's bigger than I thought it was. So is
they have the
Brentwood.
crews on the ground that are stationed for structure protection. So they're not actively climbing the hill, putting out the fire. They're set up and setting up a line of defense for structure protection. And you have these helicopters, this one in particular, that's going to be National Guard right there, a Firehawk from the National Guard doing an amazing water drop right there, trying to cool those embers on the upper slope there of Mandeville Canyon. You see another one coming in right behind it, and this is really an amazing sight to see, because that's going to be Orange County fire right there. They are coming in one after another, these Firehawk helicopters, to put as much water as they can as the fire once again inches down Mandeville Canyon slowly, giving fire crews hopefully the time they need to knock out a lot of these hot spots and get it, and hopefully prevent it even from crossing Mandeville Canyon at all. Well, we did see the one that isn't being used. It's still at Van Nuys Airport. It is parked there. The FAA is doing an investigation. They are inspecting the aircraft. So one Super Scooper is indeed off limits. The other Super Scooper I haven't seen up in the area personally. We're going to try and effort details on where that one went. It was not at Van Nuys Airport, so I don't know if it went to another airport for service or anything like that. But you know, they've been working the past few days, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that their crew has timed out.
Damn,
and they are taking a mandated rest break for their crews. So that could be the situation with that other Super Scooper that was not damaged by that drone strike earlier this week. But we do know that one of them still on the tarmac at Van Nuys Airport, right where Air 7 is based, and still grounded for now. So one Super Scooper out of commission right now. The other Super Scooper, we're going to find out where that is and find out if that's going to be available to help with this firefight today.
Super Scooper. I have a video of one of those Super Scoopers filling up. They fill up from the ocean. Pretty cool. I see the Super Scooper. I could always show it to you if I feel generous.
Yeah, the house is still burning, and there's a lot of smoke that that those water drops are creating. So we might even lose the home behind the smoke, but you could still see those really hot flames right there in the center of your screen. The porch that those water drops really hit hard a little bit ago. That porch is you know, they've done a lot of work on that, but you're still seeing some flames because the fire was just burning so hot in and around the home. But hopefully they're going to try to prevent the fire from spreading into the brush that was around that home, which is just a really difficult ask right now. We have, if Marcel widens out the shot and pans to the right, we have another DC-3 tanker. I think this is the DC-10, excuse me, coming into the frame. I believe it might be setting up for just an observation pass right now. It looks a little bit too high to do a fire retardant drop right now, and that appears to be what it's doing right now. But that's just an amazing sight, because these DC-10 tankers can drop so much fire retardant, such a long line of fire retardant, hundreds of feet in length, and to see a plane that big flying low over these residential areas is just an amazing sight to see. So we saw it do kind of a supervisory pass of the area to try and see where it needs to affect its drop. There's a lead plane that also does a lower pass of the area, and that lead plane will talk on the radio with the pilots of this DC-10, and they will negotiate where.
I don't know if this was a thing when I was going into the military. If I would have known that I could have done this after getting out,
come from that lead plane, and then the DC-10 tanker will.
Because I was too big, I was too tall to be a fighter pilot, but I could have been one of these types of pilots.
But this is just an amazing sight there. You see the 405 freeway right in the background, and this DC-10, this very large. You know, this is a passenger aircraft.
I didn't want to do commercial flights though. That sounded boring as shit.
airliner many years ago, and then it's been repurposed as a fire tanker. So it's just amazing to see that plane, be put in service for this use. That is very beneficial and very much needed in this community. We see the DC-10 turning back around. It does appear to be a little lower right now, but I don't see the spotter plane, so I'm not sure if it's going to make a drop right at this point. It might be making another pass, trying to figure out, the area of need right now where fire retardant needs to be is a little bit low in the canyon. It's a little bit obscured.
Always, yeah, it's a great movie
so
with Richard
pilot,
Dreyfuss.
May be kind of weighing his options right now to see what options he can take, where he can actually affect a drop, and if he can even affect a drop that low in the canyon where there's still a lot of smoke right now. The tanker has climbed a little bit in the air. He's probably about 2,000 feet.
I was into all
the fire
airplane
scene, so I don't think he's going to make a drop at this
movies when I was a kid.
But he's still circling the area, still kind of looking around, seeing.
Even if it was a sappy romance movie, like always.
That tanker can make a drop, and when he does, that's just an amazing sight to see. Because, like I said, it's a few football fields long of fire retardant of a line that can become a fire line that fire crews can work with and really hope to slow down this fire once again that is creeping down Mandeville Canyon, down the western slope of Mandeville Canyon towards the road down there at the bottom of the canyon. You see there another flare up there. That's on the west side of the canyon where there's a lot of brush. There's a lot of brush that hasn't burned in many years.
I'm gonna have to bring it over though.
You're gonna see these flare-ups as the fire kind of gets embedded in and around that brush. But hopefully with these water drops, with these fire retardant drops, you'll see fire crews really and hopefully slow down this fire and hopefully prevent it even from crossing Mandeville Canyon. You could see right there at the center of your screen that pink hue on the hillside. That's where fire retardant has already been dropped. And you could see the white smoke. You could see a little bit less fire activity
I knew it was
there.
Be really odd
but
looking,
I'd be a little bit concerned about the flare-up that we're seeing a little bit on the right side of your screen and a little bit of the flare-up at the center of your screen because that might be below the fire retardant. They might have to bring in another helicopter to do a drop on that particular location. And I'm looking to see if any of those helicopters are around right now. I don't see any particularly in view, and I think the DC-10 tanker might be doing another lap around, hopefully, like we said, to do another drop very shortly.
This one's from Quebec, Canada.
I see the DC-10 flying right over Upper Casino right now, and the lead plane is doing a tight turn around that hillside, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see something on this pass because, I keep kind of teasing what we're going to see because it is just an awesome sight, and if they can utilize all of these resources and really get this line of fire retardant right where they need it, that can be exactly what fire crews need, as we said, as the fire creeps downhill. It's slowly going downhill, and that is a very important thing to see. You see the lead plane dropping a little bit of smoke there. The DC-10 pilot is following that smoke, and there you see the fire retardant drop starting. And he's going to continue. He's going to keep going. As we said, that can drop a line of fire retardant a number of football fields long, and wasn't that just amazing? Right there in the canyon, right there, probably on top of some of those homes, but that will serve as an extra layer of protection on the hillside here in Mandeville Canyon. 12,000 gallons of fire retardant that DC-10 can hold. Mark and Irene.
Jeez. That sounds like it's be a sticky mess when they get back home.
I think so. I think we're going to see one or two more drops from this DC-10. You're going to see a couple more drops from the C-130 Hercules aircraft that is out here. Those aircraft can't do lines quite as long.
I thought there was already stuff there, though.
We're going to see probably one more trip from that DC-10, and then that DC-10 has to go.
Oh, that house is about to go up,
You do, definitely. I think that that line that we saw was maybe kind of in the very bottom of Mandeville Canyon. It must have almost been right on top of the homes because I don't really see it too much.
Was on top
the
of the
ridge.
homes.
You see there that pink
Why
outline.
Was it on top of the
homes? That was
homes?
from an earlier drop, and I think right there in the center of your screen, that's the Phos-Chek that we just
saw
drop
red.
there.
Oh my
right on
God!
Which is helpful. That
yeah, that's great. How are you gonna get that shit? I think you put it in the wrong spot.
That will serve as something that will slow the process of those embers catching those properties on fire.
I'm
the
not
DC-10
sure if he did that
through the center of your
correctly.
screen there. I'm not sure if it's going to try and make another pass right now. It's not immediately leaving the area, but it is kind of turning around, and they've been having a pattern, so to speak, of going from north to south. So the fact that it's going from south to north right now, I'm not sure what it's going to do.
Be on the roof of the water hose to get it out.
They will need to reload, and they will have to go to either Oxnard or Foxfield in Palmdale. That's where they have crews with equipment that can refill this aircraft.
I think that I would prefer them not hit my house with that shit and actually hit before my house with it. Maybe, I don't know. Which I'd prefer as a homeowner.
We saw the DC-10 on this very flight that we've been up here in Air 10 for the
I guess it depends on if I have home insurance.
Better part of the last hour and a half here. We've seen the DC-10 make a couple drops, and then it left for a little bit, and then we just saw it come back. So I think I see it flying away, passing over Tarzana and Woodland Hills, so I'm not sure if it's going to come back and do another drop while we're up on this flight. It's probably on its way back to get refueled there, as Marcel keeps the camera focused on this Ventura County Firehawk here, probably about to make another water drop as the fire continues to creep down the western hillside of Mandeville Canyon Road.
Oh, hey. Stop it. No. 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 Don't bite me. Don't bite me.
It appears that that home is quite a ways uphill. It's on a driveway and it's on a hill, and there's a lot of brush around that home. And the homes next to it are good. You know, they're not that far away, but they're downhill. There's a good distance from them. So hopefully, you know, with all of these airdrops and the airdrops
really
on the property
hard.
itself, to try and knock down some of the heat from that fire, as you see it kind of being, you know, obscured by smoke at this point, because, well, hopefully a lot of that smoke is coming from the water drops on the flanks of the fire a little bit to the north of here, and that's why we're seeing a lot more smoke. It is kind of a white smoke or a gray smoke, so not that dark black smoke that we were seeing a little bit earlier. But to answer your question specifically, it looks like homes, there aren't any homes immediately next to that home that's burning, so hopefully firefighters can hold it there and prevent it from attacking anything else.
Only you can prevent forest fires. Yo, you know what I'm saying? Why aren't those commercials on TV anymore?
Thank you, Larry.
Are they? 1 year ago. Oh, is this one from 1 year ago?
Feel?
This sucks though, I can tell already. Oh, let's watch it.
Are they fighting for space? Wow.
Be right there. Wait. Use the shovel and bucket of water, remember? Drown, stir, drown.
Wait a second. Why the fuck is it a woman bear?
We're going to start making our way away from this, but we'll hold a picture as long as we can. Yeah, we're good.
Dude, it's a female bear.
Then make sure it's cool.
Where'd you learn
that? SmokeyBear.com. Brushed up on some tips.
See? It turned into a female. It was a bear a minute ago, dude.
We'll hold a shot.
Before we left. Don't want to start a wildfire, right?
The actual fuck, dude.
We will hold the shot.
Wait. Use the shovel and bucket of water, remember? Drown, stir.
A couple more minutes.
Everybody's Smokey the Bear, even the females, I guess. I don't know, dude. Just when we thought he was gone, he was still there, with us all along. Oh, yeah, he's here. She's here. Smokey is Jesus now. Oh shit. He's in all of us.
Copy clear, thank you.
Oh my god, this is weird comments, dude. Where did Smokey become Jesus? What happened to the older voice Smokey, like in the old days? You mean the male one? Oh no.
I think realistically about 30, like 20. What do you think? 20 to turn around.
Smokey the Bear is the original Bigfoot.
11:30.
Is that Smokey the Bear's voice?
Back up around 11:30. Thank you.
I wonder who voiced Smokey at the end.
There.
Voice sounded a little tired here.
Not you. Sorry.
This commercial is so cringe. Yes. Sam Elliott. Who's Sam Elliott? The Western dude? Let's see what an old school one from like the 70s.
The next time you come to the forest, do me a favor.
Yo. That's simple.
Only you.
Oh fuck, dude. Damn, we're really shit. Alright. Wasn't happy at all, was
it? It only takes a careless moment to turn this into this. Don't let forest fires be your fault. Make sure your fire is dead out. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
Canadian? What? He did sound Canadian. Real?
Listen to smoke before you give it a try. Only you. Don't play with matches. Don't play with fire.
Whoa. That's pretty good. Dude, this really makes me want to put out fires.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Dude, I feel like that one was on TV when I was a kid. That just feels very 90s. Say, hold on. What does it say? There's a Smokey the Bear song from 1952. What?
Gives us timber for our home. And look, it's called Smokey the Bear.
I trust you.
With the ranger's hat and shovel and a pair
yeah, me too.
of leaves, you will find him in the forest.
Did you bring something?
Sniffing at the breeze. People stop and pay attention when he tells them to beware.
After?
'Cause everybody knows that he's the fire-preventing bear.
That kid is stoked on that shit. He's gonna have some s'mores later.
Simon Desker 7. Hey, I'll get on with you when we land, but we're gonna need to extend the break a little just because the pilot needs to eat, and we'll just need to take a couple more extra minutes on the ground. I told them 11 11:30 earlier. That's probably going to be closer to 11:45 because we're still not even, air traffic control hasn't even let us like fully descend yet. Copy.
Top of the hour here at.
If you're wondering, this is the west side of the fire. Lots of fire activity coming on the west side of the fire, but not too many homes in this area.
Oh, we got this one. Hold up.
1,000 acres have burned. That was a count that was from a long while ago, so no doubt it's burned much more. In fact, overnight this burned about 1,000 acres more. It stands at 11% contained, so with more favorable conditions, at least more favorable than we've been experiencing over the past couple of days. They've been able to gain some ground here by bringing in more assets here, more equipment from all across the state. Overnight, we did see a big firefight as this fire then pushed towards the northeast boundary of the fire, pressing a little bit further into other communities and triggering mandatory evacuations for other areas overnight, including the Brentwood area, areas of Bel Air, some areas of Encino. The VA Center also was evacuated, and folks from UCLA being told to temporarily just keep a watch, just in case things change there.
Will Smith, man.
It's
Fresh Prince. He's probably still there. He's the Prince of Bel Air.
And Sherman Oaks under a mandatory evacuation order right now, parts of those areas.
They've brought in a lot of equipment here. We have more than 100 engines there on the ground.
No,
it's hard to see now through all of the smoke that we're experiencing now because of all the fuels that are burning. The one home that we know now is burning, but they have more than 100 engines there. And just a few moments ago,
apparently they need 101.
We did see one of the firefighters on the ground with one of the hose lines, and they were able to put some of the fire out by hand. And that's the reason why they have these engines there and these water tenders, is to do structural protection for these homes. And just along all of the ridge lines here, you will see some of those firefighters there. But there's only so much they can do. There are a number of fire crews throughout this area, but in this instance, I would say probably over an hour ago, we did see some
water
smoke
cannons. I mean,
and
not fire.
what we thought might be
cannons.
A house. And in fact, it was, and it burned very quickly, likely from an ember that was blown from
a homeless
fire
terrorist.
And landed right onto the home, found in eave perhaps, or somehow some kind of an entry point, or something had burned around the house, and then it quickly caught fire.
It happened so quickly. It's just an understatement.
No, there's too many of these happening,
Gigi Grassi,
one after another.
In the area of this home that we're watching burn. Gigi.
This house, it could be.
That's right. We're in Mandeville Canyon on Westridge and Banyan Drive, and the fire is just up on Westridge. And sadly, we saw that home just go up in flames. And we also reported starting to feel wind gusts. The wind pick up in this neighborhood. Joining me now live, Captain Marco Rodriguez with Los Angeles County Fire. Captain, you are keeping a close eye on the wind. Also, tell me what you believe the fire is doing right now.
So right now we saw the wind shift a little bit, moving back to the original scar of the fire. So that's a positive thing given the conditions earlier, since the fire was moving towards more of the houses. So we have a surge of resources in this area to make sure that we as many houses.
There are a lot of firefighters right here.
Air attack right now.
And that air attack is absolutely crucial right now.
Yes, correct. And we ask everybody to. We hear it on the radio. We see people are flying their drones, and we please ask everyone to ground their drones. It's illegal to do it in a fire. So please stay out so we can continue to battle this fire and continue to save as many homes as possible.
And that's just not a warning. That is, I mean, that's just not, please don't fly your drone. A drone actually crashed into one of our super scoopers. They're talking about the fact that it's grounded, so it's not up fighting the fires now. And they may have to replace an entire wing at an extreme cost. And put that aside, it's not working. It's not fighting our fires. And they could have caused that plane to crash.
Maybe they have little bottles of water they're dumping on it.
It's really dangerous for everyone, and the amount of damage not only to the airplane,
a little bit helps,
but to the whole community. It's really
their bottle.
It's really big.
That must be frustrating when you see that.
Oh, definitely, and we're all doing our best to make sure that we save as many homes, as many lives, and we need the cooperation of everyone here.
Tell me again, we see that thick black smoke, obviously a pocket of some type of fresh fuel, a lot of fresh fuel here. I believe Mandeville Canyon hasn't burnt in decades, so that's a huge challenge.
Yes, definitely. We have crews embedded in around the homes in the back end of the canyon, and we're doing our best to continue to keep that fire away from the structures. We have fire protection, structure protection, and we have a surge of resources all over this place.
And just speaking to homeowners, because there was a line, and probably still there on Sunset Boulevard, you saw it, a line of homeowners wanting to come back. They want to get something. They just want to be in their houses. We understand that.
Yes.
We would probably want to be that. But the danger is not over.
Yeah, the danger is not over, and it's imminent, and it's so crucial for us to be able to move in and out through this streets, and it's so dangerous when you have a lot of traffic coming in and out. So we don't want to cause more damage to either a person walking across the street or just the impediment of firefighters.
And you have strike teams positioned throughout Mandeville Canyon for structure protection.
Yes, this morning we drove at the bottom of it. We have strike teams everywhere and spotters making sure that we protect as many homes as possible.
And I know you've been keeping your eye on the fire and on the homes, but earlier today when we drove up Mandeville Canyon, we saw a lot of private firefighters. Did you see those too?
I didn't get a chance to see them.
You've seen them before, right?
I've seen them before, and we know that they're here. And yeah, we're all trying our best.
Those are usually hired by the insurance company, or sometimes even by the homeowner, right, to protect that one home.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and that's
they already took the Boy Scouts away. Right? Now
exactly.
All right, Captain Marco Rodriguez, thank you very much. Los Angeles County Fire.
Because some of these natives are pissed off about them taking their mascots away from the NFL.
But we have seen agencies from around the country moving in here to help
trying to get them put back.
LA City Fire. We are live in Mandeville Canyon. Again, I'm going to leave you with that live look of the smoke. There was a shift in the wind. Captain Marco Rodriguez said what they're seeing is
symbol was there for everybody to root for and applaud.
Is pushing it more towards the burn scar in Pacific Palisades, the area that has already burned. Firefighters see that as a positive because hopefully there won't be any more damage done. But obviously the firefight continues.
Nobody's different. Nobody has anything special about them at all.
Right? We
celebrate
were looking at some
people's
pictures from
special
Skyfox.
traits.
We saw another burst of flames, and some of our producers thought it might have been another home.
Unless they're a minority that's not a native.
Burning. So at this point here in the Mandeville Canyon area, it was just the one home.
Non-native minorities get the
burn. I don't know if you have the captain nearby there that could confirm that.
So Captain Rodriguez was down in lower Mandeville Canyon talking to some homeowners earlier, and actually we had to tell him, and he was very saddened to learn that the house, we showed him pictures from our helicopter, that house burning. So he believes it is only one home. He believes the smoke that we are seeing is that shift in wind that we actually reported because we were feeling it live here. You can see the wind, and he says that wind is heading towards Mandeville Canyon. It is hard to see what is happening behind us in the canyon, and we're staying here on Westridge and Banyan. We are out of the way. We don't want to block any of the multiple fire units that continue to come into this neighborhood, so we're staying out of the way. It's very difficult for us to see from the ground exactly if something else is burning or if it's simply the wind from that house that will continue to smolder possibly for days, Brooke and Bob. And, you know, even when the fire is out or appears to be primarily out, it could continue to smolder and create smoke
there are some podunk-ass towns that only have like one volunteer firefighter that comes out with a bucket.
Possibly another structure is on fire.
Gigi, how are you doing down there? You know, you've been out there in these conditions for, more than a while now. And at one point I could hear it in your voice. So I know the air quality is, not good. Obviously, the wind picked up. You were feeling that, the smoke all around you. How are you doing?
know, the air quality conditions are not
they
good.
make it
They're
worse.
not,
I bet
not
they do.
healthy. So you find yourself coughing a little bit more.
You deal with electrical that they can't turn off.
I've now put on my fire gear. I didn't have it on earlier because I was not close to the flames and there was no wind. But firefighters, if that's one thing they've taught me, keep your fire gear. If there's flames visible, if the wind changes, put on your fire gear. So I've done just that. So I'm one less person they have to worry about getting in trouble. And I've also pulled out my mask, my K95 or 94 or whatever it is, mask, just in case, because there was a lot of ash starting to rain down on us when that wind suddenly shifted.
You know what's interesting? And we had a picture from Skyfox there, and we saw one of those crews providing structure protection, and it's very close to the home that was burning.
You got Fry TV. You can tell me he got rigged up.
Just all of the stories, and I know you saw it firsthand. I personally saw it firsthand when I was in the Eaton fire when they were trying to fight flames, and there was no water
put him on his truck at one point.
So it's interesting to me that in this
fucking train station on his truck.
There appeared to be water. Although, to be fair, they're fighting.
They're
providing structure protection for just one home. They're not looking at 30 hoses on at one time. So there does appear to be the water that's enough water there to help that particular strike team there fight this fire that they're looking at here.
Y'all don't remember, dude? Out of here.
Correct, and also those, we were talking about those. There's Clark Cowlitz Fire Rescue. I don't know where that is from. Not Clark County, I think. Clark Cowlitz. Yesterday we were putting out some names of the trucks as they were driving by us that have come in to assist us, and folks were tweeting us, oh, that's in Central California, and that's in Northern California, and that's in Nevada. We have so many resources. It just, every time I see one of them and I get a chance to say hello, I always thank them on behalf of the city and the county, because I'm just so grateful for the mutual aid that we are receiving, and it is so large. And of course, LA City Fire and LA County Fire, known for assisting not only other states but other countries in times of dire need.
It's going to wash away all the land because it's
I'm trying to look it up for you here. Clark Cowlitz. It looks like it's near Clark. It might be connected to Clark County, to be perfectly honest.
No, it is. I just found it, Bob. Ridgefield. Thank you, Armando Hernandez. He actually found it. Ridgefield, Washington. So from the state of Washington, Clark Cowlitz Fire Rescue.
It said Clark County. Automatically, I went to Clark County, Nevada, right? Because it's that close.
They're here too, by the way.
Yeah.
Bob, they're here too. We saw them yesterday in Malibu, and they even brought with them a paramedic rescue ambulance and paramedics. So, of course, to take care of their firefighters, and of course to treat any possible victims that they could find along the way. So we're very thankful also to Clark County, Nevada, to Washington. This morning, I keep mentioning them because I'm just so thankful they drove 12 hours to be here. And I was very touched when I asked a Utah firefighter, how long are you going to be here? How long are you guys thinking you'll be here? And they said, you know what, until you guys need us, until LA needs us, we will be here. And these are some smaller towns in Utah, North Tooele,
that's why everybody wants to come to this
of course,
fire.
Salt Lake City,
it's
not
popping,
a small
baby.
town. Woodland
Hang out with other
Hills, I
fellow
learned that
firefighters.
Utah has a Woodland Hills, Cedar City, and South Jordan. So for all the folks watching us from Utah, originally from Utah, we are very thankful to your smaller and your big fire departments for putting together a strike team of firefighters, driving 12 hours to get here and helping protect our neighborhoods.
One of the fire crews that I saw the other day that had come in was a fire crew from an area near Mammoth Lakes in California, and these were all volunteer firefighters, which was so heartwarming to see. Some seniors even who were retired and probably former firefighters that still wanted to do something on the job, that wanted to help out, and they had a rig. They brought their one fire engine down to help out. So we're seeing all of this help from far and wide, including crews from Mexico.
Right, I forgot that part. It's got raisins in it. I've never had it.
And And not to mention the hundreds of California corrections inmates here that are also the fire crews that are so helpful, so useful for us to be able to draw those containment lines. This is all backbreaking work. So we talk about containment, and some of it's done with bulldozers, some of it's done with machinery, and we need that machinery, but some of that machinery
Big
can't
T's
get
got
to
his own fire
places
truck. Why is he out there helping?
we really need to draw those containment lines, and that's why those inmate crews are so critical.
I had heard from seeing information come out from. Excuse
fill
me,
it up with water and come out.
No, Brooke, you go ahead. I'll let you know what I just learned coming up.
Oh, I thought I heard you. Yeah, no, we were just talking about the incarcerated firefighters and really how important they are to this fight. I've seen, information coming in, I believe, from the California Department of Corrections, nearly 1,000 inmate fire crews right now working on this. And listen, these are people who, they don't get paid the most. And then they also, if many of them are able to be released, struggle with, the process to be able to be a firefighter on the outside. So they're doing this just to help this state that, we all belong to and do not want to see burn.
Bitch, they're doing this to get their sentence reduced, and they're not locked up in prison right now. They're out and about doing shit, you know what I mean? They feel like regular people again. Bitch, they're just doing it because they're philanthropists, and they're out of the kindness of their gentle little prisoner hearts. They're trying to save California, and that is so sweet of them. We owe them everything, bitch. Tell them what they're locked up for. Keep a good eye on them motherfuckers. Shit, don't let one get loose.
We need the manpower.
Yeah.
And
I know somebody that did that at one point.
Extremely critical.
I don't know him anymore, but I knew him.
Fires because this
wasn't the best company to keep.
And the
that
terrain
guy.
there is such that they have to climb steep terrain over rocks and crevices.
There was way more of them.
Bring their heavy tools and some
His kid was in prison for murder.
To build these containment lines.
He hit me once in the fucking mouth at work. If I didn't rat him out for it because I didn't want to see him go back to prison.
At the end of the day, they are incarcerated.
Right.
It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Bob and Brooke, you both mentioned volunteers, and I just got word as we're talking right now.
There, you dumb bitch. What are you feeling sorry for them for?
For weeks and weeks.
Hell, they volunteered for that shit. And they like doing it.
Altadena Mountain Rescue members lost their homes in the Eaton fire. These are men and women.
They don't all get chosen. It's not like they're like, hey, you're on fire fucking duty now. It doesn't work like that.
They're not getting paid.
They volunteer for it, and it's one of the best things to get because it really helps get their shit reduced.
Members have lost their homes, and what I was just told is that they're working today. They're actually working. They continue to volunteer to donate their time, and they are at the site of Altadena where possibly human remains were found. So they are assisting the Sheriff's Department, their homicide detectives, the medical examiner's office, and also going through the rubble, searching for all those people that are continue to be missing that have been reported by their loved ones, by friends and family members as missing. They haven't been able to contact them since these fires broke out. So
someone's in
hearts
rubble.
go out
They're
to
definitely
those 3 volunteers or reserve deputies that continue to donate their time and do the work. They've lost their homes, yet they're out working right now on the front lines of the Eaton fire, trying to help find those.
You know what's interesting when because look, we so much appreciate all of our first responders and all of the emergency crews that are there. Sheriff Luna during the press conference pointed this out, which makes you think. He was saying that some of his deputies there, as he was talking to them on the ground, that they were emotional and that they were crying because of the devastation that they saw, and this said personally impacted them. So when
it's not the same making your own, is it?
First responders, when these emergency crews go into harm's way and then they see all this devastation, they're also absorbing all of this too and taking it in.
These are human beings.
Yeah. And to make matters even tougher for them, if you're actually not
we
just
get the most beta fucking people
lives and save property, but
in
you're
most
one
of these
who has
positions as news anchors.
Everything and lost your property. I cannot even
Fox,
imagine.
though.
But yeah, they're brave and they
Fox
show
in
up with
LA.
purpose,
I don't think they're right wing. I think
still
every newscast station in here
incredible
is
to
leftist.
see that they are back on the front lines and still working despite all of the hardships and the exhaustion that they must be feeling over these past several days as they continue to fight these fires.
And we're going to be hearing these stories, Bob and Brooke, again for weeks to come. And sadly, we're maybe be hearing stories of missing people for weeks to come. Folks that, you know, were evacuated or didn't choose to evacuate, like the poor soul in Malibu whose human remains were found inside the rubble of a burnt-out home, chose to stay behind trying to protect their home, did not evacuate, and sadly, their human remains were found. Medical examiner working to identify them now.
I didn't think that had any gelatin in it all these years.
We saw some of those crews up, out and about. This is a day where they're beginning to do that. Search teams are now fanning out across all these fire zones. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna saying that, yes, they will be sending out these search teams to look for the missing. And 13 people now missing. These are just reported cases where families have said they have missing loved ones, and there's a family assistance center that they're now setting up in the Pasadena area to make sure that they have a central location.
Actual pudding? Has it always been like that?
May have not heard from one of their loved ones can go, and they can begin that process of going out and sending crews to go to those areas. We did see from one of our crews this morning, they had teams there. It's actually the coroner that was going out there, and the sheriff's homicide group
AI got shit wrong.
Part of the procedure.
They got it wrong.
To go send the homicide.
I scrolled down and it says gelatin, an ingredient ironically not used in Jello pudding.
Someone had believed to have discovered the remains of a person in the rubble, and so they bring out the homicide teams because these are experts at investigating the deceased when it comes to bodies, whether it be through an actual homicide or through some sort of other death. They go out there, investigate, make sure that there is nothing illicit that had happened there, and at the same time they bring out the coroner. We also saw a cadaver dog, and it's tough to be able to use all that terminology, but it's just what we're dealing with at this point, that we do have bodies that are being found.
I don't think they have gelatin in them, dude.
Because everything has burned down and there's virtually nothing left or nothing recognizable or discernible.
My mom used to get it when I was a kid, and I used to look at ingredients of things.
This
a weird kid that would go grocery shopping.
And cadaver dogs to be able to try and find what they can to try and find some of the missing. So they're bringing in all these resources, and that is also something that we will see. The death toll at this point is 11, and Sheriff Luna saying that it's almost certain that that death toll will climb in the days and the weeks to come as they go through these burned out areas. You don't want to eat the sugar-free gummy bears. I know that much. I want to let you know that Alex Michelson has also joined us during our coverage this morning. We're looking at shots from the Palisades fire. Probably not too far from where you live, right?
I wish I could.
I didn't have that happen to me. I just heard that, so I stay away from
not
them.
in the evacuation zone, but very familiar with this area, and I've spent a lot of time in Mandeville Canyon. It's one of my favorite hikes, and very familiar with this area. Know people that live in this area. Know people that have homes there, and it's devastating to see what's happening there.
Peanut butter was originally invented for people that don't have teeth,
and
so
I know
they
Brooke
can
just
get
stepped out,
protein
but you both have been doing a great job all all morning with this, and
so
we thought kind of when we signed off last night at midnight that we were sort of in the clear when it comes to homes burning, but unfortunately we are looking at more of that again this morning, and this is rugged terrain, not a particularly easy place for firefighters to work, and we're seeing the challenge with that right now. To your point, Bob, that you just made about looking for bodies, no doubt that number is probably going to rise. The only reason for a little bit of optimism I've heard from talking to some officials sort of quietly in the last few days is that we don't have reports of like massive numbers of, let's watch this drop, it's always fun to watch those, of family members coming forward and not knowing where their family members are. Not a lot of like missing persons or people sort of desperately looking for people, which is what you usually would have in a situation when there's a lot of people that perish. So let's hope that is an indication that maybe a lot of people did heed the warnings and get out. But the fact that the numbers are so far, at least, as low as they are is quite remarkable when you think about the scale and scope of these fires, and we say fires plural, that we've been dealing with in Southern California.
Well, Sheriff Luna did point out that the majority of the cases that they have seen, whether they're missing or even in the deaths, that these are people who had chosen not to evacuate. So a lot of the, even the personal stories that we have heard from some people who have tragically died, their family members had seen them prior to them evacuating themselves, and then left them there, evacuated at a moment's notice, and then after all was said and done, they asked crews to go back there, and unfortunately had seen had ended in a very tragic way. Yeah. We're looking at this picture now, which actually looks a little better. I pause a little bit because it looks good, and then all of a sudden we see another loom up again. But we saw that DC-10 coming through, and just a beautiful sight when you see that bright red Phos-Chek coming across the ridge line, and how effective this is into putting out the fire. We saw a lot of smoke there, and then in an instant, they're able to put out a big chunk of the flames that could be racing towards homes.
And that has been the theme that we've seen in fire after fire since those initial two fires started on Tuesday in Palisades and Altadena. Initially, they couldn't fly because it was just too windy, and we saw the results of that. We also saw the lack of water on the ground that made things harder. But since then, we have seen really urgent, massive flare-ups that look incredibly threatening. Commanders, and we have obviously this one got to plan, so we're all speaking on the same frequency. They clone our radio so we can all talk to each other. So the incident command system is fully working at this incident.
How long do you think you are going to have these crews stationed up here? Can you give us a sense of the amount of time with the resources you have it takes to protect this particular community? So this fire right here, once it burns up to here, then it'll likely burn out once we get containment of it. So after the fire blows through here, it's going to go on somewhere else, and then we redirect and place companies there. So we don't have any way of having a timeline. It's all based on the weather and the wind conditions. Yeah. Mark, Irene, any more questions from you?
We're going to let you guys go. You've given us great perspective and information, both Kevin Ozebek and the Public Information Officer with the fire service there. Thank you so much. You guys be safe, as that fire and the smoke is really all through the area. Thank you again. Let's now go to Monica DeAnda. She is live not far from here. And Monica, we do know there is a flare-up as well for you.
Yeah, Mark, Irene, that's something that unfortunately we've seen grow. Take a look here behind me. This is Canyon Back Road, and between us is the Mandeville Canyon, and you can see right there. Now we have about 3-4 rows of flames, and we've only seen it continue to grow over the last 10-15 minutes. Part of it is the wind. As Niku mentioned, we are seeing stronger winds out here, and it's not helping. We've seen air support continue to come down this way, but as you can see here, we have different levels of smoke. We have the white smoke, and then more concerning is that darker smoke, because that really shows that the fire is intense. And The thing is, when we got here around 4:30 this morning, the fire was only burning at the top of the hill, and now it's made its way progressively lower and lower, and the concern here is that it's creeping up toward these homes, and there are a bunch of homes here. I would say just in the area off to my right, more than a dozen, and that is a concern, and that's why we're seeing this air support. Right now, you may be able to hear, and you'll start to see some of these aircraft come on closer in, and they're going to make water drops. Now, the good news is the Encino Reservoir isn't too far away, so that's where they have been going, getting that water, coming back, and dumping it. And we've been seeing them get lower down to the ground there. There you go. There's one drop right there. So they're very strategic about these, and they're really trying to make a difference here. But right now, just as I'm speaking, the wind is picking up, and that is only fueling this fire, especially with all of the dry vegetation in this area. That only spreads fire growth, and that only continues to move those flames closer to these homes. So we've already seen one home about 3 miles away from here, other side of Mandeville Canyon, go up in flames, and we don't want to see any homes on this side or any other homes go up in flames. There's already been a lot of devastation with the Palisades fire. People have lost their lives, and what I can tell you is that this community that we've been in off of Canyon Back Road, there haven't been any people out here this morning. It's been quiet, and that's good because that means that people have really heeded the warning and gotten their most precious valuables, their documents, their medicine, and they gotten out of here as a precaution. So that's good news. It's quiet over here, but there is a lot of activity. You can hear right now some of that air support overhead. They are just going back and forth right now. At one point, there was 6 copters overhead making those water drops. We saw super scoopers. We've seen the bigger planes that come and drop that pink retardant. And every time that we see it, we really hope that it's making a difference, and we think that it is, right? But this is what firefighters are up against. It's the conditions. It's the wind that's picking up that we know is going to stay like this for a and then later on in the day should die down a bit. So it's not what we want to see. Not what we saw when we first got here at the wee hours of the morning, but we are keeping a very close eye on this because, like I said, off to our right, all of these beautiful homes here, and there are homeowners that are watching carefully, hoping and praying that firefighters are able to get a handle on this. And I say firefighters because you can't see them, but they are on the other side of the hill. They are right there on the front lines, really doing what they can, and so are the air support pilots, them as well, right? Everyone is doing their part to try and make sure that these homes are protected, that homeowners have a place to come back to, that their homes are intact. So this is all happening about half a mile away from the Mountain Gate Country Club here in the Brentwood area. And with that, I'll send it back to you guys.
And Monica, I apologize if this is redundant. The wind conditions this morning, are they non-existent for you? Have they changed at all over the past 6 hours?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, they've changed because when we first got here and we first went live at 5 o'clock this morning, there was no wind. There wasn't even a breeze. And now you can't see it because my hair is pulled back, but there is a breeze and it's consistently picked up, especially in the last hour or so. That's when we really noticed those that wind pick up. And even Niku mentioned 15 to 25 mile an hour winds. And that makes a difference for these firefighters, especially given the terrain. They got to take all of that into consideration. Also with these drops, right? We've seen them be precise, but it takes a lot of technique and it takes a lot of really planning and making sure that they are taking all of these elements into consideration, including the dry vegetation that we see all around here.
And it does really help that the reservoirs are very close by, so those helicopters are able to grab water within 2 to 5 minutes, and bring it back to the area, so it makes those drops a lot more efficient. My question, Monica, you did mention that there were firefighters. We didn't necessarily see them in the shot, but we did in Kevin's shot that they were positioned in people's backyards. You said there are about 12 homes on your side there. Are you seeing firefighters directly in the backyards of those homes?
To be really bad, but as of now, we have our own water buffaloes.
And what do you hear from firefighters? Because I was interviewing a captain. I told them that I had seen you guys down the street. Are they generally thankful that you're here too?
It seems like I was with one of the guys all night up there on the ridge, and he seemed very happy that we were here.
One less house they have to worry about.
Seems like, yeah, and you know, very knowledgeable guys, obviously, and they're doing everything they can. So
how many gallons of water do your water tenders carry?
Right now we have 4 500-gallon water tenders. Then if we need to refill, we have a hose on site that we've been refilling from.
Scott Saunders, Vista Engineering. Thank you so much, Scott. Be safe. I hope they don't need to pull out those hoses or start the water.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you very much. Private firefighting firms. We've seen this before. We've seen them at multiple fires. Sometimes the homeowner can afford to contract them. It is not a cheap service. Can afford to contract them privately, like this homeowner has chosen to do.
Wow.
Scott had been telling me the homeowner was watching what was happening in Pacific Palisades, was obviously concerned for this home that he was building with his family. Sometimes insurance companies hire these firefighting firms, station them in people's driveways, and just, protect this house, do what you can to save it in case the fire moves here.
If you're able to do it, it's definitely,
wow.
Hey, if you can do it, you can do it.
You get what you pay for in most situations.
And I would think that in this situation here, when you're talking about spot fires,
America definitely doesn't feel sorry for many of these people at this point.
To protect your house, having an individual crew protecting your home like this,
should have gotten the fire department to protect your house.
You have
don't you have the money, guy?
And a wind event where everybody's got to get out because no one is safe there. But yeah, it's an interesting new dynamic in the world we live in, that you can just hire a private fire crew to protect your house.
We've seen them be effective in the past.
Well, if you want me to rewind that so we can hear more what that dude said.
And firefighters are good if you can see what
is safe.
Back in Westridge.
That were before is some people are able to afford private fire. Yet on the ground right now is able to afford their own firefighters.
That's right. We were actually talking to LA County Fire Captain Marco Rodriguez about the private firefighters we saw stationed in different driveways as we drove up Mandeville Canyon.
Mask?
The captain said, the more the better. They're thankful that these private firefighters are here. Joining me now live, Scott Saunders. He's with Vista Engineering, and he has a team of private firefighters. You brought in all the heavy equipment, and you're stationed protecting one particular house that is almost fully built. It was under construction. Tell me a little bit about the concerns that the homeowner in this case had that had him contract you.
Well, he's got 4 years building this house, and obviously it's a peace of mind to have us there 24 hours a day watching it with fire hoses. We're spraying the retardant on it now. Hopefully that'll protect it even further. As the fire came down this morning, he decided to go ahead and do that. Yeah, it's been a long journey, but it seems like we're out of the woods. Seems like the fire's taking off going the other direction. It's definitely helpful. Yeah.
So you were telling me that one of your clients lives in Brentwood, watched what happened in Pacific Palisades. You've had clients and friends that have lost multiple homes.
Yeah, there's probably 30 of my friends have lost houses over in Palisades, around the village, the Alphabet Streets, the Highlands. Tragic.
How does it work? So I call you, I contract you. How does it work? You bring in your team. Do you sit in the driveway first just to protect, and then adding retardant would be the next step?
Yeah, so as it got closer, that's when we decided to add the retardant. We've just had fire hoses going 24 hours a day for the past 3 days, keeping an eye on it, where it's at, watching the embers. I stayed overnight up on the lookout, up on the West Ridge hiking trail. One night I stayed up there all night and just kept an eye on it, watching it go back and forth.
And you're talking to your men and women down here and saying, hey, it's moving, the wind is shifting, etc.?
Yeah, that night we had 2 guys stationed at the house, and then I was up here. And it got close down the canyon here. Actually, we were using this backyard to look out. And then it turned around, went back up the hill. So.
And I don't know if you know this because you're working, and you may not know this, but we saw it live on television. Unfortunately, a home has burned to the ground up the hill.
I was just up at the lookout looking up, and I saw it burn.
What goes to your mind when you see that and you're protecting a home down here?
It's terrible. I mean, it's a little scary, but it seems like we're in a good spot now. It seems like it's moving away, hopefully.
So when that black smoke, when that house went up on flames, that's when you decide, let's spray the house down, let's cover it and retard it?
We had already started spraying the retardant on it. Yeah, so we've been there since this morning doing the retardant. I brought more guys in just to start hosing the neighbors' houses down, all the perimeter of trees, eucalyptus trees, trying to keep everything wet.
And in your case, a private person hired you, a private private homeowner to protect their house that they're building. Oftentimes, other companies get hired by insurance companies because I imagine, even though this is not a cheap service, I imagine it's cheaper for the insurance company to pay a service like yours with private firefighters than to pay out what an entire home and contents might cost.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, this is, a fraction of the cost for one of these big houses. These are $40, $50 million houses, so if it goes up, it's a big loss, and the time, to rebuild.
All right, and the firefighters that you have, these are professional working firefighters. They may be with other agencies and simply have a week off or something, and they do this, or they've chosen to transition from a fire agency to private firefighting.
Correct, yeah. 2 of the guys are out of San Diego. They've come up this morning and been helping us, and I have guys just running hoses and doing that kind of thing.
And San Diego Fire, we actually saw them here earlier, too.
Yeah, I'm sure they're there. I guess these guys, they work shifts, so I think these guys have been off this whole entire week, and then they're doing the spray on the houses.
Let's talk about water for a second, because you bring your own water tenders, don't you?
Correct, yeah, we have our own water on site.
So you don't even use the hose, the DWP fire hydrants?
No, no, if we have to, obviously, we'd probably go to that point if it got to be really bad, but as of now, we have our own water buffaloes.
And what do you hear from firefighters? I was interviewing a captain. I told them that I had seen you guys down the street. Are they generally thankful that you're here, too?
It seems like, I was with one of the guys all night up there on the ridge, and he seemed very happy that we were here.
One less house they have to worry about.
Seems like, yeah. And, more into very knowledgeable guys, obviously, and they're doing everything they can. So
how many gallons of water do your water tenders carry?
Right now we have 4 500-gallon water tenders. Then if we need to refill, we have a hose on site that we've been refilling from.
Scott Saunders, Vista Engineering. Thank you so much, Scott. Be safe. I hope they don't need to pull out those hoses or start the water.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you very much.
Really monitor the situation so closely that they can create these backfires, so that the wind situation is such that they're able to do this. But they were doing backfires today.
That's the first time I've heard of that since we started this whole thing, which is a common firefighting tactic on days when the winds aren't all that bad. But we've just had this horrible windstorm, so that hasn't been as much of a part of what they do here. It looks like they, part of the advantage of not only having the aerial resources, but at this point in this firefight, these firefighters have a lot of help. I mean, there's firefighters not only from CAL FIRE, but from jurisdictions all up and down the state of California, and even from other states that have come in here that are allowing them to get on the fire quickly. I mean, we think about the private firefighters during that first fire night on Tuesday night. There were blocks and blocks burning where there were no firefighters to be seen for hours, and that's part of the reason that this got to be as big and as bad as it was in terms of the devastation in the Pacific Palisades area. We've got a lot more staffing right now, and then we also have the National Guard in now, which is helping to alleviate staffing problems for other people. So we do have sort of an all hands on deck approach, which is a lot more helpful than the sort of crisis situation we were in a few days ago.
Yeah, the National Guard also brought in just to protect these neighborhoods.
Right.
So now this.
I mean, they do serve as a deterrent. I mean, I'm sure you saw them yesterday. I certainly did. And you see those tanks rolling in. That's a little bit more intimidating than even an LAPD cruiser.
No doubt. It's also just manpower and a set of eyes, right? So now that we have these curfews in the various fire zones, curfew in effect from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning. We had those 2 press conferences this morning, and there were no reports of looting, although they were very serious about anyone who violated that curfew and was found walking around. A couple of arrests of people just seen walking around the area, and then they took them into custody because in order to get into these areas, you really have to be very creative, because these checkpoints and security checkpoints are very tight. So
and we saw that yesterday in this area, especially in Pacific Palisades, on Sunset near Amalfi. They have these just long lineups of cars that are just waiting for hours to get into the neighborhood. I mean, people were telling our reporters last night they were waiting 6+ hours hours to try to get home. And it is, you know, I mean, it's frustrating for a lot of people to see that, and but then you get into these areas once you get in, and it's so stunning, to see the destruction up close.
Yeah, lots of folks having a tough time getting in too, because people escaped at a moment's notice, and they didn't have any of their ID, they don't have a property deed, anything that says that they actually live in the area. And unfortunately, at this point, security is so tight, they're not taking people at their word. So the question was asked of Sheriff Luna earlier this morning, what if someone lives in this area and does not have the appropriate documentation or identification to try and get in? And they're also starting to create this sort of family assistance center where they can talk it over with the deputies so that they can figure out a way to get into these homes. So there's so many moving parts when it comes to not just fighting this fire, but the recovery and all of the people who have been displaced through this, that he asked people to be patient, but no doubt there's going to be so much heartache and frustration through all of this.
And everybody has a story, and to everybody, their story is the most important story. You know, and so, you know, for if you're that individual and that's your life and that's impacting you, you want help immediately. Of course you do. And as somebody else says, well, I got my prescriptions, I got to get in there, and everybody's got their own thing. And when you think about the multiplying effect, Bob, of how many people are impacted at one time, how overwhelming that is for, frankly, our system of government services, which is not exactly known for working so great for people, and not exactly known for its customer service track record. And now to have this overflowing of the system is really overwhelming. And I think part of the challenge in the days ahead, you know, you think of day 1, day 2, we're in crisis mode, everybody's very forgiving and understanding. We start getting into day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. People are just going to be tired, angry, frustrated, and ready to push back. And you know, people are not getting good sleep. They're not getting showers. They're not in a comfortable place. You know, you're going to have a lot of frayed nerves, and we might start seeing that in the days ahead as well.
Right now, we're still in this mode where we're still trying to save life and property, and so difficult for you know,
and it seems like every moment that we think that we're done with that, like right now, it seems like, okay, maybe we take a little bit of a breath, where an hour and a half ago we were more in that crisis mode. Another fire breaks out, right? And then we go right back into that crisis mode, and that, you know, is really hard for folks. But Maria Quiban, as we bring you back into the conversation, you know, that we've got serious winds coming tonight, right?
Yeah, there's still forecast to come and get a little bit stronger, much stronger than what they are now. We've been kind of fortunate when we've been talking about the winds, and we got a little bit of a break, right, from last night to this morning. Really, we've been seeing these winds nearing 10 to 20 miles an hour. Wind gusts a little bit stronger at times, and we've been talking about these pockets where the winds are a little bit stronger, and one of those pockets include that Mandeville Canyon area where things are a little bit gustier. And of course, we talk about how the fire will create its own wind and can get more erratic and get stronger in that area. But because the winds have been 20, 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts at times, very easily one of those embers from the fires can get carried downwind, and I think that's what happened there with that home. Unfortunately, that burned in Mandeville Canyon. Looking elsewhere, just a quick pan around Orange County, lighter winds here. We've got some of the brightly colored areas here through parts of the Inland Empire, Corona, specifically 18 to 20 miles an hour. Up in the higher elevations, about 14 miles per hour in Big Bear. But generally, things have calmed down enough where firefighters felt confident this morning lighting some of those backfires, right?
Shut up. Everybody
as we
hates
saw,
you.
because of the
Go
forecast not really changing too much until a little bit later. There are some subtle changes to the winds. We talked about a little bit.
Forecast.
Kevin?
Always screwing the stream up.
Well, Mark, it's so interesting to kind of learn and to see how these firefighters are approaching this fire. So if you look over there, you can see that firefighter from LA City Fire is actually dousing that vegetation. Now, if you look to the left, even though we have active flames here in this brush, we see these firefighters who are just standing by, getting ready. And even though you might be asking, well, if there's a fire right there, why are they not dousing water? All of this is very thought out, very strategic. They have some patches of sparse brush right there that they're not too concerned about. They don't want to waste water. And as it's been explained to me, if they just started, putting those hoses on full blast, based on some of the winds we're seeing right now, they'll be wasting that water. So they are strategically letting some of this brush burn so they can get rid of some of the fuel for the fire. So it's just interesting how methodical this is, how thought out this is, and how these firefighters, even though this is such a fast-moving, fast-changing situation, they have this all kind of game planned out. Now, this community here off of Westridge, it is just being inundated by smoke. I mean, we are up on the top of this hill, and you can just see these huge plumes of smoke being pumped out of this fire. We can see, obviously, that firefighter there just thought the need to activate that hose. He's been standing there in position, ready to go, and he just decided, hey, those flames down right below, they're getting a little too close for comfort as they go up the hill, so he decided to take action, and we can see him now just dumping so much water over there, and a good sign. We love to see that white smoke, right? So just kind of interesting to see the firefight from this perspective as we are literally above it, Mark and Irene.
It is very interesting to see their strategy on how they handle each individual home. I mean, earlier we were also hearing chainsaws, Kevin, and they already have the defensible space, but I'm assuming that they were trying to clear additional brush and vegetation that could have posed a threat to this home.
Yes, and that's kind of what they're doing here. They're looking at the brush because if you look around, even though so much has burned already and this Palisades fire has just taken acre after acre, Irene, just look to the right of those flames and where all that smoke is coming up. There's more vegetation. There is still a lot of fuel up here, so that's why this is not going to end anytime soon, and that's why this has already been such a long firefight, and why this is going to be continuing to be such a long firefight, because there is just so much brush that can still be burned. There is still just so much brush that is so vulnerable right now.
And so much of it about conserving the water. The firefighter was telling us earlier, no need to waste the water if they're there, if they can control it. And look, if it burns now and they're there, that means it's not going to burn again. So and you saw that firefighter right there almost lose his footing, kind of speaks to the terrain and the conditions that they're working in. All of it is so interesting. I know when we go to a fire and you're on scene, you kind of look to the posture of the firefighters and see, how are they moving? What is their concern level? And seeing these guys here, it almost makes you feel a little reassured that they're ready, they're prepared, they got their hoses, and when needed, they use them, but they're not blasting the water, which perhaps, speaks to the situation, speaks to the lack of an intense wind event right now, because we know the wind is going to increase more. Kevin, that being said, have firefighters at all conveyed to you any need to leave the area, or they think you're okay?
So here off of Westridge, these homes, Mark, we've not seen any residents. We've not seen any homeowners here. I think most people have already left because these flames are so close to some of their homes. So I do have to kind of jump off of what you were saying about how strategic this all is. Even though, we are feet away from homes here, these flames. So close, so close. This fire is in a residential area, but there's no frantic energy from these firefighters. There's no panic. They are cool, calm, and collected as they kind of get in their position and do what they can and spray those water hoses when they feel the need to be. So even though this is just awful to see, right? You don't want to see a fire come so close to these areas when we already know there's already been so much loss and so much tragedy. But you got to give these LA City Fire crews so much credit because they are saving these homes. Or if a home is going to be lost here in this neighborhood, they did their very darn best.
And it's not even only LA City. LA County, of course, as well, but the mutual aid, these fire departments that are coming not only regionally, but from beyond. It is always incredible to see that effort.
Yeah, it's amazing. They come from NorCal, they come from other states, and they really do help with this firefighting effort. And Kevin, you've been monitoring this situation in Brentwood all morning long. You've been in multiple locations live. Can you talk to me about how you've watched this whole weather system evolve throughout the morning? Is it worsening, or what are the winds looking like?
I would say I don't want to over-exaggerate it and say these winds are kicking up, but the breeze is picking up. I mean, Irene, there's no doubt about it. It's a little bit more breezier now. It feels a little bit more breezier now than it was when we started kind of heading to this fire at around 10 o'clock this morning. So I wouldn't call it gusty by any means. I wouldn't call it windy by any means, but I would call it breezy. And we've seen how even just a little bit of an uptick in a breeze, you can get a really good sense when you kind of look at the trees, right, to see how the palm fronds are kind of moving in the wind. See, it's just kind of, you know, on a normal day, it would be a nice gentle breeze that you really welcome, right? It would just kind of keep you cool, keep you comfortable. But Irene, even when we've seen just a slight uptick in that breeze, we've seen some flames move to new fresh vegetation and some big flare-ups, right? And all that produces more smoke. Kind of how it's all progressed over the past 24 hours. Mark and Irene, just so you know, our crew last night, we were a few miles north in the Meadow or Sherman Oaks area, so on a different section of the Palisades fire. We talked to homeowners who, even though they were watching all the awful coverage on Tuesday and Wednesday, they didn't have to evacuate, they didn't have to leave their homes, but this fire inched a little bit closer to them last night. They could start to see, some of them were telling us, flames and smoke from their homes and their apartments for the first time. And man, they were sure jittery. And then throughout the night, we saw that big glowing fire in the distance kind of subside, that glow dimmed, and it just brought so much relief to these homeowners. So what a week of ups and downs and highs and lows, everything in between. And you can go from one moment, if you live in this community, to being scared, terrified you're going to lose your biggest investment, the biggest investment you ever made, to just overwhelming relief when you see firefighters get a handle on the situation in your neighborhood, in your neck of the woods, and be allowed to return home. So what a roller coaster for everyone going through this who owns properties in this part where the Palisades fire is impacting them.
Absolutely. So many of us cannot even relate or begin to understand that heartache. And when you evacuate, you pack the essentials, the basics, the documents, and then what? You know, you grab some shoes, and what else matters? You know, you get your family, you get your dogs. And to be in that position, you can never expect. Kevin, thank you. Our coverage continuing now with Monica DeAnda. She is going on, I believe, about 7 hours covering this fire this morning for us, which is really developed and moved around. Monica, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, Mark and Irene, I feel like one thing that Kevin said that really stood out to me is that on a nice day, this breeze would feel nice. You would welcome it, right? But not today, not with the fire conditions that we are seeing and all of the dry vegetation around us. For some perspective, where Kevin is at is about 3 miles where I'm at. So he's on the other side of Mandeville Canyon. We are closer to Canyon Back Road. And if you take a look here behind me, I really want to tell you guys that conditions have gotten, from what we can see, a little bit better, right? We don't see that thick, dark smoke anymore. We still see some white smoke, but I feel like the airdrops have really made a difference in this neck of the woods, if you will, of Mandeville Canyon. And you can see that fire engine still out there. No doubt the smoke is still here, but it is not nearly as thick as it was half an hour ago. We can at least see the hillsides in the background now. We could see the white smoke and the areas where the fire has really burned. We can also see off in the distance the pink retardant that was dropped on parts of the hillside. So these are just a little bit of what's going on here. The breeze, yes, we are definitely still feeling it. But like I said, it seems like the progress, there has been progress made, and a large part of that is because of the Encino Reservoir that is not far away from here. And right now we are seeing one of the super scoopers, if you will, make its way down this way, getting ready to make a water drop. And we've also seen a lot of retardant drops. So they are really focusing on this area and making sure that this fire does not creep up toward the hill and inch closer toward these homes. Like I said earlier, there's at least a dozen homes right there on the edge of the hillside. So this is really an area where firefighters are getting ready to just defend if necessary. But like right now, we just saw a super scooper go down low. So the concern is, from our vantage point, we can't see down below. So we don't know just exactly how much the fire has creeped up. But from what we can see and the sky here above us, there is not nearly as much smoke as we were seeing half an hour ago. So that is good news. Now, I want to kind of make a wide turn here to show you guys all of these homes here. Again, this is Canyon Back Road along here that we are on. These are the homes that firefighters are protecting. And what you may not be able to see, but we're going to go ahead and try, is there are about, from where I can see, at least 3, maybe 4 red fire engines off in the background. So that just goes to show you right now, they moved in the last 2 to 3 minutes, that they have the resources here ready to go just in case they need more support, right? This is a community that is about half a mile away from Mountain Gate Country Club. So if you're familiar with Brentwood, that's the area that we're in. You see those fire engines, the trucks here ready to go. You hear above me right now some of these, the air support, they are right here. So for people who live in this neighborhood, who call this place home, who are wondering, you know, how is our neighborhood? Just know that things are going okay right now. We're seeing less smoke in this area, but we will continue to be here on the ground and bring you guys the latest in case anything develops. For now, reporting in Brentwood, I'm Monica de Anda. Back to you guys.
It has been a fantastic perspective. Monica, thank you so much. And I don't think any of us could really expect the way this fire developed today. When we went on the air at 5 a.m., it is heartbreaking to know how this fire has really developed and now impacting even more people here in Southern California. Of course, Mark Cotorobles alongside Irene Cruz. We've been on the air essentially nonstop since 5 this morning. We are going to be stepping away, joined by Philip Palmer and Giovanna Lara. But first, let's get a check of the forecast now with Nico Kazori.
Yeah, we're looking at that plume of smoke, Mark and Irene, still. This is really close to where Kevin and Monica both are, and you can see it's just really large, taken over. This is our Burbank camera, and you can get a really good look at it here. We're looking at those southeasterly winds this I should say afternoon, because all morning we've been tracking the winds, we've been looking at them, and they've started to pick up. We're starting to see those wind speeds really pick up now as we're getting closer to those afternoon hours. We knew this was going to happen, but it looks like it's happening at least a little bit earlier than expected. Still, those firefighters, they had a good window earlier this morning to get a good grip
Long Beach
on
is the
fighting those
protected
fires
people.
and
Look at us.
battling those flames. So they had this morning,
no
and
wind.
they're going to have a little bit later too. We have another window coming up in just a little bit. But check it out as we go to the overnight hours. That's when things really start to pick up. I'm going to play it again for you guys so you can see what it's going to look like. So right now they've started to pick up, and as we head around 5 or 6 o'clock this afternoon, that's when it looks like the wind speeds will definitely start picking up again. We have those purples and reds back on the map, anywhere between 30 to 45 miles per hour with those gusts. But then as we head into the evening hours, heading into Sunday morning, it looks like things should be relatively calm Sunday morning. So this is that other window that I was talking about for those firefighters. Sunday morning, heading into the afternoon hours, things are going to be okay as far as the wind speeds. But of course, we did see what happened a little bit earlier this morning. Even though we had kind of calm wind speeds, we had that fire flare up.
I gotta go now. Sorry.
We were told the day beforehand we had received
an alert
in regards to the power possibly being turned off because of the high winds. And so we were preparing for that time window. Winds were kicking up and the possibility of them cutting the power prior to that even. And that didn't happen. And then that time came and they still hadn't cut the power.
That's all you gotta do for the weather. And then it takes just a second to look at your phone. Her job isn't needed anymore. I can do this right here and get everything I need. Boom.
Cut the power. So, why not? What was happening there? I mean, those are the kinds of things that, again, it's not going to bring it back. And, but just to kind of know who is at the switch there, and why didn't they cut the power sooner? Because I think that could have helped, all the just ignition points of, the fire continuing.
Many questions left to answer. Now, lastly, I really want to ask you because, again, we've talked to impacted residents.
Maybe they could because they would cut the power to the
unity here in Altadena is just huge, unbreakable, and also the outpour of support that this community has received is just amazing. How would you ask anyone at home that is willing to help to do that?
Well, donate to the American Red Cross. That's a great umbrella organization. Certainly, we're getting donations from family and friends, but
seriously, I'm asking you guys.
Are much more dependent, and we come from a reasonably good place, so we'll be okay. There's people who need much more than we do.
Gaza.
So I would urge everyone to donate to the American Red Cross.
Evan and Jennifer, thank you, and good luck to you.
Like the Egyptian version of Red Cross is in Gaza.
That have been impacted.
Red Cross
there
too?
Ladies. Checkpoint, Woodbury Road, and Lake Avenue. Again, a lot of misinformation.
It's interesting though how Red Cross became to
telling people, hey, you can go back at least one time and retrieve your property or check on whatever there is.
I remember I looked into the history of it then at one point when the war first broke out over there, because I was really interested in.
California Highway Patrol, the
they are nonpartisan,
and the California National Guard here this morning,
which is really interesting because they're going to be one from one side of the war or the other.
Evacuation zone
at that time, I believe they were
until further notice. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that is frustrating to homeowners, but it's important information for them to hear from you, Carlos. We appreciate that. We also want to report, new at this hour, the governor posted on social media that California National Guard, they'll be doubling the number on the ground to help with the LA fires and keep communities safe. We'll now have 1,680 service members on the ground, he says. And I know that a lot of the residents in these evacuation areas have concerns
than the global
about people
Red
who are
Cross
going
network.
in and getting in and are up to no good or looting. So National Guard here to help with that. I do want to say in the staging area for the Palisades fire and Will Rogers.
Our Red Cross isn't the original Red Cross. The original Red Cross was came to be in Switzerland by a Swiss businessman, Henry Dunnet. But then some chick in America was like, Clara Barton was like, oh, we should have an American Red Cross. Yeah. Oh, shout out to her though. I wouldn't doubt if Red Cross was helping to bandage up protesters and shit during the riots for George Floyd. Were they? They had their own thing going on, but I'm sure Red Cross is awesome. Are they good to donate to? She founded it in 1881 in Washington, D.C. Ours isn't quite the same as theirs. Like, that dude founded his, it says, because it was as a response to the suffering of soldiers wounded in war. He witnessed the Battle of Solferino in 1859. Geneva, Switzerland, they established the International Committee for Relief to the Wounded. Geneva, man, they were really all about protecting people. What happened? They don't really do much nowadays, do they?
Take this full screen where we're watching those firefighters battle basically two homes.
You hide your money there. That's all I know. They'll hide our money for us and lie to our government.
Able to put one of those fires out. This is not quite the shot. Do you guys remember earlier when we saw them in the backyards and we saw 200-foot flames? And he said that was way down the canyon. I'm wondering, I can see it right in the middle of the screen there, Rich. So if you see that. Yeah, so there's a lot of smoke coming, and we do still see the flames down a little bit. So it looks like they actually were able to get most of that out. So great work on their part. But we are watching that closely as those huge, huge flames were shooting up from the canyon below. And I think that's what you were just showing us a second ago.
multi-million-dollar
fire travels faster, gets hotter uphill. When it goes downhill, it slows down a bit, giving firefighters just a little bit of a reprieve. Not much, though, but we can see, thankfully, we watched that live, most of those flames out. And we're going to continue to see all of that white smoke from the area right now. As the winds, yes, they're picking up. And we'll go ahead and talk about the forecast while we keep that up on the right of the screen for you. We continue to see smoky skies all across the area. Temperatures right now for Van Nuys and Riverside in the low 70s, low 60s for Lancaster and Point Mugu. And we're really starting to see the winds pick up. And we'll talk about that in just a second. But to the air quality, the orange is unhealthy for sensitive groups. Unhealthy air where you see that red dot. Again, if you go outside, you heard Bob Goldman say it, if you smell smell the smoke, you see the smoke, go back inside unless you have one of those N95 masks, and just try to stay indoors. It's for your safety. So here's a look at those sustained winds. They have picked up, especially in the Santa Ana wind corridor. We're seeing double-digit sustained wind speeds for many areas right now. You can't see it through the other shot. There's 16 miles an hour, Camarillo, about 18 miles an hour right now in Van Nuys, 13 for Corona. I've zoomed in again on the spot where this Palisades fire is burning, just so you can see those arrows. That's the direction of the wind from the northeast to the southwest, and the blue bar indicates 10 to 15 mile per hour gusts. We'll continue to see that become a little more widespread heading into the afternoon, starting to see the yellows appear in this area. That means stronger gusts. That takes us into the evening when unfortunately the winds are going to get a little bit stronger as predicted, and we'll get a little bit of a break as we head into Sunday afternoon. And then by Monday, those northeasterlies, and these are actually easterlies, those are going to continue to dry out the atmosphere as the winds will once again pick up. Again, I am just focusing on that area right now. We're going to look at the entire SoCal area here, so you can see a lot of purple showing up. This Santa Ana wind corridor. You guys are used to seeing these northeasterlies, but Inland Empire, Orange County, not leaving you out of this.
Oh, fuck, they got me on the damn weather again with the hot chick.
Really strong
fucking every time, dude, like.
To brace for over the next few days?
Well, we tell everybody the Ready, Set, Go program, so you should always be ready, always have a bag ready to go, always have evacuation route pre-planned, and then when you start hearing that it's getting close to your place, you need to be set. So that means that you're set, you're ready to, you have your bag packed, and as soon as you get that order, then you're ready to go. When we say to go, that's when you need to go and you need to evacuate. So people need to be monitoring all their social media, they need to be listening to the news, they need to be keeping their phones on them, listening for those alerts, and just being vigilant. So just because the winds die down, and just because they die down in your area, doesn't mean that it's safe. So we want people to remain alert and stay vigilant.
As we're talking on West Ridge, we didn't see many residents, many homeowners. A lot of them left. For those watching us from Brentwood who left their homes today, can you give them any sense on when you think they may be able to safely return home?
No, that's all going to be dependent on the wind conditions and the fire behavior. So, yeah, at this time, we update them on our websites, and we'll let them know when it's safe to go back in. But while we're still have active firefighting, it's not safe, whether it's in the Palisades or any of the other fires. Until we get containment, it's not safe for people to go back.
Captain, thank you so much. I would shake your hand, but you move my hand, my phone 1 inch, and I could lose reception. So, Captain, thank you, and thank you to all your crews down there.
Breaking news: the largest nuclear power plant operator in the U.S. is to buy the largest natural gas producer.
Go away.
You mentioned how good that resident is as far as fire protection. I was kind of curious how often you're coming upon residents who have pools that also have fire apparatus in their backyard that allow you to just hook in and pump right out of the pool, or if you're having to take your pumping opportunities out. Because I understand that some people keep those fire apparatus for their pool right in their backyard.
So Philip Palmer is asking, we're at a home where the resident has a pool fire apparatus that's really helping you out. How often are you coming across that? How often do you need to use your own pumps? Kind of walk us through how common this all is, that you almost have built-in aid from the homeowner.
Wow.
Right, so and that's very unusual for us to have that aid from the homeowner. So many homes up in this area do have pools. I talked to one firefighter who was on the line. He said he had to utilize maybe 6 or 7 different pools. So our fire apparatus, we have what's called a siphon ejector. We can drop that in the pool, and then we can suck the water out and utilize that for firefighting. So we only need to do that if we don't have adequate hydrant pressure, adequate water supply. So we've had to utilize pools, we've utilized water tankers, and we've utilized shuttle operations and relay operations, trying to have one fire engine drive water to us, drop it off, go back, get more water, but that's only 500 gallons at a time, and that tank is gone in a matter of minutes.
Philip and Giovanna, while we got the captain here, any other questions?
Yes, I have a question about defensible space.
space also. Can you describe specifically how this house has defensible space? I think when we look at the images of Brentwood and all that brush and all those trees, it's hard to know what you mean in terms of defensible space. Is it because they have that patio behind them, the terrace where you guys are standing? Is that what it is?
So we ask homeowners out here in Los. Cutting out a little bit.
Yeah. We're actually going to take a few steps forward. I'm not kidding you. The reception is so hit and miss. Sometimes you move a few feet and you can lose reception. I think we're in an area that may have a little bit of better reception right now. If you wouldn't mind asking that question again, and again, our apologies. That question kind of dipped in and out there.
That's okay. If you could point out, or he can talk to us and point out what this homeowner did where you are at that helped them save the home.
Could we actually walk back there and show it?
Well, we can show it from right here also. So the homeowner, they cleared all the vegetation from around their home. It looks like we have at least a 50-foot clearance where they cleared it out, have very low-lying, almost succulent type vegetation around here, which did give our firefighters defensible space so that vegetation was not right up against their home. So we could feel the radiant heat from 50 feet away as we're standing up here on the right next to the house. So if they did not have that clearance, that could have had some direct flame impingement onto their home.
Thank you. Thank you. Just wanted to point that out for our viewers.
Thanks to Captain.
Yeah,
thanks
clean
to
your shit
Kevin.
up, viewers.
And you can really see it also
right.
is
Tell
this
lady.
element too. The ability to navigate that space. So they can move from, if you noticed how many times we've watched over the past week, firefighters really struggling to move hoses to get into position. If a spot fires to the left or the right, they can just move right there. And again, we talked about it before, the ability to let certain vegetation burn and be ready in the event it spots forward. That defensible space allowed them so many opportunities to move into that backyard and get right on top of the space and then drown it. We've talked about surround and drown when we see these ladder trucks.
Yes.
That's kind of what they're doing here. They're above, they see it, and they can drown it, and then there's nothing to burn because they've allowed it to burn as much as they have so far today.
That's right. And again, that was Kevin Ozebek from our sister station in Houston, KTRK. Thank you for being here with us and supporting us in our coverage. We want to check in now with Monica de Anda. I believe.
Hold on, we're taking a little commercial break. I'm just playing a little bit of this. It's part of it.
Give you the Revol is a smart crib that helps keep an eye on your baby, thanks to sensors, camera, and AI. How exactly does it do this? It does this by monitoring your baby's heart and respiratory rate. The software also signals in good time if a soft toy or blanket is covering the child's airway or if crying is detected. And should your little one have trouble falling asleep, the crib can automatically engage a gentle rocking function. But what this solution doesn't do is replace the human element. Stored on Bosch administered service.
A little bit.
In collaboration with the German company Aleph Alpha, we've launched an AI-based service which responds to vehicle breakdown calls.
See, that's all. I only cared about that one. Baby one.
Dropped into this area to really prevent the fire from spreading and getting closer to these homes. Now, what you can't see from our vantage point is that there are about a dozen firefighters standing on the other side of these homes that you see.
Like
so
the parents just think the AI is going to see everything and it doesn't.
Guard. Now, what I have to say that I've seen here in the last 5 minutes is
like, look at these AI cars that have done some weird shit lately.
In the white T-shirt, they kind of drove in on a bike here and are assessing the situation. Not sure if they're a neighbor or what, but this is a little dangerous, but it goes to show you the concern that people have, right? People want to know if they stayed here, just how close the flames are getting
have been following the
to their homes.
yesterday, but certainly seemed like a lot of people were.
I could say there was a little drama when it comes to what was happening there. And a different dynamic that was from the press conference earlier this morning. Mayor Bass addressing what appeared to be some conflict, perhaps, between, or at least a disagreement between her and the chief of the LA Fire Department, Chief Kristen Crowley, when the day prior, Chief had told our Gigi Grassi at first, and then following that, other media outlets, that the cuts in the city, the LAFD budget to the tune of over $17 million. She said that the city had failed the department, the city, and the people of Los Angeles, and seemed to suggest that it really did impact their preparations for what we now know to be a historic fire. And shortly after that, the mayor had summoned the chief into City Hall or into her office, and they had a discussion. There was some talk or some rumors that Chief Crowley had been dismissed.
Well, the Daily Mail reported that, and it went everywhere, and everybody is coming to us online. Why aren't you saying this? This has happened. And it's like, no, well, we did actual reporting and talked to the sources, and she was not fired.
And then it was just a different dynamic today, when Chief Crowley does appear at the press conference, and they both say that they are on the same page, that they'd like to, that whatever differences they have, they're going to talk about privately, and that they're going to be focusing on saving lives and protecting property.
Well, you know, politicians don't like it when they're publicly criticized. There's an argument that it creates problems for message discipline and all the rest of it, but this is kind of an amazing sight to watch as this happens, the refilling of this here. But they certainly weren't on the same page yesterday, based off of what we saw, and sort of extraordinary.
I think that's pretty clear.
Extraordinary candor to Gigi's interview, which just blew up all around the world of people following it, and then it seemed like Crowley would go on any media outlet that would have her. I mean, she was just really making a point to get this point out as much as possible, and it's clear that the mayor of Los Angeles didn't appreciate that. But
with so much widespread destruction, and unfortunately people are in immense pain, people are looking for answers, and people are unfortunately also looking to blame,
looking for somebody to blame.
And of course they're going to turn to our city leaders, and they're going to wonder, were we in fact prepared? And to be fair, the mayor did say that this is something that we will be discussing in the future. So it is a topic that is not over, and it will be certainly addressed.
And Governor Newsom, who we just talked to, he's getting a lot of blame too, certainly from former President Trump and Speaker Johnson, who have both said that this fire is his fault, which of course he really does strongly disagrees with. Maria Quaban, as we look at these images, it is amazing to see the way that these aircraft work.
It's fascinating to see this. It is in and of itself, but also it brings us hope, right? Because it's so hopeful when we see each time they do this that they're actually going to aggressively drop more water in that effort to fight the fire. I just want to add to that interview, which was so explosive yesterday, and we were all watching so with intensity, and we were just riveted. And there's also that question about the water and the Santa Ynez Reservoir, which was at this point in time was scheduled for maintenance, and so was empty at the time when we all felt like, well, why, right? That could have been used completely by the firefighters, and that was a question that was asked of Chief Crowley, and she said that there was no communication, at least to them, by DWP about that scheduled maintenance. And now, if they had consulted with the National Weather Service or maybe the fire crews and talked about the dry conditions this season, my goodness, maybe they were working off of the last 2 years when we would typically be talking about an extremely wet month, right? December, January, February. January is typically the second wettest month of the year, behind February. And this year, very different from the last 2 years when we consider that this is the driest now 3-4 month start to the season on record, with a deficit that is growing now. Our drought is developing again because of the lack of rain and water. As I look at these live pictures, we're watching the smoke. It's lofting. right? It's not quite moving as aggressively as it was, certainly even as late as yesterday morning or the day before. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday was just incredible to see those ferocious winds, those destructive winds, coupled with the very dry conditions outside. Relative humidity values were down in the teens and single digits at one point, and they've recovered a little bit last night. I mean, we had that onshore flow. I don't know if you felt it, Alex, at all, if you went outside. Going outside is definitely a problem. Did you smell it when you went out the door?
Yeah, and then I was in the zone yesterday with Governor Newsom as well, right in the middle of it, and it really, really is bad. But you can smell it here. You can smell it in our parking lot. We're in West LA, and even we have an underground parking lot, and it's all the air in the underground parking lot is full of it. And you see the ash on the cars. Yep. You see it everywhere, and this is so toxic. We spoke again to a health expert and a doctor about the unhealthy, very dangerous air quality actually outside, particularly for those who have any upper respiratory issue. If you've got asthma or emphysema, if you have some kind of disease, this is just detrimental. And if you don't, this can certainly cause those kinds of things. So we encourage you to limit your activity outside. Just get in your car and go and get to where you need to go. I had a call from my son's coach about basketball practice, and I said, no, absolutely not, unless you're inside in a gym. This is just very bad air quality all across the board, not just where the fires are burning, but across SoCal from Ventura South into Orange County, the Inland Empire. I heard you talk about the most destructive and the cost. I looked up these numbers here. Camp Fire is where we go, right, with the #1 deadliest, costliest fire in the state of California. And that burned, over 18 structures, almost 20,000 structures. Eaton Fire is the second one with 7,000 structures right now. Tubbs Fire in 2017, you might remember that. Palisades now, I added the 1 because we saw with our very own eyes as it burned that home. Yep. So over 5,000 structures, but some preliminary estimates, which, by the way, the Camp Fire, they've been talking about maybe $12.5 billion. Yeah, and that's Paradise for people that may be more familiar with that town of Paradise that was basically wiped off the map in that moment.
So many, hundreds of people died in that fire. They've adjusted for inflation at something like $12.5 billion. But now when we talk about the Palisades fire, where you see those multi-million-dollar homes, I mean, just the fires together, they're saying some estimates of 150 billion, potentially, dollars lost in these fires. So it's just staggering. Yeah. Staggering.
It is. I tried to get a specific answer from Governor Newsom on that, and he said it's way too early to tell, and if we start throwing around numbers, everybody's just sort of guessing. But he said, because he had been to the Camp Fire at Paradise with President Trump, the head of CAL FIRE I talked to also yesterday had been to the Camp Fire, and they both said that what you see in Pacific Palisades is actually worse. When you look at the scope of it, that it's the worst fire that they've ever been to.
Wow.
And in terms of just the scene and how upsetting it is to see it up close.
I have, I'm from Hawaii. You guys know that. I've had some messages naturally from my friends in Hawaii, and they are triggered right now, especially when you think about the Maui fire and the Lahaina fire. And they're just also triggered, and of course they're all worried for our safety. We have such a huge connection, that pineapple connection to Hawaii and the local people to here. And they share in our despair and the sadness and this devastation, which continues. Look at these fires. The winds are going to get stronger. We talked about that. This is sort of that window where the winds are not so bad. They're definitely gusty at times, and there's definitely pockets of some stronger gusts that are coming in. And we're under this wind advisory. This portion right here, the Palisades fire, parts of the Santa Monica Mountains, extending into the San Gabriel Mountains. That includes the Eaton fire. These winds are coming out of the northeast, and they are gusting closer to 45, between 40, 45 miles per hour. Now, later tonight at 6 p.m., we are anticipating slightly stronger, at least the start of some stronger winds, and high wind warnings will be going into effect in this area here. So firefighters I know are considering that. And there's a strategic plan, I'm sure. They're the best in the country here, if not the world. And they are, they had some backfires earlier.
Yeah. Let's talk now more about the strategy. Eric Scott, the captain with the LA Fire Department, is joining us live on the phone right now. Thank you for your tireless work on this. We appreciate the daily Okay, apparently we just lost his phone signal, Maria. As we know, phone signal in this area are so challenging.
Yeah, Captain Eric Scott working tirelessly since the beginning. We talked to him when this started Tuesday morning, when it erupted, when the winds were just beginning to get strong. And I remember him saying how, if you see something, say something, because if you do not extinguish a fire or get to it within the first 20 minutes with the weather conditions we were in, it was going to explode exponentially, and that's exactly what it did.
Exactly.
Gigi Graciette has reestablished her shot. She moved to a different location there within the Palisades fire in Mandeville Canyon. Gigi, where are you? What can you tell us?
We're on Cordelia here in Mandeville Canyon, and joining me now live, Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua with CAL FIRE. He's obviously keeping a close eye on the fire. We are again on Cordelia, right above Mandeville Canyon. I mean, this has just been an intense firefight.
That's right. You can see the coordinated effort we have with the firefighters on the ground, working with our aviation assets, the helicopters, the large air tankers, dropping retardant, doing everything we can to protect these houses down below.
Now, we were talking, you and I, about those very large air tankers. We're talking about CAL FIRE assets. You brought in that very large air tanker contracted for this specific fire. And actually, I even see a hand crew way down there on the hillside. I don't know, Armando Hernandez, photographer, before I go back to you, Brent, if you can pan over to the left, actually down there in the bushes, we see hand crews. That is extremely challenging work.
Yeah, that's part of the attack. We go direct on this fire line. We cut fire line directly on it while the aircraft drop above us and slow the fire down.
And, you know, folks that are watching, obviously they're evacuated. Most have left. Some have stayed behind. They may be watching us right now. They may live right here on Cordelia. Describe to me what is going on up the street. I see strike teams basically stationed at every single house to protect that home.
That's right. We've really surged our resources into this area. We don't want to lose any more houses. That is our number one goal. We don't want anything like we saw the first 2 days of this fire. These conditions are way more favorable. We're used to fighting fire like this, so we're ready to take the fight to the fire.
The challenge tonight, those changing winds, we're going to get more Santa Anas again in a few days. Tonight, I think we go on fire weather watch. There has to be a lot of concern on behalf of firefighters.
Absolutely. We know these winds are predicted, and we've been treating these last two and a half days to our advantage with the favorable conditions. So it's all hands on deck to get this fire contained.
And we're waiting actually for that VLAT that is probably refueling, and we say refueling, but restocking itself with fire retardant, which it's been putting on the hillside, trying to prevent this fire from continuing to move. Because down there in Mandeville Canyon, I don't know, photographer Armando, if you can actually show us the homes to the right of where we're seeing a little flame, nothing compared to what we saw earlier. And you can see this burn scar. I mean, these entire hillside, this was just raging this morning.
That's right. And I can feel the wind kind of changing right now as we're speaking. So we have to take that all into account and close the back door, if you will, on this fire so that it doesn't start running in the opposite direction.
Now you have firefighters on the front lines.
I really hope that
behind
helps
the scenes,
Simon's skin,
you've got
man.
firefighting administration and specialists really doing almost mathematical calculations, trying to figure out, okay, if it shifts this way, if it goes this way at 20 miles per hour, predicted gusts. I mean, it takes a lot of work.
Right. We have our field observers, we have our meteorologists, all working together for one goal, and that's to contain this fire, lose no life, lose no more structures, and put this fire to bed.
How stressful was it this morning when the fire was just burning through these hills, knowing that this is such a densely packed hillside community? Sadly, you and I were talking, we've already lost one home here this morning, obviously trying to prevent any more loss, but it must have been extremely stressful when this fire was raging.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to lose any more houses, and we're sad that we did lose one, but we knew we had the resources to surge in here. We knew we had the aircraft, and we were in for a fight, and we knew we had conditions in our favor.
What is that wind doing right now? What does that tell you by the way that smoke is going up?
So you can tell the wind is starting to switch. We had a wind blowing from the east to the west, and now it seems to be calming down and actually turning from offshore to now maybe onshore. So we have to keep that in mind for what's on the east side of this fire, which we do have.
Probably not, though. He's the fucking pickiest cat I've ever heard of.
Already stationed in case this were to happen.
And last night in the San Fernando Valley was a very stressful night as the fire just touched that ridge above communities like Sherman Oaks, Encino, Tarzana, Encino under a mandatory evacuation order. And folks could see those flames as far away as maybe 8 miles. People in Van Nuys were texting, should we start evacuating? Should we start packing? I mean, it was a very long and stressful night, not only for the firefighters on the front lines, but for the folks who call the San Fernando Valley home.
For sure, yeah, I saw it last night from the freeway, and at night the glow always looks a lot bigger, and it looked like it was right there, so understandable.
All right. What is the plan of attack now right here?
This is we're going to keep doing the same thing we're doing. This fire is backing down slowly, which is what we want, so we can fight it directly. We can drop air tankers on it. We can position our helicopters to make direct drops on this fire, and we can fight this fire on our terms.
Tell me about that new piece of equipment that CAL FIRE is using now.
Yeah, our new C-130 is here, also fighting this fire. We got that C-130 earlier last summer, and so it's exciting to see it here in action.
And they've really proved invaluable to these fights, especially when you have to fight from the air.
That's right, and they have new technology as far as dropping the retardant. It is pressurized, so it's not just falling out of the tank. It actually is pressurized, and it's getting through the brush, hitting the ground, and making it that much more effective.
And that's exactly what you want.
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much, Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua, CAL FIRE. Thank you so much for speaking to us and telling us what's going on. I'm going to continue just quickly giving you a live look down there. Are you able to see the firefighters on the side of the mountain? They're like climbing the side of the mountain because Gigi, a lot of this work does have to be handwork. Yes.
Are you able? Is he still there? Are you able to ask him about what we?
Yes.
What we thought were some crews doing backfires. Is that one of the strategies that they're utilizing right now?
Yes, we believe they were doing backfires last night. Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua is on that San Fernando line ridge as the Palisades fire moved up that ridge. They got to work creating some lines, right?
That's right. We had engines at all the houses up there, and then we were able to do a successful firing operation to push the fire away from the community. It worked very well, and that community is a lot safer today because of it.
It looked much better. And tell us what we're seeing right now. Narrate that for me, please.
So right now we just saw the lead plane come in to show this plane behind it where to drop the retardant. You'll see in a sec as it comes out of its belly tanks, the red Phos-Chek retardant creating a fire line. That's not going to extinguish the fire. That's going to slow it down so the firefighters that you see laying hose and cutting fire line right here can get to it.
Right, and that VLAT, as you referred to it, VLAT standing for very large air tanker, that can carry anywhere between 8 and I believe 12,000 gallons of either water or fire retardant.
That's correct. It's usually fire retardant, but yeah, a whole lot of retardant.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief Brent Pasqua from CAL FIRE. You saw that live right there, that very large air tanker dropping up to anywhere from a minimum of 8,000 gallons of fire retardant, creating a fire line. And as the battalion chief explained, that doesn't put the fire out. That creates a line, a border, so that the fire doesn't pass that if the wind cooperates, of course, because when you're up against those Santa Ana winds, those embers will fly right over that fire line, and that's when it is so dangerous.
Gigi Graciette, thank you. Please pass on our thanks to him as well for the great work that the crews are doing out there to protect homes. Billy Bush, extra host, knows this neighborhood well. He joins us now on the phone. Billy, I know this whole thing for you is personal.
Hey, Alex. Yeah, sure. I got to tell you, I mean, up late last night. You know, we've evacuated and. You know, watch you, frankly, on the air.
Thank you.
And Marla. But by the way, guys, I got to say it from the bottom of my heart. What a wonderful job you're doing. I know you're exhausted, pal, and I know you don't want the attention on yourself, but I see it, and I thank you for the work you're doing. Very informative. We got out of there. I'm emotional looking at those fire drops. I actually posted something on Instagram of you, because you were talking, and in the middle it's like, wow, what a drop. And when you see that, it sort of fills you with a little bit of pride. People are angry, and there will be time for accountability in a major way. You know, the answers to questions, you know, need to be delivered. There's no question about that. But at this point, just watching these incredible helicopters who held this fire at the ridgeline since 8 p.m. last night with really no advancement is really, really impressive. And now you got the LATs and the VLATs, and it's astounding. But yeah, the whole neighborhood is, in my side where I am, is very grateful for that.
Yeah, I mean, we had one home, unfortunately, burned down to the ground this morning. But considering what we were looking at both late last night and this morning, that's really extraordinary to think about. And I appreciate your kind words about us, but the real heroes are these firefighters doing the backbreaking work. We just saw some of them, you know, the struggle to even walk up this terrain. I know you've, I'm sure, hiked Mandeville Canyon before, and you know what it's like in there. For people that aren't that familiar with this community, can you talk a little bit about this community and the community within this community?
Yeah, the Encino Hills. The Encino Hills are, you know, fire doesn't roll downhill like it goes uphill, as we know, but it's a vibrant community, you know, a close-knit community here in the valley. Up on the Mulholland Fire Road up there is, yeah, where everybody goes hiking, and everybody, you know, you see people walking their dogs and riding mountain bikes. I mountain bike up in there all the time. I hit the fire road, and then I take off north, and then I get down Sullivan Canyon, and I can ride down into Mandeville, and then you ride back up.
This guy's so groovy, man.
Absolutely beautiful terrain. You can't believe you're living in a second largest city in America, and you have this kind of outdoors activity there. It's a beautiful, beautiful
place.
Great,
asshole. Shut up. Come on.
Devastating to see what's happening there. You know, talking to all my neighbors, everybody's out of the area. They can't get in. But it's deeply, deeply sad. But I have so many friends, Alex, who lost their homes. I mean, upwards of, you know, 60 people I know have lost their homes, mostly in the Palisades area, and it's just. Boy, it's tragic. They're all signing leases to rent places or trying to find hotels.
Oh, wow. Damn, this is going to mess up the housing market in L.A.
People are mad. People are sad. People are angry. It's all kinds of emotions swirling. And I just you know, reiterate to just be great. You know, think about these firefighters who haven't slept at all and what they're doing, and the pilots. Oh my gosh, these pilots are unbelievable. The way they grab this stuff right out of the Encino Reservoir and fly back up there, and in such coordinated fashion. It's, you know, there's a real silver lining there. Take a lot of pride in that.
Yeah, it never gets old, Billy. It's Bob DeCastro. You know, Mandeville Canyon, it's interesting because it provides an interesting dynamic, and it could be scary, especially if we had winds that could funnel or push things down that mountain. So you know, you shudder to think if this was a couple of days ago, what that could have been. But what has that been like? Because, you know, when we have these normal, traditional Santa Ana winds, they often push towards the ocean, and you think this happened in the Palisades, and you're in the Mandeville Canyon area, and you're like, you know what, we're okay now. But over the past couple of days, to see this fire inch towards this direction, the easterly direction, has to be extraordinarily terrifying for folks living in that area.
Well, the terrifying moment is when you decide at 1:30 a.m. or 2 a.m. you can't take it anymore and you got to close your eyes. It's that moment that you don't know what you don't know how long you're gonna be down for.
With crypto
you're not
trading.
setting an alarm, and when you wake up, you don't know what you're gonna see. So obviously, I slept for a few hours, popped up, went outside, and you see this giant plume just sitting there, and you say, "Wow, is that catastrophic?" But isn't it interesting that it's just stationary? And then you're right, the winds are down, so it's sitting there, and you say, "Okay, well, wow, how lucky are we that that's happening?"
Billy,
and that's what I saw this morning.
Billy, hi, it's me, Maria. We see you
on
love
from
it
Billy,
when you
for
visit here
Christ's
on the
sake.
set
Come
in
on,
the
man.
mornings. It's Maria Quavon.
Oh, Billy.
You know, when you are told that you have to evacuate, when you hear about those orders, what goes through your mind? Where do you go first? What are the things that you're looking at?
Good news, but that's not an end-all be-all.
Fire Billy?
Jump the
Shit, what Billy has to say.
slowly but surely. So definitely not. It's a good sign, but we cannot let our guard down yet. It's
Some
still
rich
going to be
dude that lives in the mountains. They
long
knew.
time before we get this fire completely out. Even on this side of the fire, we're going to be seeing fire activity for the rest of today, I would imagine, if not longer than that.
All right. Thank you, Gabe, and we will continue to cover the firefight there. And we want to check in with Kevin Ozebek. He's on Westridge Road, still on Westridge Road when we last saw you. Kevin.
And Giovanna, so you know exactly where we are. Not are we just on Westridge. This is off of Mandeville Canyon Road. And look at what we're seeing right here. We're seeing some brush flare-ups again, but firefighters have been telling us this is expected. They're very strategic here, and they want to deliberately let some pockets of brush burn to kind of eliminate that fuel to lower the risk later. So even though we are kind of uphill and there's the flames just yards away from us, we also see firefighters closely watching over this. And you will notice they aren't just dousing these flames with their hoses. They are, again, being very strategic here. There are specific pockets of brush they do want to douse, that they do want to protect, that are closer to homes. But again, there's some other pockets of brush they do want to burn out so they can help get this fire better contained. One other thing I want to point out from our vantage point up, because we are uphill of this fire, we do have this incredible vantage point. And if I have my bearings right, all this smoke, this huge plume of smoke, is all billowing in the northwest direction. So if you are northwest of where we are, look at what you're dealing with. I mean, as we change views and look off into the distance, I mean, just look at how bad visibility is, how awful. I mean, you can barely see a few hundred yards in front of you. In fact, Charles Fisher, our photojournalist, if you can point down there to the freshly scorched earth, I'm not quite sure if the camera can pick it up. You can kind of see what the fire leaves behind, but I also show you that so you get a good sense of just how smoky it is out here and just how much white smoke is all billowing as firefighters strategically tackle this fire. And Philip and Giovanna, I think one other thing that is so striking from this vantage point, from up here, you see the best and worst of Southern California. Look off into the distance, you can see the beautiful ocean. The reason why people love to live here and why this is paradise.
From there?
But also
No
from
way.
this vantage point, you can see the destructive power of Mother Nature and
That's
just how
the worst
ferocious
of LA?
these fires can be.
Oh, fucker
I know
doesn't
you guys have
know.
been speaking to Gabe Santos. He's kind of has a perfect view from Air 7 over Mandeville Canyon Road. He was talking about how he started to see some of those. Actually, can we change gears over there? You can see some of the firefighting aircraft from up in the sky. Another reason why this is such a good vantage point, because we're watching the firefight not only from the ground, but also from the air right there. Just an amazing job to see firefighters in action here. But getting back to what Gabe Santos has been telling you guys, he mentioned as he flies in Air 7.
Houston, we have a problem.
Damn it. It's so little. Damn it. 7 got me.
Over Mandeville Canyon.
I can't play ABC 7, dude. For sure. What the hell is their problem, man? Fox 11. Play them. Maybe I can play now. So if ABC or Fox 11 will get me or not. Dang, man. Sucks.
The mountains and funnel through
I've
those
now
kinds of
never
masses,
gotten
and
me
they just
before.
get strong. Those are
Mountain waves.
Mountain waves, yeah. A little different from the mountain waves that we talked about earlier this week.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So Tuesday, Wednesday, we had such a recipe in place. When we talk about the mountain wave, we had every level in the atmosphere. You know, weather and the atmosphere is so different, right? At each altitude. And so on Tuesday, Wednesday, we just had high pressure at the surface, high pressure aloft. We had an area of low pressure nearby that brought in all this extra support of cold air. Cold air is a very dense air mass, and it just helped that air to just drive fast down the mountains, and it provided us with those explosive, really fierce and ferocious winds that were clocking in at like 90, 95 miles per hour in some spots. There was even one gauge that I saw like 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
So when you have...
Which is literally a hurricane.
Yes. When you have those kinds of weather conditions, which, by the way, the National Weather Service did issue, we talked about that PDS, that particularly dangerous situation kind of forecast, which they don't give out often, which there, if I could clap, I would just like applause. I would applause.
And the repeated drops. You know, we just saw one. Boom, 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 boom.
I'm looking at my app that kind of tracks the air assets, and there is an army of it in the air right now, which, again, is just amazing and awesome.
And it's helpful that Encino Reservoir is also really close by to allow them to keep moving quickly as well.
Yeah,
but what makes it even tougher, because you speak of these completely unique weather event that we have, right?
Yes.
That only happens, you know, it's so rare that you have this sort of condition.
Yes.
At the same time, it is so incredibly extreme. It's so incredibly extreme to have those weather conditions that you can't
really that rare.
These fire assets in the air, which is our biggest tool in fighting the fire. They can't get up because it's too dangerous for pilots, and at the same time, even if they were able to get up, they wouldn't even be effective because they couldn't even drop them where they needed to be. So there was no point. In some instances, when you have this extraordinary event, the only thing they could do was to save lives and property, save themselves, because there's certain situations where there's nothing that they themselves can do. And in a very short period of time, you see homes decimated in a giant swath.
Yeah, it was like
Simon didn't eat, or he would have walked back in here licking his lips.
No, it truly was. Like, it just happened so quickly. But when we talk about those winds and that particular day, Tuesday and Wednesday, it's dangerous. Pilots pilots can't fly in those kinds of weather conditions. So for their safety as well, they're just not allowed to fly.
Although they said, a lot of the officials we talked to said it wasn't even so much that the pilots couldn't fly as much as it was that they couldn't control where their stuff would be dropped. So it was basically a waste of time. And so why put them at that risk? They were confident that they could get up and fly, but it was
at least the helicopters could get up.
In regards to the wind, okay, so we're going to catch like the first of 2 rounds of stronger winds. The first round is expected as forecast to be later today,
trying to sneak me into
tomorrow.
it.
So we're going to get kind of a round of slightly stronger winds than we're seeing now. Then it's kind of it goes up and down, right? We're getting a little bit of a sea breeze that's going to start
front of that screen pointing at shit.
And that's going to affect and impact this fire in particular, the Palisades fire, because it's closer to the coast. So it's a kind of a weak sea breeze, a weak onshore flow, and that will give some effects. And firefighters will have to contend with that shift and change in the wind. Some of those flames, they're going to have to attack it from a different way.
Because all the Santa Ana winds means it blows towards the ocean. And sea breeze means it's going away from the ocean.
And towards land, towards homes, right? On Monday, Tuesday, as of now, the forecast does look for, it's forecasting for slightly stronger winds even than the winds we're expecting tonight and tomorrow. So we're talking about wind gusts 65 plus miles an hour.
And those are Santa Ana winds again, right?
Yes.
So now we're going back towards the ocean again.
Yes, on Monday and Tuesday, potentially through Wednesday. Now, again, it is not expected to be as strong as what we saw Tuesday and Wednesday of this past week when we were talking about 80, 95 mile per hour wind gusts. But 65 is still very strong. And so that is why the fire danger.
You see how she took this and she went in there with it and hid, so I couldn't see her with it.
Vigilant and mindful of the danger and be ready.
Gigi Graciette,
so cute.
It must be really impressive to see all this in person where you are. We've been watching your camera there.
She was quick too. I didn't see it until I looked in there.
From Cal Fire, and we both are talking about how it never gets old, and we both are standing in awe. And obviously, this is his career, and he sees this all too often, really. And we're just standing in awe at the talent of these pilots. Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua with Cal Fire. We've been watching them, and we're also watching those hand crews, those men and possibly women out there on the front line. They're pulling. You were telling me at least 3,000 feet of hose.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not for her own good.
That's also on fire.
That's right. It's going to be at least a 3,000 foot hose lay from what I can see. Maybe over that ridge, another couple more thousand. You just can't see it all from here. But they're also cutting fire line with chainsaws and a crew down there too, working together.
And we've seen them struggling. As a matter of fact, there was just a retardant drop, and we actually saw the plane struggle a little bit with the wind.
Yeah, the wind's a little dicey out here because it's been kind of switching around back and forth through these steep canyons. So it's still very impressive what these pilots are doing, especially when you see them drop below the ridge line that you're standing on. It's just remarkable the job they do.
And some of those very large air tankers referred to often as VLATs dropping up to 11,000 gallons of fire retardant.
That's right. What? The VLAT drops 11,000 gallons. That's almost like putting a swimming pool each time it drops on this fire. So very, very effective.
And you were explaining to us fire retardant obviously doesn't put the fire out, but it does create a very important break in the ground. So hopefully if there is no wind, that fire won't jump.
That's right. When you see these crews, they're working their way over to that retardant. It's going to be a smoldering small fire compared to a raging running fire when they get there.
So the purpose of the fire retardant, it's multi-purpose. It's obviously to protect this Mandeville Canyon neighborhood. We're on Cordelia, and if you live on Cordelia, I can tell you right now there are firefighters staged up and down your block, almost in every driveway, just in case it's needed for structure protection. But the other purpose is also to protect those men and women on the side of the mountain there that are pulling that hose.
That's right, and this is what we're used to. This is what we train for. This is how we fight wildland fires in conjunction with aircraft. They slow it down so we can get our crews up the hill, cut fire line, go directly on the fire's edge where it's safe because of the retardant, and put fire line and put the fire out.
Obviously, an extremely dangerous job.
That's right. There's a lot of dangers, a lot of hazards in all situations out here, as you can see from these shots.
Yeah, just Admiral, the work they do is absolutely amazing. Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua giving us his expertise is what we were looking live at Mandeville Canyon. Again, we're on Cordelia looking out towards Mandeville Canyon. Below that fire break, below that fire retardant, it's Mandeville Canyon Road. And obviously there are homes up and down that road under a mandatory evacuation order. The fire looking much better in this section, but of course we're not out of the woods
there are
yet.
100. It says on screen that there are 160,000 people watching their broadcast.
All right, Gigi.
Because they don't copyright strike like you ABC7
we
pussies.
want to tell you about the evacuation orders. These have been extended, but also now there are new evacuation centers.
Fox,
here they are.
live now forever,
evacuation
baby.
Centers open after the
My
Palisades
go-to.
fire did expand, and there were new evacuation zones. So there's Stoner Recreation Center, 1835 Stoner Avenue, and the Calvary Community Church. This is in Westlake Village. We also want to tell you about the community meeting, which is scheduled for tonight. There are two of them.
Better at it.
One is the Calvary Westlake. That's the church we just talked about. The other is the Oaks Gymnasium, which is at Oaks Christian High School. If you can't make it there, you can live stream the meeting via the Cal Fire YouTube page, which we show there on your screen right now. This is for
these are pure organic layered fruit bars,
from officials,
naturally flavored with other natural flavors. Hell yeah, I just like all the flavor added
tonight out in Ventura County. So there are, of course, tens of thousands of people who are displaced right now. A lot of folks are not back in their homes. A lot of people are wondering what happens to all of their mail. And we do have that new information to you because the U.S. Postal Service is attempting to try to get folks their mail in the Pasadena area.
They're
you can go to the Pasadena Post Office.
I got fucking sugar cravings now. Let's stop drinking.
Avenue, so head to that office there if you're not able to get your mail. They're collecting your mail there.
Then the sugar craving.
And then in the Pacific Palisades area, it's the Rancho Park Post Office. That's on Exposition Boulevard, floor 1. You can collect your mail there. And then there's Santa Monica Post Office at 1653 7th Street.
This stuff's kind of like beer. Kombucha actually has alcohol in it. Very small amount.
Post office is being located there. So in case you have something that you really need, that's a place to get it. So the good news right now is because it looks like we are starting to get this thing under control, we are going to be stepping off the air for at least an hour. We've got a press conference scheduled at 2 o'clock, which we will be here for live coverage of. But most important thing to look for
less
in
than
the hours ahead,
0.5% alcohol.
Just stay vigilant, be prepared, because the critical fire weather conditions are going to continue with us, so the fire danger is going to be here. The winds are going to pick up a little bit later tonight, tomorrow, more so Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
If anything does happen, of course, we're going to bring that to you. We'll dip into coverage
here.
Right now, there has been an aggressive firefight overnight and over the past several hours in the northeast boundary of the
start my days over again.
Fire. We did have one home that was lost this morning, but they were able to save other homes in that area. There are expanded evacuation zones. All that information, of course, you could also find on our website, foxla.com. And we encourage you to also download the Fox Local
Produce alone is worth the trip.
All of our content is streaming live, also on demand. It is free. And if you happen to have a power outage or get evacuated from your home and don't have access to a TV, you can watch us anytime. You don't need cable. You don't need any special logins or anything. The Fox Local app is a great resource in order to get all this life-saving, pertinent information out to you in real time. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We do have a newscast also at 5 o'clock, of course, our regular time. And at 10 o'clock, we'll break in if we need to. Until then, we'll bring you to your regularly scheduled program. And we'll see you again in an hour with that press conference.
They got me last
as you just heard, they are going to dip out of coverage here for just a little bit. As here on Live Now from Fox, we want to commend Fox LA for doing such a great job detailing what's going on at a very difficult time in Southern California. So many people displaced, so many acres burned in the Los Angeles County Palisades, the Pacific Palisades area.
I mean,
it's
kind of just minute by minute right now. We're about to
give a quick programming note to our viewers.
This is a quick
programming note if you're looking for golf. We have moved it to Cozy TV. That is on our virtual channel 4.2, or you can check your local cable guide. Our breaking news coverage will continue right here on NBC4. Let's go back out to Amber Frias live in Cypress Park.
We're pausing the close right now. I'd say follow Bike Oven on Instagram. We'll post any updates. If there are specific needs or if there's things that we can't take, we're going to update it with that.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Are you guys, can you guys still hear me?
Amber, we're watching as you're talking to people out there.
You guys still hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I think we lost connection.
Oh, okay. It looks like Amber cannot hear us anymore.
There's a long delay.
Sorry about that.
Right
okay, so
yeah. Go ahead, Amber.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Good.
So you just heard there what they're looking. Okay, so you guys just heard from the organizer about the items they are looking for. So they will be here tonight taking items until 9 p.m. Again, a Bike Oven located on Avenue 37th and Figueroa Street here in.
Acting weird. I don't think he likes it. He did lick some of the food with the salmon oil in it,
everybody
but
gathered is bustling.
He's acting a little weird. Like he's not going to eat anymore.
I was floored yesterday when Mario
I really
was
like
out
to
on
get his
location
itching under control. Plus, that stuff's good for so many other things.
He had come to get clothes for his daughter and his wife.
Help out his
and
heart.
He ended up staying to help out in the effort as well, and yet he lost everything.
Immune system,
and it just goes to show the extent of people
joints.
willing to do everything they can for anybody who really needs it right now. It's incredible.
4 days ago, we talked to Dr. Lucy Jones about, and she was big on the psychology of it. She said there's you feel out of control when this kind of thing happens, and you feel anxiety, and one way to gain that back is to do something. And so if you go help in the community, it helps you, even if you've lost everything.
No, absolutely. And you do get
I bet
this
she would
helplessness when you're
gobble
sitting
it
at
up
home.
out of my. I bet if I put this in a spoon right now and put it in front of her, she'd drink all of it.
From people, how can I help? You see people
it's not going to be any problems with that kind of stuff.
Resource that's available for people, and it's really encouraging. We talk about this all the time. LA gets such a bad rap for being such a cold city, for people being mean, maybe, or jerks, what have you. We're not seeing any of that.
Or not having time.
Or not having time.
What are you talking about? People are
the opposite in every
looting
respect right now.
Yes, we are.
Motherfucker, they're having to set up National Guard outside of neighborhoods because people are trying to rob people because they're evacuated. And everything's just so nice here. We have the best, you know what? We really have the best city there is here in LA. We really help each other out. We look out for each other. No, we don't. No, they don't. That's bullshit.
Deanna, if you can hear us,
don't believe it. Like, look at this lady. Can you believe anything she's telling you?
Right now, we're in the Westwood Recreation Center,
right
out front
in
Westwood, and you're talking about how people can help. This is a place where many people are coming for help. Naomi Nolte-Carroll from the American Red Cross. You came in from San Diego, was it, to be able to help staff this shelter? What is the most important thing that you want people who need you to know at this point?
He's more than just spoiled.
The most important thing for them to know is that our shelters are open all across the county. And you can come here whether or not you're staying overnight. You can come here for a hot meal, a shower,
he'll kill himself before he eats sometimes if he doesn't have the food he wants.
They're welcome here with their families.
That ain't retarded.
They can bring their pets. We can help with medication if you've lost medication, prescription glasses. So really, anybody who needs anything right now is welcome to come to any of our shelters, and they can find them at redcross.org/shelter, or just Google Red Cross Shelter, and you'll find the nearest shelter to you.
9 shelters open
right now. I had to go through like 15 different foods to finally find what he would eat
if they need to go to work and they're still trying to figure out their situation. We were told they're encouraged to bring their pets here, and you've got people helping them care for their pets.
Right. We know that pets are an important part of the family, and we want people to know that
they
can come here with their pets. Their pets will be taken care of. They're in a separate room, but in the same location. People have to go to work during the day. Their pets are going to be well taken care of.
We know people want to do something to help. They're watching this. Their neighborhoods aren't affected, or they know someone who is. They want to drop things off. Your words to them about that, what you need the most to be able to help other people.
the thing that we really need the most, the best way to help is by making a financial donation. You can do that at redcross.org, or you can text CA Wildfires to 90999. And that's really the quickest way to help us so that we can keep helping people that are in need right now.
It's not fish, it's unscented.
We came in from Philadelphia.
I got the
People are
good
coming
stuff.
in from all over the country to help out. I was standing here a little while ago. A woman walked up and said, I'm here. What can I do? So let's talk about volunteers and people who don't mind getting in their cars and driving a little bit to come and help.
It doesn't say that you can't use this for lube, though, just in case, you know.
First of all, it's just so great to see how many people want to help at a time like this. Right now, we have all of the volunteers that we need right here to do this shelter work. Unfortunately, we know that whether you're here in LA or you're somewhere else across the country, there will be a next disaster, and we will continue to need more volunteers. So the best thing to do right now is to sign up as a volunteer and get trained so that when the next thing happens, which unfortunately we know is going to, you'll be ready to help out.
Now, we did hear a little while ago, we were told by some city officials that they felt the shelter wasn't able to take more people. You've now checked.
I need to get a refund for that damn cat food, though.
You can still put people here for the night, correct?
Correct. We are still accepting people at the shelter. They are welcome to come here, like I said, whether or not they're staying overnight or any of our other shelters. So go to redcross.org/shelter or check the Red Cross emergency app, and you can find the nearest shelter to you.
I'm watching a lot of people in there. They're watching on the news. They're waiting for word about their neighborhoods and their homes. What are you doing to be able to support those needs of people who are just in a state of shock right now?
There's a lot of insecurity. A lot of people don't know yet whether they have a home to go back to or not. And so one of the things that we offer here is emotional support and mental health support to make sure that we're listening to these people's stories, we're supporting them through this, and we're doing everything we can to make their life a little bit easier right now, making sure that they have a safe place to land, but also making sure that there's a listening ear, because it's a lot.
Thank you, Naomi, so much for your time, being able to tell people what they need. Again, cash donations are best. We do know that they dropped off, or folks have been dropping off clothes and other items here. That really does
for
take
mercy
some of the
only.
Time from the volunteers, what they need to be
water.
doing. You're hearing they're helping serve meals, they're helping get cots ready, they're helping
kidney
emotional
disease,
support.
dog.
So what they ended up doing was boxing those clothes up, taking them across the street to the Salvation Army. That's what they're asking you to do. Also, you take a look here. They've got a list here if you want to drop things off, where you can take items right across the street to be able to help people out. But please,
something else. Simon hardly ever drinks water.
Groceries,
stupid like that
used
too.
clothing, anything like that to
He's
any
not
of the
the
Red Cross shelters.
cat,
Again,
but I
9
still
Red
care
Cross
about
shelters right now up and
Sometimes
running.
he's
And
smart
this
with
one
some things,
here
but not
is
when it
accepting
comes to
people who need to stay
his
for the night,
diet.
who need to come in and charge their phones, watch
She
TV,
isn't
see
either,
what's
though.
happening, or just drop off their pets for some time until
Dude,
they can
she
try
would
and
eat as
figure
much
things
food as I
out
give her.
as they watch and wait. Back to you in the studio.
And you really realize, Dan, how important it is to get information from TV, because they want to know where the fire is. They want to know about these information centers. So thank you so much for sharing this with us today,
by the way,
as those people
Ted Thomas
go
and
there, head
Sister King,
there
thank
to
you so much
help
for
out
the
or to receive help.
the
Right now, we're
Apollo
going to check
13.
in with meteorologist Stephanie Olmo,
definitely
because
didn't
one
know
of
the
the things
stream
people
was
want to
down.
know, what's the wind situation
I
right
would've
now?
just sat here
What's it going
doing
to
my
be this
thing.
afternoon and into
Being
tonight?
like, hey, where y'all
great
going?
question, Kathy, because as we continue through this afternoon, we're beginning to see some of the gusts pick up, especially around the Santa Monica Mountains, where you see just off to the distance here over in just right near Malibu Creek, where we have gusts right now of 41 miles an hour. So we're seeing it climb a little bit, and this is exactly what we're talking about. The concerns as we continue through this afternoon. Sustained winds at 28 miles an hour. The winds coming into from the north. So that was, again, a concern as we continue, because we have the winds coming in from the north, and so therefore we do have the fire that is burning here off to the east. So the concern is with the northerly winds that the fire gets pushed to the south. And that's why fire crews are trying to get an upper hand on this. And they're doing a really great job at that.
But fat chicks in the weather girl position.
Along the coast of Topanga Beach, we're looking at sustained winds
there
at
should
3
be
miles
one,
an hour.
and she can brag about being the first fat chick that was allowed to be a weather broadcaster.
As we continue. So
really
again,
make
the
a
fire
name
crews
for
are trying to
herself.
do a good job and
America's
prevent this fire
first
from
fat
continuing to work its way south and
meteorologist
reaching those communities.
Network TV.
And as we check out the winds in some other areas, as we zoom out, because we were talking about the return of Santa Ana winds. So,
I'm fat just like her.
Is that the wind
always wanted to be a meteorologist, but I didn't think I could because they're all cute looking.
Wednesday, but
now I can.
Gusts right around in the
Before
30s
you know it, they're all
going
going to be fucking fat.
With how dry conditions have
That's
been,
going to be the new norm.
The winds, of course, that elevates the fire danger. So this is why we can't put our guard down, because even with gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour, it's still going to cause some issues as we continue this afternoon.
She sounds like a man, though.
Out there. Van Nuys, we're looking at a gust of 33 miles an hour, so we're seeing a pickup. And even right between Van Nuys and Santa Clarita,
a little too strong for my taste.
And even some of the red. So an indication that we're looking at wind gusts around 50 to 70 miles an hour in between these spots. Over into Lancaster, we're looking at Lancaster. We're looking at gusts right around 22 miles an hour. Another wind-prone area here is
you're doing it wrong.
Parts of Orange County, where we're looking at gusts in the 20s and even close to 40 miles an hour.
Did you not hear me to the left?
This time around, it was actually Tuesday and Wednesday
where
we had the winds reach the wind-sheltered areas, for example, the San Gabriel Valley. So we're really not seeing that right now, but we could be seeing some breezy, some isolated winds around this area as we continue through this afternoon. I want to show you the wind gust futurecast. So again, as we continue through this afternoon and we put this into motion, we're seeing gusts generally in the 25 to 30 range.
She likes bossing guys around in bed.
Ventura County, down into the Malibu area, the areas in yellow that you see. So I'm talking about right about Topanga Beach. Those are the burn scar spots, the Eaton Canyon over there, right around Altadena. This is around 5 p.m. where we're looking at gusts right around close to 25 miles an hour in Simi Valley, between 15 to 20 miles an hour in Woodland Hills down to the coastline. So as we continue into the overnight hours, you start to see the winds pick up. So really, the time frame in some areas will be later on this evening through the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. Look right along the coast. This is around the Malibu area, where we're looking at wind gusts right around 41 miles an hour. So it looks like we will experience the strongest winds through the overnight around the coast and even up right around Simi Valley, Porter Ranch, Woodland Hills with gusts in the 30s. That will continue, as I mentioned, into early Sunday morning. We stop at around 7 a.m. Gusts right around 45 miles an hour in some spots, especially in the Santa Susana Mountains there, down to the coastline of Malibu. Still looking at gusty winds over 35 miles an hour. And as we continue eventually through the afternoon hours, you start to see the winds let up a little bit. It's still going to be a bit windy in some spots, breezy to windy conditions at best as we continue through the afternoon. All right, because of the conditions, because of the strong winds and considering how dry the conditions have been, and I mentioned the elevated fire danger again. It's been a very long time since we've had measurable rain. Downtown LA, which is the official climate site, we actually picked up about over a tenth of an inch of rain since the start of the water year, which is October 1st. So typically around this time, we should see over 4 inches of rain. That has not been the case. We have not been lucky like we have been the past couple of years. There's a lot of vegetation out there. And these fires are going through. So we do have a fire weather watch for Ventura County, for portions of LA County. Wouldn't be surprised if it gets upgraded here soon to a red flag warning. We do have a red flag warning for the Inland Empire and parts of Orange County because of those winds and low relative humidity. And Jonathan and Kathy, we're not done yet because we're talking about this round of Santa Ana winds, but then we have another one on the way as we head into next week.
That's what I was talking with Sean
about. I do 2 meals with a pump.
I'm just floored by how long this is going. Normally it's a few days.
Maybe he'll start feeling better.
Days and days on end. It's just striking.
I was looking at your map. It shows last night. It showed how far the Palisades fire had burned, and
it might help with hairballs.
The canyon yet. Now we can see how it has started right there. But that's why they're doing this aerial assault.
And they're doing a fabulous job, and they're trying to take advantage of this time because the winds aren't. It's starting to pick up in some areas, but they're not awfully bad right now. So that's why they've been working all morning since last night, since yesterday across the area. So they're trying to do the best they can to, avoid the fire to spread down into these communities. Yeah. It's scary.
It is very scary. And for more on that, we want to go out to our Lexi Suter, who's been doing a lot of great work out there. Lexi, you have a very good
women love looking at Dallas
right now of that one of those flare-ups there. Give us your location, but also tell us, does it seem that they're making progress so far this afternoon?
Hey, Jonathan, good afternoon. Yeah, where I'm standing, I am in Brentwood. I'm right at the ridge. Mandeville Canyon is behind me. The nearest cross streets for residents who are watching this and are worried about your homes, Mountain Gate and Canyon Back Road, again in the Brentwood community. So,
dude, so far Channel 4 is leaving us alone.
East, okay? So we had a lot of flames and a lot of smoke over this way. Now you can see that I have a pretty good vantage point of seeing through that smoke. Those plumes are now moving towards Encino. I'm seeing them move, not so much east, but a little more north over the ridge. So the fire seems to be fairly well contained in the canyon. We've seen them cut those fire lines and do what they can with the
ABC7 too. Those are two of my favorite ones to make fun of.
Nothing has really exploded as I've kept my eye on those flames there. Still there. They're not growing. They're not moving in my direction.
Those are the most leftist.
Over here, though, I want to direct you to this dark smoke. This is new. This is what we're seeing, and what I want to point out that is moving over the ridge and closer to Encino. This smoke is dark, and these plumes have just kind of popped up in the last 20 minutes. There was a lot of focus on this ridge with the aerial attack by our firefighters. We saw numerous attacks live on TV, the flame retardant, the water drops. Now, lately, it's been a little quieter. We know that resources are stretched. We know that this is not the only fire burning. It appears the spread has been
that's slowed, why I can't leave my entire house free reign to both of them.
And that smoke is pretty thick. And again, over there to the top edge of your screen, you're going to see that black smoke. That is newer, so we can tell that fire is traveling up the ridge there. Of course, this area was evacuated last night, so no one is here. No one is in their homes, but certainly we know everyone is concerned about the state of your homes. So it doesn't appear where I'm at in Brentwood, the fire is moving towards us at all. That the wind has shifted where I'm standing. Now we are watching it move up that ridge. And again, tankers are still coming through. They're doing their best. Oh, you can see one right there coming through now, or that's just a plane. But
I hope that it dumps it on her.
A lot going on right here. Very active scene, and we continue to watch it. It really is changing by the minute. Back to you guys.
That would be awesome if one of these newscasters gets dumped on.
They were able to pick up water and come back within 15 minutes last
happened
night.
Before.
Hopefully they'll be able to start that up again.
As
you said, unfortunately, we have other fires burning, but I know they have key interest on keeping this from spreading into the valley. They were quick on evacuations last night. They got those warnings out there. I know a lot of people worried about the valley, and they were able to pack up and get out.
Recent.
Now they
Croatia.
are waiting and watching to see what's going to happen with their homes. So this is these flare-ups that have happened.
Seconds,
and
so
we have that warning and that watch map right now on the left side of your screen, so you can see the people who have been told this is an order, you need to get out, versus the people there in the valley who have been told, you know, you need to pack up, be ready to go.
And you have to be ready to go at a moment's notice, especially given that the fire does continue to spread here. Now, day 4.
There you go. Oh no. You could hear the camera guy laughing too.
Is touch and go up here, but the wind has shifted, certainly. We've really noticed that. I think the smoke is the best indicator of that, but we've really noticed a shift of what our attention really was to the east and really down in the canyon. Now it appears to be really climbing up that ridge and that dark, thick smoke where we know there's active flames and fire that are of serious concern. That's now climbing in the northern direction. So we are feeling those winds come from the south and shift. And if you can see over the roof of this house. We're noticing some new big flames right there. That's just how quick this is evolving. I've spoke with numerous firefighters today who say, you know, this is part of our job. It is so unpredictable. It is not for a lack of trying or effort. That is certain today. We have seen so much effort from these firefighters, not just from the sky with the water drops and the flame retardant, but also from the ground, you know, using chainsaws, using tools to cut some of this brush, because I think it's worth noting that this area has not burned in 50 years. So when you're talking about this brush and this dry vegetation, you know, it may look green on top, but a lot of it is very dead, and that equals fuel for a fire like this. So just in the last, 30 seconds I've been speaking, look at that climb up the mountain. You can see just how quickly those flames move. And again, we've talked about the wind. You wouldn't think the wind is a concern right now, but it does not take much. So we are watching this closely. It looks like there's a power pole right there too.
Oh, this is a fresh
There's a lot at stake here. A lot of neighbors, a lot of residents. We know that. We've seen that over the last 5-6 days, and I wish I could say it's slowing down, but it seems like we kind of pause it. We're able to get a handle on it, and then something like that just flares up, and you watch it climb up the mountain in just a matter of seconds. That's what we're dealing with out here, Jonathan and Kathy.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to see it so close to
homes. This is a very interesting start to the year for me. I mean, most of America
Jonathan and I
doesn't have this start.
When we drove in, we saw white
this is like in my front yard.
It's sort of encouraging. When did you first start
30
to
miles
see
away.
this black
It's pretty
smoke?
close. The ashes are actually starting to build up in the backyard a little bit.
So this black smoke that you're looking at, that we've got our camera on right now, this is new.
So close
this
to it.
was in the last, I would say, 30 minutes.
I could drive up there right now.
On this side of the ridge. Now, the black smoke we had noticed earlier in the other direction, towards the east, and I'm sure that was visible. Of course, we're at a higher elevation. I'm sure that was visible below to people, you know, traveling on the freeways this morning,
etc. I could just go run and jump into that
dark
fire.
Smoke has resurfaced. There for a moment in time today, mid-morning,
forever lived on in infamy.
You could tell that those aerial attacks were really working. And they were slowing that spread. But again, we're talking about multiple fires, 5 to 7 fires burning at once. So this Mandeville Canyon fire is just one that we're trying to put some resources on. And there's been a little bit of lull in the aerial attack here. We know that some ground crews are on the other side of those homes that you can see in the frame. They're over there. And I can only assume that they are prepared to attack from the ground.
Maybe somebody has. One of the deaths probably was
really protect those homes.
Intentional.
But that's what we're dealing with right here. We're keeping our eye on the sky and the ground. And of course, this flyer climbing up the ridge.
I'm done with this
Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Lexi, if you can, and you and your photographer can just keep your shot up here and show us a little bit. We're going to bring in Patrick, who we understand evacuated from the Mandeville Canyon area. Patrick, are you on the phone with us now?
Yes, I am.
You're here with Jonathan and Kathy live on NBC4. We want to thank you for calling in. Tell us about your particular situation. Were you able to get out in time, and talk about what you know about the status of your property right now?
Yeah, this is our second time evacuating. We got the warning a few days ago. We evacuated. We came back. Yesterday we got the order. Text message came in at, I don't know, like 6:30. We were ready to go. We were pretty packed up. So, put our 6-year-old and the cats in the car and just got out as quickly as we could. And now it looks like our house is on TV.
Oh, really? Is it near this new smoke plume, the black smoke that we're seeing?
Yeah, I think if you guys zoom out a little bit, we're actually in the shot. It's one of the ones to the far right. So yes, quite much.
It's an apartment complex.
Yeah, I saw a few camera crews set up before we left. So this is super awkward seeing your house on TV.
It's nerve-wracking, as I can imagine.
It is. Maybe the one good thing that you guys are there is that it's keeping the looters away. But yeah, it's definitely quite stressful seeing this.
No one wants your shit. With what's happening with your house. We want to, make sure that you can see, and hopefully they'll get water drops in there and kind of calm your nerves. But what are you feeling right now?
I mean, it's like an emotional roller coaster. So yesterday evening, it was bad, and then by the time I went to bed, it started looking a lot better. And then I wake up in the morning to a whole lot of tweets about how the fire is approaching Brentwood. So that's be there forever. Good. But I've been watching TV all day, and
I'm recommending doing that.
And it's really strange. I've never been as happy to have airplanes flying so close to my house, and you see them dropping the red stuff in the water and kind of cheering them on. But it's very nerve-wracking.
No, absolutely, and that red stuff is what's hopefully going to save, neighborhoods like yours. As we see this plane flying by, it's unclear when it went behind that smoke plume what that plane exactly may have been doing, whether it was water or fire retardant. Both are extremely needed and helpful right now. Patrick,
it's amazing
where did
these
you guys
stations
go?
don't
A
need
lot of people
commercials
don't even know what to grab, let alone
end.
where to drive their cars to in situations like this. Are you and your family doing okay? Where did you guys go?
Yeah, we're doing fine. So, we had to leave quickly yesterday, so we just looked up the closest hotel that we could by LAX, and since it looks like we're going to stay a little bit longer, we're probably going to go to Airbnb.org and try to figure out a longer-term solution. But, yeah, we're kind of trying to gauge how long until we can go back home.
What about family, friends, and neighbors? What situation are they in? Have you talked to anyone?
Yeah, so all these WhatsApp groups have popped up. So we have one for our immediate neighbors, like basically everybody who's in that shot right now. We have a WhatsApp group sharing what's going on and, hey, did anybody see Fred and how many cars are out there? We have WhatsApp groups for the school district, for all the other families who are like in the general area. And so I feel like everybody's kind of watching really carefully, trying to guess what's happening next. And we have some friends on the other side of the 405 who are obviously concerned. So there's a lot of chatter about, hey, has it broached Mandeville Fire Road yet? So I think like all of Los Angeles is watching you guys right now.
No, absolutely. And as we're seeing these flames creep up that hill, we do know that fire moves fastest when it goes uphill like this, and the winds are pushing away from your neighborhood. Patrick, given that we can see your neighborhood from this exact shot from a reporter, Lexi Suter, there on the ground, can you give us, and your neighbors, the street names that in the exact, or some of the addresses there that you can maybe pass along if they're watching, so that they know that right now their homes are okay?
Yeah, we're on Canyonback Road where you guys are.
Pretty old.
The cruiser stationed in Mountain Gate. So from what I'm seeing in the shot, everything on Canyonback and in Mountain Gate looks okay. The fire looks closer to Mandeville. It's a little bit hard to tell, but for everybody in Mountain Gate, from everything I see on the shots,
it's not really hot enough for window food to spoil right now.
Yeah, we're seeing more aircraft come in even as we speak, so we'll have to see if they're going to drop fire retardant or water, or what this aircraft is going to be doing, but they're definitely flying up there. It's a good sight to see them come in, as opposed to Tuesday when no one could fly, and it was so frustrating. But this is a great shot we're watching right now, and there it is.
Oh wow!
Beautiful line.
God, is that yeah, I see that. It's the two jets, or the two engine jet. Is that going to drop fire retardant now?
It did.
Fire retardant,
yes.
Yeah, a lot of it, and very strategically and incredibly close to those trees. These pilots are the best at what they do. Yeah, you're watching this in real time with us. That was quite the fire retardant drop that will hopefully help protect yours and other neighborhoods.
I think you're on a slight delay behind us, just a slight one. So we saw it right before you, but we heard you express, yes, the relief and seeing that, because it helps so much. They're so good at what they do. They train for what they do. They get that fire retardant on, and it makes a huge difference. You'll see it for months after this, but it'll be a welcome sign when everything is starting to look a little bit better.
Congratulate
so much.
I got to tell you, this is really weird.
The best of the is it just to fill time with something?
That's a little bit of feeling of happiness every time. So tell them to come by and bring more.
Exactly, and I'm sure they will. It's exactly what they're going to do. They coordinate all of this. They talk about it being air ballet. They come in, and it's their job. It's what they want to do. They're great pilots, so hopefully they will start to make some difference on the planes. Now, I'm thinking back. Did you say you have a child?
What the news to talk about me?
A 6-year-old, yes.
We're traveling 6-year-old and 2
positive light.
Okay.
Traveling with the cats and stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Traveling with cats, but how do you explain to your 6-year-old what's going on?
That's been a tough one, because we want to let him know what's happening, but at the same time not give him anxiety. So, first of all, it's pretty obvious there's a fire at this point, so we told him that there is a fire. We've assured him that everybody's doing the best they can, and we use it as a teaching moment to talk about fire safety, that, you have fire extinguishers, you pack, you do what the fire department says, you stay safe. We're hoping that's the extent of the conversations, and he's pretty excited school is closed. I hope I don't have to explain to him how, insurance works and, CAL FIRE and everything.
No, it's, I have 3 young ones myself, Patrick. I have a 7-year-old. He can kind of grasp what's been happening. We were very close to an evacuation order during the West Hills fire that burned a couple days ago, and my wife packed up everything, but it was my 4-year-old who thought, or she's now 5, who thought we were going on a trip, and she was all excited, and we didn't have to evacuate. I said, no, we're one of the lucky ones. As we see here, yet another fire retardant drop, Patrick. This has got to be such a welcome sight to you.
You'll see it in a second.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I see it. It's all right, it's getting closer. Yeah, I think we're on a bit of a delay. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Wow.
But Patrick, I think with your 6-year-old, that's all you can do is be as honest as possible without, scaring them in any way. But this is a tough reality of living in Los Angeles, especially living up in our beautiful hillsides. I mean, you have to love where you live, I'm sure.
We love it, and the view's amazing, but there's so many surreal things about this. I mean, you have a house with a beautiful view in a nice neighborhood. We're very fortunate, but then, a year later, it's like there are fires, tons of camera crews right in front of your house, and we're having a conversation on the news. There's going to be a lot of processing afterwards. I'm sure my kid's going to be excited to see the drops, though, so there's that.
Oh, yeah, and in Southern California right now, we talk about how we don't have a fire season, that fire season is all year round, and I think there are a lot of neighborhoods here who have to deal with this or some other catastrophe, but we love it. It's beautiful. It's our home, and I just wonder, I'm sure you're going to stay, right? It sounds like you adore your neighborhood.
We love the neighborhood, and we hope the house stays there because I don't want to have to deal with anything that happens if it doesn't. But yeah, no, it's a great neighborhood. I wish the HOA would stop giving me tickets for parking in the wrong spot. Other than that, we absolutely love it, and hope to stay there for a really long time.
Yeah, those things seem so small and pointless right now when we're talking about life and property at risk here, Patrick. We want to thank you so much for kind of guiding us through this, giving us your perspective as we stay with the shot here. Your neighborhood, again, your neighborhood. Can you give it to us one more time, the location, just in case your neighbors are watching?
Yeah, you guys are focused on Mountain Gate. Specifically, it's the Crown part of Mountain Gate, and
I still think he's gay, even though he has a kid.
Road. So
is that weird?
The houses in the shop are on the Canyon Back Road.
You must have wonderful views.
So mean
awesome.
of me.
Oh, it's great.
I mean, they were awesome. Right now, it looks like a lot of smoke. But
yeah, well, we're going to keep an eye on your house now that we know. We know where it's good, nice to know. Okay, this is where we're really looking to know. All right. Well, hopefully more water drops are coming. And thank you for watching it with us and all of your information. And stay safe, your family too.
Awesome. Thank you so much for reporting.
Thank you.
He never did say if he had a wife or a husband.
Talking about, we're showing his house here in the shot, but down below in the canyon area, that's where the fire, this flare up here in the Palisades fire has been burning. But
only a kid did he say he had.
Kathy, you're right. When we drove in about an hour and a half ago,
why is that?
We saw plenty of white smoke, though Lexi kept pointing out the fire was growing, especially on the northern side, in the canyon still, but growing. And now we see a ton of that black smoke again.
We really are. We're seeing it flare up a little bit right there. Hopefully we can, get those water drops in there, and they will get a line on it and get some control over it, because I really don't want it to sweep down the canyon. Maybe in a minute we can get our meteorologist Stephanie Olmo to come back in. We can talk a little bit about the winds and which way we'll see this fire pushing. As you said, it burns fast uphill. They don't want it to go down the canyon. We've had a wind shift today. We're going to see gusts later on, and we still have days left. Nothing like the first day, which was insane.
Yes.
When they could not even fly, and it was so frustrating because we just couldn't get any support out there. And when we were watching it,
I'd experienced with those races in the past. Now I can think about that.
There's no way the water evaporates before it even gets to the point that they're trying to put out.
Absolutely, and there's just so much dry vegetation without any rain for months on end. And we want to go out to our Conan Nolan. Conan, I can see briefly in your shot here
certain races don't do certain things more or less than others.
15, 20
that's not a thing. They're just trying to delete that being a thing.
And what you've been seeing so far
today. Talk about brain size and IQ.
That's right. It's pretty much the same. It's Kettner Road. This is the back road up from Mountain Gate Country Club. In fact, I'll pan to show you exactly where that is in relation to the.
We're having trouble there with
the main concern. The main concern is you've been talking about the concern about the fire making its way up the canyon towards these homes right now.
A lot of yellow
you
homes.
Pointed this out a minute ago, based on the smoke.
That's like
the wind direction is taking it away.
Buildings in Vienna are that color,
canyon,
yellowish,
which is good news for them.
Just a little paler.
It's bad news for the Westwood Wilderness Park or wilderness area, which is where the fire is now burning.
What do I think of them?
Come back here, you can see
they are not really Americans.
The winds are calm, so there's plenty of aerial application by the fixed-wing tankers that have come in from throughout the
West.
West.
Move here
and we have a couple of,
live here for a while, maybe I'll consider an American. But
various
if you're fresh from Puerto Rico, you're Puerto Rican.
Utilities are also getting help. You saw PG&E from Northern California here. They're helping secure a water tank. They were actually cutting down some trees next to it to make sure that they weren't compromised.
Why would I consider them American?
Access to those, and the fire came up this way. At some point, we should point out, maybe this has been pointed out in the past, but part of the problem with the fire in this canyon is that there's California native shrub.
The only reason why I consider Hawaiians Americans because they got bombed heavy because of us.
These are
they're honorary Americans.
That is, they last longer.
We wouldn't have been there. They wouldn't have gotten hit.
They don't die off easily. They're drought resistant. Are they susceptible to fire? Yes, but in a much different fire than
Japan
what we
see
still
taken over their island,
today.
though.
What the problem is, throughout so much of Southern California, you can see some oxygen now, some wind velocity picking up. You can see the orange flame over my shoulder. The problem is the invasive species like I think it's called the black pepper plant, for example, is one of them that has made its way. It's not native. It grows large, and it shields the native plants from the sunlight, so it impacts them negatively that way. But here's the big problem. They're not perennials. They die, and when they die, they become the fuel that which the fire uses to maintain itself and to repopulate in different parts of Canada and fields and anywhere
what
it
is
can
the
find.
one that
so
isn't a perennial
the
called?
Amount of debris, and that's what the firefighters call it. It's debris that ends up being the fuel for these fires. It's actually not the native plants. It's the invasive plants that have made their way into Southern California and most of coastal California over the decades. And they're the ones that are causing the kind of wildfires we normally don't see naturally. Now, there's usually fires here, but they are not.
Are most invasive species annual plants?
Nearly as often. They don't go nearly as fast, and they're not as hot because whatever the dry brush represents the fuel, that comes from native plants, and that's very different from the invasive species that we see that live, that die, and have affected negatively the environment of the foothills and mountain ranges of Southern California. And there have been efforts to try to rid those species out of the coastal areas. It's very difficult to do, nearly impossible, frankly. In regards to the big picture going forward of how to depopulate the fuel from the areas that are burning, that's one of the big challenges. I'll step out of the way once again as you are able to see some of the application. Now, this is behind this. We're to the west of the 405 freeway. The Mountain Gate community. That is the I liked it. It looks cool. Country club there. And this is burning up. There's something called Tiger Trail Trail, which is a hiking trail from here, but it's burning up in the West Ridge Canyon Back Wilderness Park right now, above Mandeville Canyon, where most of the firefight is taking place. As it goes up, once again, it preheats the brush ahead of it, so the flames carry up the hillside quite rapidly. Once it hits the summit, it's a lot slower going down the other side, which gives them a handle on it. It's as we see one more application there. It's in winds. It's tough to get some of that borate, as much of that retardant, onto the flame. What they really try to do is not from what I understand, is not go after the orange, not go after the fire itself, but to spread that retardant on the fuel that it's headed for, so that it acts as a chemical
put more food out.
And that, whenever you see hillsides painted with orange, that is an ominous sign in California, but it also is a sign that the aerial fixed wing can make their way into the canyon in order to fight this, which is good news, and it means that the wind velocity isn't such that they're not bumping around so much that it becomes a true problem. But there we see, and once again, in the canyons, there are elements of its own weather. There's this sort of a chimney effect that takes place that allows for a rapid ascent of the fire uphill, updraft, and that's part of what they're dealing with. And I'll tell you one other thing. There's one good thing about some of these fires in the wilderness area, is that they act sort of as a control burn. So long as they don't make their way into the populated areas, they do burn out some of the vegetation, so firefighters don't have to worry about that area for a while, at least until it all grows back. What they have to worry about now is all that hasn't burned, the fuel and the wind. We're just feeling a little bit of a pickup right now. And where you see the smoke, if the smoke is laying down, bad sign. It means there's enough wind velocity that it's giving progress to the flames in a way that makes it very difficult for firefighters to arrest, and very difficult for them to even see because of the amount of smoke. And we're again seeing some orange through the smoke there. It's going to continue up into again, that's the western or the West Ridge Canyon Back Wilderness Park. That's where it's burning up from Mandeville Canyon. And of course, on the other side of that is Topanga State Park, which is it's several miles away, but it's still going to be a concern going forward.
Some of this burn is what they were doing at Mount Wilson when that fire broke out, letting some of that brush burn off. It's interesting what you're saying about the plants, but they're also difficult to get under control.
Well, and it's interesting, Conan, because on the National Park Service website, the number one reason that the invasive plants are a problem, they even have a whole list of it, it's an increase in the risk of fire, as we see yet another plane moving into Conan's location to hopefully make yet another fire retardant drop. And Conan, you're right about you may not be able to hear us with that plane flying overhead as we're seeing, again, this is a huge relief to that Mountain Gate community. That's the community there you see on the right of your screen. We spoke with someone who lived there earlier, but we're now starting to see that air support, Kathy, in just the last few minutes that we hadn't seen in even the hour before this.
Yeah, they're coming in one after another, making those drops, and again, getting a line around it so they can stop the flames from getting into certain areas. And we'll have to see if we can see a big difference in a minute in the black smoke that we've been seeing pop up within the last hour in this area, because earlier it was looking pretty good, but then it started up again.
And for those wondering how invasive species get into these areas, it's the wind itself typically. It could be a house plant that may not be native to this area. The seeds get blown into these areas. People take them on when they're out on their trails. It's on their shoes. Horses can carry them as well. It's just a natural thing that happens. We were going to go back out to Conan. It looks like his shot may be frozen as we're seeing the shot from our Lexi Suter there on the right side of your screen. We've been seeing flames get dangerously close to this Mountain Gate neighborhood up at the top of Mandeville Canyon. We do see at least one fire engine there. Conan, we know that you also have eyes on that Mountain Gate community. Are you able to pan over quickly and see? Because we're seeing flames dangerously close to at least one of the backyards there.
Yeah, we can. We're going to pan over. If our shot is still locking up, over to Mandeville, over to Mountain Gate.
Well, we know Conan's trying to work, with the signal issues. It's tough when they move the camera to stay with those signals. At times, they tend to break up. We're using a lot of cell phone service to make this happen, and cell phone service at best right now is spotty. And what I was trying to get Conan to show us was this exact thing that Lexi Suter's photographer is showing us right now on the right side of your screen, how these flames are getting dangerously close. And look, Kathy, that is what she had mentioned.
Yeah.
That huge power line up there, now it looks like potentially on fire.
Yeah, and you can see how breezy it is up there, and this isn't good. But the good news is the air support is there, so maybe they will come in, fly again, and maybe get a handle on that. But there are a couple of spot fires up there, and it's looking pretty dark there where those houses are. We've been talking to people who live there. They've evacuated, got their families out, their pets, and they are with us watching this as it's happening live. And there we see the white smoke that we're seeing across a really large area from this fire. It is so big, affecting so many people. Here we go once again with another drop.
Oh, that is such a welcome sight for so many people who live up there. These spots are so strategic where they're putting this, and they're so good. And that's exactly where those flames were, the ones I was wondering about and worried about near the backyard of that home. We want to go out to Sarah Wallace. She's been covering the Palisades fire, though. Sarah, we know that you had driven up to the top of Mandeville Canyon. Unfortunately, as we were seeing with Conan's shot, cell service is a problem. So we know that you're down the hill. What have you been seeing since we last spoke with you?
Well, actually, I want to tell you about the drops and the water drops and the flame retardant drops, because we were up on Mandeville Canyon Road and we stopped when we saw a house just engulfed in flames. And at that very moment, we were watching a water drop as the chopper flew over and dropped water right on the home. We had some video to show you. And also at that time, we also noticed the fixed wing planes just dropping flame retardant. Our vehicle is actually covered in flame retardant, so are we, but a welcome sight, as we've been talking about. Those flame retardants are serving as a barrier so the flames don't take control of these neighborhoods. And what we saw is that this one house, yes, it was engulfed in flames, a tragedy for that family, but they were doing an amazing job with the aerial assault, just coming round and round with those choppers, with the fixed planes, with the flame retardant, making sure that that fire did not spread. We saw it actually creeping along the canyon, flaming up in hot spots, and it actually became so smoky and so dangerous for us that we thought it was time to go. The fire engines were coming up in mass, and as you know, that it's a single winding road, and we wanted to get out of the way for the first responders. But that is what we're dealing with here. There were ground crews trying to put out hot spots, trying to save the other homes as well. So again, that assault going on by air, the fixed wings, the helicopters, and again, the fire crews standing on the ground and actually staged in various areas on the road to make sure that these other homes were protected.
Absolutely. Sarah Wallace there on the ground, thank you. Seeing everything happen firsthand. We want to go up to our News Chopper 4, which is now back in the air, giving us the real scale and scope of what's happening there. I believe Julia's up at News Chopper 4. Can you hear us, Julia?
Hey there, Jonathan Gotch, loud and clear. Yeah, we are back up after getting fuel for News Chopper 4, and it's really incredible how quickly this firefight is playing out and how the fire behavior and the smoke behavior changes every time we come back. Look at this. They're dumping more fire retardant right now. This is the same spot that we were hovering over and shooting before we landed, and you can see the difference all of these drops have made. I'm counting at least 8 helicopters over this area right now. You can see 2 of them flying through the shot right now. We're shooting out the back, which is why you can see our helicopter skids. But we've got some flare-ups, right? On the right-hand side of the screen, you see these little spot fires. They're not racing down the hills the way that we saw earlier. And that was so concerning, because I'm going to zoom out again and show you just how close this is to the 405 freeway, to communities between these hills and the 405. And then, of course, Bel Air on the east side of the 405. They are now under an evacuation warning. At that level, it is not mandatory, it is voluntary, but very often what follows that warning is the mandatory evacuation order. And everything that you see on the screen right now, this is west of the 405 freeway. These communities are under that mandatory evacuation order. And you can see why as I shoot this wide and I show you just how far this smoke extends. You know, all morning we've been talking about LA County Public Health Department declaring a public health emergency. This is why winds have died down, but this smoke has not dissipated yet. And as these firefighters push back the flames and dump more water from above, more fire retardant, we're also getting more smoke.
The orange glow of huge flames last night. Now they're getting that
I don't know what's in that smoke, man.
You've been flying all morning, now into the afternoon. It's almost 2 o'clock. How has this area changed in your view? What have you seen transpire in these hours?
Well, Kathy, I was talking to Michelle earlier about the emotional roller coaster. We have seen these flames flare up, die down, get pushed back, flare up again, pop up in other areas.
I'm going to try this wax again.
There was a utility
see if
pole
it's
that
as
was
bad as I
threatened
thought
by
it was
flames earlier.
the other
Flames
night.
were lapping at the very bottom of it. We watched live on
It's like
air
$13
as
a
the house
gram.
went up in flames.
Cheapest wax I
and
bought in
burned
years.
to the ground. That was on the west end of Mandeville Canyon.
Probably 5 years, 6
this
years.
has been a dynamic morning. We started flying around 6:30 this morning. We're coming up on 2 p.m. and every
Cinnamon
single time
churro.
you toss to me, so every couple of minutes, we're seeing a different picture here. And thank goodness for these firefighters. Thank goodness we have favorable wind conditions today for the firefight, because I do not want to imagine what this picture would look like without them.
Filter in between me, though, because YouTube
Without
gets
question,
weird with
Julia. We're going to stay with your shot here. Thank you, as always, for your ongoing reporting. We want to check in with our meteorologist, Stephanie Olmo, because, you know, Julia, Stephanie, was talking about all the smoke now in the air, Kathy, too, and we saw it coming in, and this is something that, even if you're not directly impacted by this fire, you are likely impacted by this smoke.
Yeah, a lot of the region, as a matter of fact. So I want to first show you, Jonathan and Kathy, as we check out the First Alert Radar Network, and we changed it where you can look at the smoke, and you're seeing the direction. So we're getting a northerly wind. Aside from that, something to note, when it comes to the canyons, right, you have the channeling effect, and even in the canyons, you sort of have its own wind pattern. So sometimes, you know, you may have winds in different directions, but generally, as we check out here, the motion of the smoke is coming from the north and it's moving to the south as we continue. So even besides this, I know it doesn't look as impressive as we check out this this radar, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of smoke across the area. And as a matter of fact, we have a smoke advisory that remains in effect today across really much of LA County, the basin, the valleys, even the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, we have the Eaton fire there, even stretching over into the Inland Empire and down into Orange County. So this is a type of smoke, of course, you do not want to inhale. You have the smoke, and even a lot of the building material, right? So this is chemicals you do not want to inhale. This is why it's important. We keep saying this, and I know we sound like a broken record, but good advice. If you don't have to be outside, you know, I stepped outside for a little bit and I made sure I had an N95 mask. It is important to have the proper mask, but it really is best to be indoors, because even if you don't see it, there's a lot of ash out there. Even when you step outside, you see the ash on the ground covering the ground. So let's go over a couple of tips. So as I mentioned, you want to limit your exposure by staying inside. You want to make sure you keep the doors and windows closed. You want to make sure you have the AC running. You make sure you have the air circulating, run the air purifier. Right, and if, as I mentioned, if you are outside, you want to make sure you have the N95 mask, P100 mask, because it is very dangerous stuff, and this could cause some long-term effects. I want to go over quickly and talk about the current conditions and what we're dealing with, where especially up in the mountains, we're seeing the winds pick up a little bit. Now, granted, it's not as strong as what we had earlier in the week, Tuesday and Wednesday, where we had wind gusts over 80 miles an hour. But still, with the type of conditions that we have, this elevates the fire danger. We're seeing some issues out there, of course, in the Mandeville Canyon. So gusts right now in the Santa Monica Mountains, gusts over 40 miles an hour as we continue. Closer to the coast, we do have lighter winds, sustained winds at 3 miles an hour. And also look at the red lining. So this is the perimeter, or this is the burn scar. And as a matter of fact, I think this is actually has expanded. We just have to get an update on that. But this has expanded further to the south, getting close to the Mandeville Canyon Park. So we're just waiting for an update on this map, of course, but with the northerly winds is bringing the flames further to the south, and that's why fire crews are trying to get a handle on that and avoid it from reaching here some of the communities. So this is something that we will continue to monitor, guys. But again, as we've been talking about, Jonathan and Kathy, we are concerned about those winds. Those winds are picking up in some spots like we're already seeing there in the Santa Monica Mountains, gusts over 40 miles an hour.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. And masks are a good idea. Goggles, if you have them. I went out for just a minute
really?
The other
you
day,
didn't
and I'm
see
already
the mask
feeling it.
comment
You feel it
on
in
your
your throat,
chat?
your eyes. It gets
It
scratchy.
came through here.
And if you start to feel
That's
sick,
interesting.
then you probably have too much smoke inhalation and might need medical support even.
No,
Was she
absolutely.
talking
I was driving
again?
in, and you know, I'm allergic to everything.
No, I
but
think
my eyes
Fox
were
Now
tearing
is
up as I was
replaying
driving, and I
this
didn't understand what was
morning's
going on.
meeting.
It had to be the smoke that was billowing into the valley from this fire, the very smoke you're seeing right now on your screen. And as these fires do continue, we know that there are people just trying to pick up the pieces, trying to, you know, they're under evacuation orders. Many of them don't have a home to go home to. We want to go out to our Dana Williams, who's live in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl with more information for evacuees impacted by the Eaton
You just
fire.
want
Dana.
to be...
Yep,
to
Jonathan,
have your
Kathy,
chat
you were just
censored?
talking about the smoke and the air quality and
Who wants
the different
that?
particulates
Nobody wants
that may
that.
be in
Zero
the air here.
people in the
Thankfully,
world
it is a
want
lot better
that,
here.
dude.
We cannot see any large plumes of smoke from here at the Rose Bowl. This is
In the world.
command post for the Eaton fire in Altadena. Thankfully, there have not been any significant changes with that fire today, but we have been in the neighborhoods in Altadena, and I can tell you there are no residents who are allowed to go up to their homes quite yet. You'll find National Guard and California Highway Patrol blocking people from going up into the neighborhoods, especially off of Woodbury. But we were up there, and I can tell you it is all public utilities up there, different firefighting companies up there, as well as, again, police officers. We saw a couple LA County Sheriff's Department deputies. But we wanted to come here to look at just how many people are here to help Los Angeles. I'm looking at a fire engine from Idaho. Yesterday, we saw fire engines from Colorado. I'm going to step out of the way just so that you can really get a sense of how many people are here to help. And again, I spoke with another person this morning. He's actually on the Altadena search and rescue team. He says Tuesday night, he lives very, very close to Eaton Canyon, about a mile away, and he says he knew that because of the winds, when the fire started, it was not going to be good for his house. Thankfully, he was able to get stuff out, but he lost his home all while he was out trying to coordinate search and rescue efforts. He actually described to me that he was just in the process, the Altadena search and rescue team, they were just in the process of sending a team over to the Palisades fire when that Eaton Canyon fire broke out. Thankfully, he decided to hold some back, and thank God he did, because he actually shared with us that night, Tuesday night, his team rescued at least 25 people. Eventually, they lost count. He said he called Falk directly, ambulance services. He got as many people out as he could, and he says very few times in his career has he said that if they weren't there, somebody may have died. He said in this case, all 25 of those people very well could have died if they were not there to help them. And so this is just, again, a glimpse at all of the people who are here to help Los Angeles, help Altadena, as well as Palisades through this very, very difficult time, especially even while those who are actually doing the help, search and rescue teams, firefighters, are also facing devastation themselves. And so it's been very difficult for them to do both in this case. We also were driving through Altadena, and it's as if every other block there is some sort of community resource, waters, free waters, there are clothes, people picking up clothes, food, all of the basic things that people just really need right now. And if anybody does not know where a relative is, they can go to the Pasadena Convention Center and report a missing person, and then the LA County Sheriff's Department will try to go find them. But again, this is a look at the Rose Bowl, the command post for the Eaton fire. And I'm Dana Williams, back to you.
Dana, thank you so much, and thank you to the firefighters locally who are doing so much work while they also have homes and families who are worried about them. And big thank you to everyone who has come from across the area, the country, and even out of the country to help us out.
We want to go back up to our Julia Dang. And Julia, we just saw this chopper. Was they picking up water at the Encino Reservoir?
Thank you. That's exactly right. This was picking up water north of the northern edge of the Palisades fire, which has now consumed more than 23,000 acres.
It's amazing that those propellers don't hit each other.
Up more and more by the minute. But yes, this helicopter just scooped up water from the Encino Reservoir.
They're pretty. Look at these things. They got the blue, looks like red and blue and white rotors, but
like the pace of these water drops
somehow the red is coming in or the blue.
Edge of the
it's not
fire,
there though, is it?
This is the flank that's pushing
Which
toward
color
the
isn't actually there?
It looks like we've
there can't be three colors there like that.
We've got flare-ups all along that ridge, and we've seen flames just racing down these hills. Where the house burned down earlier, you can't see the area anymore because it's obscured by this thick smoke, but it's right in the center of the screen. I'm going to punch into where it was, western end of Mandeville Canyon. And we have not seen any other homes go up in flames. It was just that one. We have seen
it's going to dump it. It's going to dump it. It's positioning.
And every time we see those flare-ups pop up near homes, that's when these water drops start happening again. We've got about 6 helicopters up here with us from fire departments, and they're coming one after the other. Earlier we saw retardant being dropped, water being dropped, just minutes apart on the same areas over and over, and that is what is pushing back
this dude's got
these
Creedence
flames.
Clearwater for real.
Down on the ground have been seeing this too. We actually had a colleague get hit by that fast check, that fire retardant. You can see some of where they've dropped it here. Everything, and look at that. This helicopter now dropping that water it just picked up from nearby Encino Reservoir. And because these water sources are close to the fire, that is reducing the amount of time these areas have to wait to get this critical resource. They're also getting water from Stone Canyon Reservoir that's just on the other side of the 405, and that is in this evacuation warning zone now because everything that we are flying over, everything that you are seeing is impacted and really in danger.
They would have just watered all this shit to begin with.
Up there right now, what they might be dealing with when they're making these water drops?
Why didn't they just dump water on this land before it started?
As turbulent as we've experienced in days past, and I think they're taking advantage of this window of opportunity where the firefighting conditions are okay. To do these water drops, to drop this retardant, it looks to me like they've dropped more fire retardant, more Phos-Chek along the northern perimeter of this fire, and more water along
KTLA's got a house about to catch on fire.
To stop this from advancing north into these valley communities, and we've been reporting this all day. Some of these communities haven't seen fires in more than 50 years, so there's a lot of fuel, a lot of that dry brush that could burn. But as for the water, that's being concentrated along the eastern edge because that's where this fire is actively spreading.
All right, Julia, thank you so much. We're seeing pink hills out there, and that is a good thing. That's the Phos-Chek. It's 2 p.m. Our breaking coverage of the Southern California wildfire emergency continues. The Palisades fire has burned more than 23,000 acres. It is now up to 11% containment. We did see a home in the Mandeville Canyon neighborhood destroyed by fire earlier today. As for the Eaton fire, it has burned more than 14,000 acres. It is now 15% contained.
There are now 11 confirmed fire-related deaths. More than 150,000 people are still under evacuation orders right now as we continue to follow the latest flare-ups there in the Palisades fire, burning dangerously close to the 405. We want to go to the Eaton fire area, though, the Rose Bowl, where a press conference with LA County and LA City officials have just started. Let's listen in.
We need all level of support, both at the local county level, the state level, and the federal level, and we need it immediately. I cannot stress enough how important that is and will continue to be in the future. Today, I wrote a letter to President-elect Trump inviting him to engage in wildfire recovery efforts and to visit the county to see the impact firsthand that it has on every socioeconomic individual in this county.
You don't think he's busy right now?
Engaging the White House makes the way for the rapid deployment of federal resources, including emergency personnel.
Why are you bugging Trump, though?
financial
Even
assistance.
Even office shit. They're bugging
While I was
them
on
for
my walk
shit.
through today, I crossed paths with California Assembly Speaker Rivas. And actually the entire, I think, Assembly family was up in Altadena. I told the Speaker that the state has to be incredibly flexible and streamline all of their processes. And he has promised to work with us. My goal is to help communities rebuild like for like, if not better. But there are state and county requirements that can sometimes add an additional cost to the building process. My ask is that the state and the county work to ensure that we rebuild safely, but we must remove
shit. Okay, yeah, I can't play this one. It's this one we can't play. So if I put on the Fox one, so I'm getting information right now.
To the individual needs of thousands
if it'll still trigger,
who are going to have to navigate this incredibly difficult process.
Still triggering?
Our community's resilience.
Oh my god, hold on. Let me just, I gotta pause this one and take this one off and see what it does. Because right now I'm getting a warning from YouTube saying, heads up, we detected audio in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. I'm seeing if that goes away. If fucking pause it for a second. Now there's no audio. I'm trying to test and see what channel I can get away with. I've been keeping this up over here, trying to pay attention to it. Still says it. Still says it. Ate a pigeon. Dude, how long are they gonna say this? I keep refreshing it. I keep saying, oh, okay, now it's gone.
Been inspirational and will be our guiding light as we move forward together. I understand that many of our residents are looking and thinking rebuilding is not just a priority, it is an urgent need. I've talked to people who know their home is gone and they want to begin today. I will make sure that the county works quickly to eliminate unnecessary red tape, ensuring permits are approved safely and swiftly so that reconstruction can begin as soon as possible. Again, my priority is to ensure that government becomes a facilitator, not an obstacle, as we move toward recovery. I will also prioritize creating one-stop service centers where all relevant departments are available in one place in real time to answer your questions, provide guidance, and support your rebuilding efforts. This will be designed with one goal: to make the recovery process as seamless and supportive as possible, and to make sure those resources are right there in the community where you are rebuilding. We're here to help, and we will continue to be here during every part of the process. With that, I'd like to bring up Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. Thank you.
Tony Maroney, say it right, lady.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So good afternoon.
Respect.
The Eaton fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment. Over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and 2,832 firefighting personnel are assigned to the Eaton fire. Elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds
Damn, it's Saturday,
Los
dude.
Angeles County today and tomorrow, and again Monday through Wednesday. The Los Angeles County Fire Department
this is amazing.
will be prepared.
That's always
These winds combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high.
Was it this amazing?
Please understand that the inevitable public safety power shutoffs that will be implemented prior to this life-threatening Santa Ana wind event are crucial to preventing new fire starts, and that they help save lives.
Dude, the bombs are infiltrated
they're a challenge to deal
terrorists.
With, but it's certainly better than
don't even let them know
start.
when it's going to be windy.
I would like to express my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for their leadership and unwavering support of our residents, my fire department personnel, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires in the air and on the ground, we commend you for your relentless and fearless dedication in protecting residents throughout this great county. And finally, to our Los Angeles County residents, please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for repopulation of evacuated areas, disaster recovery, and the rebuilding of your homes and your lives. I would now like to introduce
but that's until next
California
week sometime.
Interagency Incident Management
Jabroni.
Team 5, Operations Section
Tony
Chief
Jabroni.
Don Frigulia.
Two dudes in a row? Trying to break the system or what?
Okay, so quick operational update here for the Eaton fire. Over here, as we start on the right flank in Santa Anita Canyon, things are looking really good across the front country here until we get to about here, and then we're starting to still see quite a bit of heat, quite a bit of work through here in this area. As we come across over here into the Altadena area, I want to just highlight this square box right here is a square mile. So it's a massive, massive area that we're talking about here. That's residential community. It's not wildland. It's a residence, and these are people's houses. So huge Herculean task to get through all this down here. We have a ton of work. It's many days, many weeks of work. Just wanted to highlight that a little bit. As we come through by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, this is looking good. Again, crews engaged, boots on the ground, mopping up. All through the National Forest up here, we continue to make really good progress up there. The weather's in our favor. We're using air tankers, we're using helicopters, all the tools in our toolbox to go get and put this fire out right where you see it right here. So that'll be our goals in the coming days. So thank you very much.
They detected it. And they detected it with freaking Fox too, man. How is that? That audio is copyrighted, man. From the news, from the fucking thing, man. Dude, where did this start happening? So they gave me a thing, heads up, we detected audio and your stream belongs to someone else. Oh, it's with the AI, is it? Man, shit. I don't think I can play news then. I can't believe during the press conferences when they're gonna really like make the biggest point of like what the hell? How long the stream been up? That's fine. Maybe it's because of how long the stream's been up. We can only do it for so long before they start getting mad. Kind of like with playing like music back in the day. Probably. Alright. I'll end this one, go over to the other channel then. How about that? See how long it lets me go. Alright then. Can't risk it anymore over here. They keep giving me warnings. I'll still be keeping an eye on kitty cam, the kitty cam. Here's the link to all the other platforms and stuff. Probably be on the Doe Show or at Doe Show or Doe Show on Twitch. Cool. Alright then. See you later. That's weird. It's weird that they're doing this now. But whatever. Figure it out. Times are changing.
Another one. Meow, 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 meow.